Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
A beautiful Saturday morning it is here, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to eRacing GP Endurance Edition, Round 4, 4 hours of Silverstone GP. My name is Damon Shockstam. I'm joined here by Amir Amohazik, and yeah, definitely going to be a bit of a banger here because we got a really full grid this time around as well.
Absolutely. We're going to go into that full grid after this, but yeah, welcome along everybody to the broadcast, and hopefully we are going to get a barnstorming championship fight because we're in the closing stages of the season. So it's been a long while. It's been since April the 20th, 420. We can say blaze it. Had a bit of a long period because of, well, events in between, plus the fact that we give some breathing space in between that. We have also global editions.
Right.
Shout out for that one. Wait for the announcement. We're going to get that rolling pretty soon. But yeah, glad to be back for Endurance and glad to see that everyone is still on board with this and we have a packed grid. So yeah, what are you looking forward to, Damon?
I haven't been tuned in for a while, so I'm kind of like a little bit waiting to see if I could really catch up. I know what the standings are, but of course, my own schedule has been keeping me a bit busy, stopped me from kind of being able to watch. But definitely interesting to see. We got a large variety of cars on the grid here, so we're definitely going to see how well these drivers can tame down around the circuit. And because it's such a packed grid, as Amo mentioned, that we will be seeing a bit later on a relatively shorter course, I would say. Well, and it's not short. I mean, it's 2 minutes per lap still,
yeah.
But you can definitely see that despite how the length it is, there's still cars covering the course, littered all around it. So it's still going to be a definitely packed grid. And you can see here on our screen right now, we are of course in round 4. It is the 9th of November today. 4 hours of Silverstone GP, with the next round going to be 6 hours at Spa on December 7th. But of course, we're going to be focusing here at round 4 here in Silverstone.
Indeed, as you can see, the rest of the rounds fade out. We are in round 4 and Silverstone. But a bit of a recap on the round 3 winners around the 4 hours of Kota. Interesting to know that in all 3 classes, Pro, Pro-Am and Am, those 3 winners in each crew have also led the championship. So are currently leading the championship right now. So Legion Races, Apex Racing Brunei and Sim Racing Lanka lead the way in their respective classes. Also won last time out in Kota. So it's interesting to see how they will fare in this one. The track itself, this is the Silverstone circuit in Northamptonshire, home of the British Grand Prix, and a legendary circuit, even if it has a few modifications along the way. But that little club section that it was made, the loop section that they made previously for 2011 onwards, really has provided some difference in overtaking, isn't it, Damon?
Yeah, definitely. And from the track map, you can see here there's definitely a lot of fast sections. So important thing is also conservation of momentum throughout these relatively mid to fast high speed sections here. Particularly around the club, as you've mentioned before. And then as well, just before the 1-2 straight, there's a big kind of S turn there that leads up there. So you want to get a good exit off of that because that presents a big overtaking opportunity into Brooklands.
And of course, Cops, Maggots and Backits and Hanger Straight up to Stowe. Some legendary segments here. But we now, before then, we'll go have a refresher what happened previously at round 3.
Round 3 of the Endurance Edition here for eRacing GP. Since the drivers come across the line, it's go time now. It still stays in the lead. Cars all counting behind here. A bit of a contact happening already in the first turn. We anticipated a bit of chaos, but it's looking like a massive bit of chaos actually.
Somebody just spun out over there. Who is it?
Well, that's actually Handa that has now an opportunity to attack Moyen because he's now right up against the bumper of the Ferrari here.
No, still Moyen get the upper hand. Hasnam is still giving a little bit of pressure to Moyen. Look at it. Look at this.
Yeah, look at this.
Hasnam's not gonna make a move right now.
Going around the outside actually, but this is a very long straight, so he's certainly within his paces here to try to stay ahead of Moyen. How is he going to fight back? He is not going to fight back at all. He's already getting very close here. It looks like it could be potential for a pass if he can just find a way through. He does get into the apex before the Pereira does. He does take the position away, switches around to the inside. Can he outbreak him? Not quite. The BMW though. The BMW cruises and moves into the way and then allows Pereira through, and he's already through. It's not quite over yet.
It's not quite over, but still.
Contact onto the back end while lead spins him out completely. Pereira goes through. Cruz goes through. Aslan's brilliant defending so far, but around the outside, this looks like kids. This could be it. Tasman now gets his nose ahead. He is ahead of Nabil Aslan now. This is third place here for Muhammad Tasbir.
Third place, Muhammad Tasbir. What a great battle.
Hold on, why?
He went wide a bit. This is going to be advantage for Nabil Aslan. Nabil Aslan gets up on the inside of the Andretti right now. They are touching them.
The curb.
The sausage curb. Nabil Aslan is pulling away right now. Is he going to make a move?
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it again.
He's doing it again.
He loses it.
Late on the brakes. But right now, Angelo got the advantage on the outside. Is he going to make a little bit of touching there? He's going to lose it.
Yeah,
So much time over there.
Coming up to turn 1, this is quite treacherous. You do not want to go 3 wide there. Oh, that's very close. And behind them, Moreno Pratama with the apex down the inside.
Another.
Very close. This time goes for the switchback. There's a hit. And
There you go.
look, we stayed together long enough to see that one. It starts once again, causing another incident with a driver battling for position. Oh, there goes Roger. There's nothing clownish about his driving there. Opportunistic. Very opportunistic to take Adam Harif by surprise. He actually manages to overtake him, and Bakhtiar as well goes side by side.
Yes.
Oh, there's a hit. Bakhtiar and Lay hit each other once again. There's a wiggly bits that heads to the final sector. The JPRT car, as per usual, makes his cameo on screen. That's a big slide. That's a big one. Brake quite narrow as well. Got the position and manages to keep momentum. Showdown goes to the inside. They go side by side coming through turn 13. What a fight here. You nearly called it dead and the fight's over, but Shafi's not giving it a ghost just yet, and he will try to go again. Try to go for the switchback, but Hasnam holds on to it.
Balagulan is really had his ability there trying to hold off the Porsche, but that Porsche gets outbraked slightly here by the contact board, so contact that spun around both the Ferrari and the Porsche now. My goodness.
And have to beat it fair and square on track. Out of the final corner comes Dylan Dunn to take an absolutely sensational victory. Slides his way out of it. He turned off the touch control for sure. And there he goes. Race finishes for him. And he has not much of a celebration. Probably he's done it way too many times before. He is happy with that one. And because of how that round played out dramatically with the wet weather changes, these are the championship leaders after that round. Legion Racers number 89, you saw just now with Dylan Tan crossing the line dramatically to win the race. With Andika Ramamalana and Marina Patama, your leaders there. Pro-Am is being led by Apex Racing 333, Amir Naim, Muhammad Azza and Aiman Maizani, while Sim Racing Lanka are bringing the pride of that particular Ceylon nation up in front with Fauzalim and Tahain Ranga. These are the standings after that dramatic race in Kota. Legion Racers are leading ahead by about 12.5 points ahead of Stratus Motorsports. The half points, of course, because of some issues that we had earlier in the year where we had to do half points races. But nonetheless, that's your championship leader and the points at stake here. Mathematically, it's still possible for any of these teams in the top 10. They can be part of the championship fight. Pro-Am, same thing as well, Damon.
Yeah, definitely. Apex Racing Brunei, pretty comfortable 14-point lead for the time being, but anything can happen, of course, in this round 4 of 5 of the championship. Java Sim Esports 33.5 with LOR Ascent in P3 26.5. So, as you mentioned, with how close these points are, definitely there is a chance for all of these drivers to end up switching positions after this round. And the AM Championship here, Sim Racing Lanka, as you mentioned before, 39.5, very comfortably in front of LOR Ascent, which is 25.5. 14 points down. The bigger Racing not that far behind as well, with only looks like 2.5 points difference. So the top 3.
1.5, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very, very close.
Indeed. Now then, we jump into the nitty-gritty here. We're in qualifying, and for the time being, though, it's very close at the front. Dylan Tan, an astonishing lap, 56.3. Wowee. That Mercedes is flying, and they are, in fact, the de facto factory Asian team for Mercedes, because they compete in SRO as well. So, really, they know the car like the back of their hands, and essentially having the best setup possible to just get that time on the board. So, about half a tenth in front of Alan Drake Cruz, who's changed cars for this one in the Aston Martin. Very good time from the young Filipino who's living out in Norway. Let's see how he goes right now. Here he is on screen. We're watching him right now, and he's about a tenth up on his previous best. So keep an eye out. We might see some changes at the front here as we run you through all the classes as well in terms of where they are. Marita Pratama, who's also made the jump from number 889, trying to help the Pro-Am class car for LOR Ascent. Number 7, they're fastest in the Pro-Am category. And Fauza Alim living out the promise for the Sri Lankan team. Sim Racing Lanka, 999, fastest in the AM category right now by also just a tenth of a second. But coming through the final 2 corners then, is it going to be a fast time here for Alan Drake Cruz, Damon?
Yeah, coming past Brooklyn's right now, right up to entering the start-finish straight here. And it looks like his sector's been pretty good, but only really improving on the first sector here as he's about to cross the finish line in just about now. We're going to see the time coming by. Doesn't look like he managed to improve it. And
nope.
Yeah, 156.4, not good enough to get that pole position off of Dylan Tan here.
And he's called it on qualifying, so the youngsters, a 15-year-old and I think an 11-year-old, are leading the way, really leading the roost right now. But, he's actually going for one more attempt. I hope he has enough time, because by the time he exits pit lane, he may not be able to do so. But here are some of the other drivers who are probably going to get improvements. This is Tasbi driving with his brother Alif, of course, all the way out in Indianapolis. Really staying out quite late for that one to drive in this particular round as well. He's done in every round. Let's hope that the late night jet lag doesn't hinder him. Now then, onto the start finish straight. Is it going to be improvement for Tasby here, Damon?
Looking like a very fast second sector here, but he's crossing the start finish straight now, and just as a moment now, it doesn't look like it. Another 156.42, so really unfortunate for him, but it looks like he might be able to stick around for at least one more lap. So there is the opportunity to make it happen here. And you can see all the pro drivers are just pretty much in front of the pack as per we expected. The times that they are setting is very, very similar to one another. We're hitting like 156s and not big in terms of time difference here.
Yep.
To low 156s to mid 157, so
really
relatively close together, especially on a track that's about 6 kilometers long like this.
Indeed. And now we're jumping to one of the championship leaders in their respective class. This is Muhammad Fazalim in the Sim Racing Lanka Aston Martin. Previously they went in BMW, now they changed cars, but he actually was in 18th right there. Now has jumped up all the way to 13th and on the cusp of the top 10 overall. So he's really on it. In fact, he's 2 tenths up on his previous best. We're going to jump to Marin Pratama after this. No, in fact, Pratama's jumped to the pit lane. He is 2 tenths behind the overall lead, but still fastest in Pro-Am. So he's well and clear away ahead of the 333 Apex Racing Brunei team. Though they're not going to take it too hard. They have a comfortable points advantage. If they just finish within that top 5, they set themselves up well for the final round. Now, Fazal Lim is on the Wellington straight. He's lost a bit of time through the loop. Let's see if he can gain that back in the final couple of corners.
Yeah, coming into Brooklyn's right now, and Fazal Alim definitely one of the great drivers here in his respective class. In fact, he could make a how should I say that he could make an excuse to come into the next classes above if he keeps up this performance until the end of the season right now. And Emma, just wanted you to double check as well. No improvement on his current time, and that is, of course, the end of qualifying for these drivers. Yeah, and going back to my line of questioning earlier, I was going to ask you, we're quite late into the season now. Got 2 more races left, including this one. Any standout drivers that you need to look out for over the course of the season that you noticed?
Well, I think, again, we're going through, if it's in individual classes, again, the Sim Racing Lanka boys have really been quite a stand-up performance. That's why they lead in the championship. But the Triple Tree as well, I have to say, Azza has been quite a revelation, especially after his breakout performance last year at Bathurst. So really, he has stepped up a notch. Amirul Naim as well in that team, really leading the way. Right. We're focusing on another car right now because they're the only one who's on a notably fast lap. This is Tassin Adam Noor, part of the GSR team. And this is actually driving for the Bangladesh Association for Auto Racing. So it's a brand new team that came in for this one. Brand new crew, of course, but the team's been there. It's a crew that's part of this team that is brand new. 2 drivers who are looking to impress here for what should be their first big competitive race. But looking good so far, coming up now to the Wellington straight. In fact, whoever's jumped up here to P9, in fact, it's Sonicus, Jean-Pierre Sonicus, driving for the sister GSR car in the pro team category. He's made it up there, the French Thai driver going through, but coming up to the final 2 corners now, it might be an improvement here because this is the only last driver to get a notable lap in. Then we'll jump back to our poster to Dylan Tyne, who, again, astonishing lap, only just half a tenth ahead of Alan Drake Cruz has now. Tassin comes across the line. Has he improved? No, he's not. So, pole position once again for the second successive race. It is Dylan Tyne and Anika Ramamalana for the LOR Racing number 889 team up ahead, with Alan Drake Cruz right beside. So that's a blockbuster front row of the grid, if we ever say so. Third place is Muhammad Tazbi in the Amigos Racing team car. And nope, your eyes don't deceive you. Those are 2 identical looking Ferraris right beside each other, representing a certain brand of well, let's just say banned substance in motorsport circles right now. We can't even mention it. But tobacco, that has a nice homage to their Team Uncle and Amigos Racing team. But Tazbe is lining up 3rd. 4th place is Marino Pratama. And 5th place is Dafa Nabil. So the championship contenders in Pro are all right ahead.
Yeah, definitely. They're super close to one another in terms of time. So we're going to have to see if they can maintain this race pace as well. And we do talk about sometimes how with such a full grid, these cars are definitely going to be stuck in a little bit of traffic in order to really make their way up.
Yep, we're going to head to the commercial break now, actually. So don't go away. We'll be right back after a short break.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. computer evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
So yeah, welcome back then to eRacing GP Endurance Edition for 2024, round number 4. My name is Ami Amazi, alongside me is Damon Sharks Tam, and we're ready to go here for the 4 hours at Silverstone. But first, we're going to jump into a bit of a refresher of how the cars and stars look like here before we go racing. So, here's the spotters guide, and as you can clearly see, some drivers have changed cars as well. Like for example, the number 6 car that used to be BMW, now is a Porsche, and collaborated with a sim racing center. But apart from that, the main protagonists here, number 2 MPR GP, have also changed cars for Ford Mustang.
Yeah, and you can see on the grid as well. I wonder how much the car swap will probably affect them, because maybe they're not used to some of these cars. But of course, knowing these drivers, they definitely have a lot of experience here. You can see Bigger Racing, number 23 there, 3 cars there, JMX Phantom, Allen Racing, Amigos Racing Team, as we pointed out also, with the tobacco-inspired livery.
Yeah,
Amigos, yeah, and the GR Bentley as well. Team Techno, Pro and Pro-Am. You can kind of sort of tell the difference, but you're of course using different cars, so it'd be easier to find out. And next up, round GSR Esports, Stratos Motorsports, another drivers to look out for. Yeah, Nabil and Akib Azlan, definitely great drivers. I've talked to them a couple of times as well. Definitely really good to see them as well. And the MPR, another MPR GP car.
And this is the 4th page of the screen. We're almost to the end now. A couple of interesting tidbits here, including the fact Apex Racing brought a second car, 363, to partner with the Triple Tree that's leading the championship. So hopefully no team orders that we can put there. And the number 404 car, which is the Food Panda car, my personal favorite. It looks really striking. And towards the end, we got a couple of cars as well that are brand new, including the Papega number 720, the Ferrari-inspired livery over there, and Team Uncle was also riding a Philip Morris tribute. But crucially as well, 889 is right there, Dylan Tan and Andika Ramamalana, your main championship protagonists. Now, we're ready to go racing here. We're going to do a formation lap around the entire circuit, and then we'll be ready to go for the 4 hours of Silverstone, the penultimate round of the 2024 championship. And after this, points will be accumulated to do the drop scores. So, whatever we do now, it's going to be important for the drivers to get it right. So, we're looking at our championship leader overall in the pro category as well. Andika Ramamarana has actually taken over from Dylan Tan, and he'll be starting the race here in the Mercedes.
Yeah, switching out the starters, probably a good idea. Get Dylan Tan a bit rested up for his stint later on. So we have Andika Rama here, in front, starting out the formation lap. We can probably use this as an opportunity to go on board for at least a lap to see exactly what we are dealing with here. And of course, Silverstone GP is not an unknown track. Pretty much every racing driver worth their salt would know Silverstone very well. So yeah, definitely going to be able to see it. But the important thing to note is there is a 46 car grid this time around, it looks like. 47 car grid, so it's going to be a bit packed, especially when you're starting near the back as well. Definitely going to be a bit of traffic to get through. We have Elliot, Stoy, and Nagel here.
Yep.
And yeah, as I said before, traffic is going to be a bit of issue for these drivers to navigate through, especially if you're charging towards the front of the pack. And of course, this being a 4-hour endurance, you also have to keep in mind resource management, tires, fuel, and then making sure that you are back in the drivers, back in the pits once your stint is over.
Yep, indeed. And the thing is, we jump to the guy at the very back of the grid because look at the amount of drivers in front that he has to overtake. So Elliot, Sarah Nagel, Randy Go, and Ethan Lowe apparently is the one that's actually in the car right now. So we'll wait and see when the timing screen suss itself out. But That's a huge workload that they're gonna do, and even more so for the car that's actually managed to fail to get onto the grid altogether. The GSR Esports Beta team of Harishami Chong Jinbin and Calvin Pao, they've actually failed to make the start. So unfortunately, they will be right at the back of the entire field once it goes by. Now, we jump up further through the field. We're coming into the Vale and Club section. This is actually quite a striking car, isn't it? We saw just now in the Sporters Guide, but the MPRGP boys, they've jumped over from initially a BMW M4 to now a Ford Mustang GT3, and they have a menacing Venom car on the side of their livery.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Definitely, and I think the Ford is probably one of the cars to look out for. It is, in fact, the only Ford on the grid here, driven by MPRGP. Talked to some of the drivers about this car, and they said it's probably very, very quick, but it takes a lot to keep under control. And that is kind of par for the course for this big American pony cars.
And speaking of big car, there is Raja Miroshakat, who's actually joined for a brand new entry, and his co-driver Imran Zohaili, who's sadly been kicked out of the Stratos lineup to join for this one. But he's done a good job with his livery, though. I'm not gonna lie, it's a very good looking car, even if it is clashing of brands.
That is true. Like the GR Toyota brand on the Bentley just seems a little bit out of place. Because the ghosting is still on for the time being, because these cars are still in the middle of their formation lap, getting those tires warmed up just before they enter the start-finish straight. They're on the Wellington straight right now, giving a bit of a swerve, keeping some heat in the tires, because you want to have the best start possible, especially with a grid this big.
Yep. And of course, focusing on the championship contenders, this is also leader in the Pro-Am category, Muhammad Azhar. He actually is second on the grid, because pole sitter for that one is the LORSN number 7, driven by Moreno Pratama and Enzo Ison. So, Enzo Ison, we saw him at the GT Cup Asia recently, did himself a world of good by really driving well in a category amongst a sea of aliens, but he's gonna have to find a different game to compete now, because he is among those same set aliens, including runner-up for this year and champion last year in the GT Cup Asia, Andika Ramamalana, getting to lead the field. Coming up now through Woodcote for the first time here out of potentially 200 plus laps for 4 hours around the Silverstone circuit. We're waiting for the green flag now. Andika Ramamalana will lead the field. Right beside him is Alan Drake Cruz. We're waiting for the green flag still. It's a bit of a long hold up. I think by the time we cross the start finish line, we might start now. And yes, green light. We're on the way here for the 4 hours of Silverstone. It's a good, decent-ish start here for Andika Ramamalana. He manages to cut through. So Ramstick gets the whole shot, and he cuts across Alan Drake Cruz to take the lead here. But I think the rest of the field have gotten away pretty clearly. We're still focusing up in front. No yellow flags. Oh, in fact, we've had the first of the spinners here. Number 121, Adiansa Rizky Gunawan, is right at the back. He's actually dropped it. But up in front right now, Rama, he's leading away. But Alan Drake Cruz is hot on his tail. Let's see what he can do here, Damon.
Yeah, look at that train of cars coming in through after the high-speed section here, just after the start finish straight. And yes, as you mentioned before, Alan Drake Cruz actually kind of got a decent start as well, putting up alongside Andika just before the green flags went down. Unfortunately, because he was on the outside of the first corner here, couldn't really make it happen. But he's not that far behind, about 2/10. And right now, Andika Ramamalana is trying to get away from the rest of the pack. Doesn't want to get caught up into anything that might occur later on, early in the race. And we're only like 2 minutes in, so honestly speaking, this is a pretty clean start regardless. And yeah, we're definitely seeing on the tree there the feed. Look at how there's already a driver going off, and I can't really see what car it is. Oh, it's a techno car, and it's another one. The car is 696 here.
Yeah, Brandon Chong and Mike Denaldi. He was on the hanger straight. Luckily, he didn't actually lose it completely, but those two guys have not had the best of starts here.
Yeah, and I don't know how much is it chalked up to the unfamiliarity of the cars, because they didn't swap cars, did they?
It's still the same car. In fact, that the driver in that particular unit is a brand new guy for this championship, Mike Denaldi. He has competed in a couple of global edition races. And in fact, incidentally, Denaldi is one of the Indonesian commentators for GT Cup Asia, so he's got a baptism of fire. He knows the circuit well because he drives the F1 games, but completely different kettle of fish compared to driving high downforce cars that can go up to 300 plus kilometers per hour. Now, well, there's a couple of drivers who have gone off initially, but I think every single car, 47 of them, have made the grid.
Yeah, relatively clean start from everybody here, and the cars of Alan Drake Cruz and Andika Rama are still caught on the really locked in this battle right now. Andika's been trying to get away for the past couple laps, but hasn't been able to really do so just yet. And Alan Drake Cruz is waiting for an opportunity to really seize, go for a dive maybe if he can keep the gap close enough. Otama and P3, they're just behind him, also less than a second split between him and Alan Drake Cruz. And the battle for the podium spot wouldn't happen so soon because we're still really early on. There's still a lot to get in, and then we also have to consider what they're going to do in terms of pit strategy, of course, because you know some of these drivers, some of these teams, some would have 4 drivers, some would have 3 drivers, some would have 2 drivers. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a guessing game as to how the strategy is going to pan out as the race goes on.
Indeed. And looking at some of the drivers. Oh, that's a big moment there from Pratama. Did he catch it in time? Yes, he did. But at the expense of Fadli Rahman coming down to the back of him. So, both Indonesians, one's driving for the Singaporean team, the other for the Indonesian homeboys. As we got a spinner further behind, that's the Pepega car of Ashish Shakur. He's dropped it here, but we're not going to focus on that. He might have actually been dumped on his own. But that moment from Moreno Pratama, as you said, Damon, the unpredictability that can happen in an endurance race, it rears its head just momentarily there. But mercifully, he kept it on the road, not losing a second out of that. As a further behind here, here's Rajendra Shaukat for the GR Bentley team fighting with... You see in A Young, that's not Alex, by the way, that's Alistair's actually in a BMW. He came in very last minute, but luckily managed to get the entry in. Now, he's fighting with the big boys, Simon Pro-Am, and on the podium position, he's gotten the better of Raja there, Damon.
Yeah, for the time being, but of course, as you mentioned before, I think I didn't realize Casas Curse actually sprung up so damn early right now, and it just got into a position where like you got into early on trying to get used to the car as well, especially on a track like this. Really have to make sure that you get into that rhythm as quickly as possible. Iman Rayan here, we're watching here Apex Racing Brunei Junior A car of number 363, just behind Mali here.
Vladi Malik.
Yeah, Vladi Malik, and onto the Wellington Straight. He's pretty close enough to get into the draft and probably try to make a move onto no, wait, this is not Brooklyn. It looks really similar.
Hanger Straight.
Yeah, Hanger Straight, yes,
So,
yes. And just entering the club in just a moment here. And, yeah. Oh, there he goes. He tries to go for a dive. Looks like he was close enough, but kind of a little bit not as brave on the brakes there. So, trying to avoid any incident, you definitely don't want to be caught up in anything this early on. And you can see that is the car of Ardian Shah, Rizky Gunawan, car number 46, car number 121 here. Yeah, stuck in the back. Let's see a replay.
Yep. Oh, don't tell me it's a teammate kill because it looks the same. No,
oh!
No. Pepega car knocks off, and who was that Pepega car? It might have been the number 21 of, no, in fact 11 of Elliot Sterinagger. So, Sterinauer, but yeah. Big moment there. Luckily, though, did he keep it off the walls? No, in fact, he has clattered the wall. So the car is well and truly scuffed. And I think the steward's report might be coming in straight away on that.
Yeah, not really sure how much that damage is going to affect him. But he is still in relatively good nick. He'll be able to navigate the car around here. Meanwhile, the battle between Vladi Manley and Iman Rayan is still heating up here. They're just going past Brooklyn's right now, and I thought they were going, Iman Ryan will probably try to make a move early on, but I don't think he was close enough. As they're entering a new lap, we're about 6 minutes in the race, 6 minutes and 10 seconds. And so far, aside from a few unforced errors by some of these drivers, everyone else has managed to keep it clean, settling into their rhythm. You can definitely see just how many cars on the track there. Going to try and keep it safe. Don't want to get caught up in unnecessary situations that will burn through your resources, your tires, your fuel, and maybe even your mental concentration, right?
Indeed. And now we go to the leader in the AM category, well ahead of the Pepega car in question. Well, it might have been the number 23, but the 23 is running different livery this time, not the Pepe colors, but an all purple and black livery. Either way, that might be a penalty incoming. We're looking at Fazal Alim. He is leader of the championship in AM, and hopefully, for his sake, he will try to keep it out of trouble as well, because he had a bit of a moment coming through cops. He nearly lost the front end, but grabbed it in time. At the expense of, he's fallen into the clutches of that battle between Falai Malik and Iman Ryan. Now, well, we can go back out to the battle to the front because that's heating up quite nicely too.
Yeah, the gap between these two drivers have actually not really decreased, but of course, because of Pratama's earlier momentary loss of control of the car, he ended up succeeding a lot of time to the top two drivers here. And you can see coming into the Wellington straight right now, entering Brooklyn's Alan Drake Cruz a bit far behind to really make a move, but he's definitely still keeping Andika in his sights right now, trying to make sure that he can seize any opportunity that comes up his way if Andika ever makes a mistake here. And this battle is going to be relatively comfortable for him, as well as Andika, of course, being so far ahead of P3 right now. So as long as both of them can get settled into the rhythm, this definitely will be a relatively tireless affair for them. Be able to keep everything under control, keep the momentum going, keep their concentration in full nick. And you can see Alan Drake Cruz doing a bit of communication with his spotter there. And yeah, definitely going to be it. And some other drivers you have to take note of on the grid. So of course, the MPR car, the Mario Haslam here in the Ford. Of course, we mentioned that earlier. Very, very good car, but takes a lot to keep it under control. But if anyone can do it, it's probably the Mario Haslam here. And right in front of him, which brother is that? Nakib is driving right now, yes. So yeah. Nakib is currently in Stratos Motorsport M6, sorry. Okay, I am not working today. But regardless, yeah. Ooh, here comes Muhammad Tasbih trying to see if he can make a move on Rahma here. Oh, coming in on the inside.
Oh, that's very close. If you can get a bonnet cam on this, that is very, very close. Nip and tuck stuff. I thought he had enough momentum. I know that's a very good place. You can outbrake the guy or force him to a mistake. You can do the switchback through there because he's compromised his line, but Fatbi was well averse to that one and manages to hang on to it just about by the skin of his teeth. But for Tasbih, that is an early wake-up call, isn't it? Because he knows full well he's got the pace in him right now. And judging by how this has been going, it's been an absolute slobber knocker for these two guys. It's really, really knife-edge stuff.
Yeah, if we're looking at the sector times right now, you can see Tasbih is definitely faster in the first and third sectors, but loses a bit of time in the second sector. I think that can be chalked up mostly to how much he is trying to get space, and Rahma is just not letting him get that space. So keeping it ahead, but you know Tasbih definitely on the pace right now. Current fastest lap, however, being held by Damari Haslam, again showing the prowess of the Ford Mustang GT3 car. And coming into the first 10 minutes of the race, we're about to eclipse that. The cars of Andika Rama Maulana and Alan Drake Cruz are still pretty close to one another, but they are slowly losing time to the rest of the grid.
Yeah, especially given the fact that we have a massive field of 47 cars that managed to make the start here out of the 50 that registered. And if you want to know the season registry number, it's 73. 73 cars have signed up for here, so amazing number of cars. If only we're racing in the North Slide, but maybe we can get all 73 on board, who knows. But it's an amazing and varying levels of achievements, but still having a variety of drivers on the grid and from very different nationalities. Right up from, we saw just now, Elliot Steerenagel. He's from America, but born, well, he was born in Minnesota, but then he was raised in Hong Kong, been all over Asia, and now he's racing here in Malaysia with the Papega boys, so that's one. And then we got Bangladesh as well, being represented well with the GSR team, having drivers like Tasmin Rodis. We had them on board just now earlier with the on board when we were seeing them just now, but unfortunately I think we might have lost them out of the top 10. Regardless of that, United States, Bangladesh, from West Asia all the way up to the Far East, we have KP Seong, who's Korean as well. So again, different drivers from varying backgrounds. We love to see them on board.
Yeah, definitely. I just also wanted to point out that Fazul Alim actually, he was almost 3 places in front of his closest competition. Vladimir Iman Raya and Roy Ripper all made it past him as well. And I think, of course, he was definitely giving them space because he's not racing with them. They're not in the same class. But because of that, he ends up being in a position where the next driver behind him is Aiden Tan. And he's already closing the gap between them. So Fazul Ali might end up losing this position if he's not careful.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that this is the battle for the AM win, it really would be sweaty for him. Unfortunately, we might have missed out what happened to Fazio Alim that dropped him in the overall positions at least, but he's still leading the AMP category, which is all that he needs right now, because that comfortable advantage that we saw at the start, he will be using that to try create a bit of a buffer, because again, anybody who's joined even in this round, if they win a race, they might have an opportunity mathematically to join into the final round of the season with a championship chance, because of the fact that we had 2 half-point races this year. For up in front, there's been a try and overtake, I think. Was that Azza going for a dive, or was that Raja Amrishaka going for it? Whatever it is, these 3 are also going after Ham and Tongs, fighting for the Pro-Am podium positions. Alistair is holding on to that one in P10 overall, second in the Pro-Am category. Azza's in third, and another one of those drivers who's looking to make use of the fact that he's got a advantage in the championship. We're talking about KP Seong. This is the Korean in question. He's fallen right at the back, so the OverMe team, who have been going through trial by fire in the first couple runs, have finally found their feet somewhat in the AMP category and doing quite well. But for KP Seong, this is his first race here. You can see the scuff marks on his car. He might have been in the wars earlier.
Yeah, definitely. When there's so many cars on the grid, it's kind of hard to really divert your attention to anything that's happening unless you're really quick on the draw. And when we were talking about things, other things could happen on the grid as well. And you can see a bit of front damage, front bumper damage to the car of KP Seong here. Probably puts him in a bit of a tight spot, but the car in front of him, Gunawan, had also some of that damage that we talked about earlier when he spun out and then he got spun out and then tipped the barrier as well.
Yep.
So these 2 cars are kind of equal in terms of their condition. So Gunawan's going to have to try his best to keep KP Seong at bay here in the back of the grid. And I wanted to bring attention to one of the other new drivers that we have on the grid. Of course, that is the car of Raja Amino Shauka in the Bentley here. And you and I know him very well. We just entered Global Edition and then just demolished his particular league and then got promoted very quickly. So the improvement that this driver has shown us over the course of the last year or so has been absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, and in fact now that GR doesn't just mean anything, he also is actually a Toyota rookie in Malaysia, so he's well on his way to having a full-fledged career out of just only a couple of months in sim racing, would you believe me? He just started just last year, but now he's gone to bigger places and spaces to really expand his repertoire, and certainly he's made it through sim racing. Now he's battling here among some of the best drivers in the Asia Pacific region and the wider world at large, because again, we got such a cosmopolitan field of drivers in this particular round. It's amazing to see how it has progressed as well for the LGB now. Let's see if there's any other battles on track. In fact, Mario Hassan very close up to the back of Nakib Aslan. Let's see if Nakib can actually stave off the attack of the NPR GP Ford Mustang.
Yeah, and of course, Damari Hazam still holding the fastest lap overall in this entire race here. We've known he's actually been kind of locked into this battle with Nakib for quite a while. I think for the past 5 to 10 minutes he's been here in this position as well, but he's closer than ever before in the Venom liveried Ford Mustang GT3 car. Nakib Aslan trying to hold it off as well in that green and black Stratos Motorsport car. They're doing pretty well for himself as well, trying to keep the gap as wide as possible, coming into certain sections of the course where the car behind can really see where your braking points are and then can try and contest it by braking a lot later. As you just see here, you can see Nakib Aslan went on the brakes a little bit early to try and make that turn safely, but Damari Hazam almost sending it and braking quite a lot later, just a little bit.
Yeah, luckily though he didn't cloud the back of Nakib, otherwise he would have ended up in the barriers outside the cops like the Verstappen in 2021, of course. You know, the fandom between those two have been up in arms since then. The drivers themselves have shown a lot of respect, but we digress. Anyway, back to behind these guys. It is a close battle between Tazmi, Fadi Rahmat, Jean-Pierre Sonicus, and Muhammad Irfan. So really, these guys, 4 of them, are going at it hammer and tongs as well. But make no mistake, if anything was to happen on track, it might just be from these 4.
Yeah, and I'm sort of thinking like they definitely have to be in this rhythm that I was talking about earlier, and they definitely want to make sure, because this is a long race, right? We're only 15 minutes in, so any moves that you decide to make early on, it's not going to be this early, even if you want to end up securing a good position for yourself, because you just don't sometimes. suffering unrecoverable damage and then bowing out on the race early. I don't think that's what these drivers are looking for. So they're contesting it, ruining the race for everyone else.
15 minutes, we saw the first initial skirmishes. Now it's all very quiet as we are hearing ourselves on our screen, but don't mind that, we might just actually fix that after this, as Jean-Pierre Sonicus is working on the back of Mohammad Tasbi with Irfan behind watching brief here. He's probably not trying to attack too. Any of these guys in front trip up with each other. That's 3 free positions as right now Tasbi is right on the back of Rahmat. He seems to be struggling a bit. He's not had the tire life that he wanted. Pace-wise, no problem. He's still well faster than some of the average Joes there, actually. Of an incident, 555. That's Muhammad Azreen. And, well, he's stuck on the curb. He's beached it. And luckily, managed to keep it going. But no doubt, that's a wild moment for him as we see what happened to Azreen. Oh, he lost it himself. He actually lost it himself and got clouted by another McLaren being driven by one of the Ho brothers. I'm not sure if it was Brandon or it was Brian. No, it's Brandon. It's a Brandon Ho. It's a bit of damage that he did not want. Luckily though, not too much histrionics, but for Azreen in the Borneo Ronin racing car, number 555, that's not what he wanted.
Yeah, at the very least, it didn't seem like the damage was super extensive, but looks like Mohammad Tasbi actually made it past Fadi Rahman coming into the second half of the course right now, and we should get a replay of that move as well. Close as well. Fadi Rahman kind of caught unawares, and the car behind him, Jean-Pierre Sonicus, is also going to be able to, not going to be able to, he's about to try and close the gap as well. Fadi Rahman keeping that line nice and tight, so he's still not, still holds on to that position for the time being, but it'll be really interesting to see Tasbi making that move. Absolutely beautiful here.
Yeah, let's see a replay of what happened here. Oh, in fact, we're just gonna miss the overtake itself, but really, that was a switchback that Tasbi managed to pull off right there. We saw the end of the maneuver on the inside, so we should have gotten a bit of a longer replay on that one. But regardless of that, really good bit of driving from Tasbi. That's what you call 100% committed to his craft, and racecraft really shows the years of experience that he had on board to make that stake. We saw the end of it, but now we saw the start of it, of how Rifki Arianda, my apologies, for Pinta by Bigo Racing 2 also has come across. Let's see what happened here as well.
Yeah, really, and then got forced out into that spin there. Not sure which car that was.
Tell Racing team, a brand new team for this one, not the way that they wanted to get their 50 seconds of fame.
Yeah, and of course they're not in the same classes as well, so this is just going to be putting them in a very tough spot. Let's see, the gaps are really starting to widen. The track itself is getting populated by cars all around, so there is going to be a point in time where there's just no free real estate on the track right now. You're gonna have to try and navigate your way through traffic, regardless of where you want to try. KP Song there, going for a nice move on to Gunawan. I think he's been behind Gunawan for a while, and now just making it through. Actually, that is actually...
Yeah, it's for position. Somebody else is off, and I think that is the number 159 car that we talked about earlier. Yes, it is Tan Teng Vong. So the Sanchal Thai car has actually come across himself. We'll have to see a replay of what happened there. That sent him... No, in fact, we're not going to go get that. But really unfortunate bit of driving for Tan Teng Vong. He was involved in an incident earlier. Now for the second straight lap, he's actually gone off again. So let's see. Let's try to get an even further replay of what happened there. Yep. And so no wonder the gap was very close, because he was actually in this battle with Kent Lau and KP Seong, or maybe he spun it himself coming out of Chapel.
Let's see here, as they're coming into, taking quite a wide line there. Oh, I'm gonna end up missing the replay, but regardless, That puts Tan Teng Vong all the way at the back of the pack right now. So, realistically speaking, he's got a lot of clean air to run with. He could probably catch up whenever, about 3.5 seconds back. And Fazul Alim is in the pits.
Here, what happened to the championship leader in the AM category? So, it might be an unscheduled pit stop as Tan Teng Vong has actually dropped it again here. And this time probably a spin on his own because he was well clear of everybody else. But for Fazul Alim, how long is he in the pit lane right now? Because he's actually lost so much time here from where he was earlier.
Yeah, I generally don't know what happened there, but maybe there was an issue with connection. Not entirely sure what happened. But regardless, this is gonna not bode well for his current tournament standings. So, current leader of this amateur class is going to be Aiden Tan here. So Alim for that position. Aiden Tan holding on to that position. You can see he's trying really hard to keep that car under control, but the car of Angelo Senarane behind him now jostling for his position.
Yep, and this is for the win in AM as well. So at least for the Sri Lankans, they have another hope, a beacon of light to try and stem the bleeding that happened. They might be different teams, but of course, they are racing under the same flag. And for the Sri Lankans, that would be nice to have at least another winner at the front. Battling here with Aiden Tan, the Singaporean driving for the Malaysian team Downshift Esports Arena, who are based up in Sunway, not far from where we're commentating. So it's another sim racing center that actually are dabbling in sim racing, and no doubt a few of them. Still in the pit lane, would you believe it? So it's really a shame. As so, what happened there?
Could be a multitude of reasons. Could have probably ended up in contact with somebody, but it doesn't look like he's actually suffered any damage there. So, not really sure what the penalty was about, but regardless, it has happened, which means he does have to take it at some point during the race here before he switches drivers. Meanwhile, Raja Amiro Shaukat here at the back here. I could have sworn he was a bit higher up in the standings. He's down to P12 right now.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so kind of wondering what happened there. And there's things about these big GT3 cars is that metric time of downforce from the aero of the cars, they could definitely still end when you're trying to put the power down on the exit. Remember, these cars are still real. These drivers, as soon as you let go for just a moment, they will come and bite back, especially when you see the McLarens, the mid-engine cars especially. Right now, Demario Haslam and Nakib Azlan are still kind of tidally locked into half a second down on Nakib Azlan, but Nakib Azlan is catching up to P3. As a matter of fact, they made it past, catching up to the front of the grid, so the pace from these two drivers are definitely really high.
And speaking of drivers coming to the pits, well, Alistair's actually supposed to do a drive-through, but he's actually jumped into the pit box. So it might be a change of driver because he's going to change to fellow real race car driver Adam Khalid. But if that's the case, the drive-through is not going to be rescinded. It's still going to be there.
Yeah.
So whatever happened to the strategy here, it has gone up in the air as another car is also in the pits coming out soon. It's it's Tan Teng Vong. Now he's actually changed it to his co-driver Tanakit Jangjit for the Sunchild Racing team, and he's out of there as well. But yeah, it's a bit too early for pits.
Also stretching imagination, I think the stint's going to be at a maximum of an hour and a half, seems like. And coming into the pits when we're not even half an hour into the race does seem like a bit of an issue regarding pit strategy. Maybe they just feel like drivers currently not awake enough, alert enough to be the starter, but that is of course only speculation. As you can see here, Pratama suddenly finding two new cars in his rearview mirror. He was pretty comfortable in that P3 for a while, but now he's gonna have to fend them off. And we already know these two drivers are absolutely quick. In fact, the Mario Haslam and Akib Aslan, two of the fastest drivers I know in eRacing GP. And immediately Pratama is under so much pressure here.
Yeah, and speaking of pressure, can you imagine what Andika Rama feels like, as you said, in front, half a second having a great cruise, but he's not that far away from Pratama, and now Keep as well is within earshot, so near slide and spin, manages to recover it. Now the whole gaggle is back together in essence.
Yeah, the gap was up to 2 seconds at some point early on during the race, but I think what had happened was the battle between P1 and P2 had slowed down the pace so much that Pratama ended up getting an opportunity back into this battle. And make no mistake, this is going to be a battle for P1 here, but of course we have Muhammad Tasbih here making his way, charging towards the front of the pack after making it past Vadi Rama, that he's just been extending the gap even further, 2.2 seconds out from Vadi Rahmat, and all of a sudden this 5-car battle turning into 6 is entirely likely to happen.
Yep, as you can see there, all cars with me earshot, 6 cars in essence battling for the lead, and you can also include Fali Rahmat for good measure. He's not that far away either, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all in a row. If we can get a heli shot on that one, yeah, it's ridiculous how close these guys are to each other in regards to fighting for the position of the lead. Now, says we're heading a bit. The battle's building up, so we don't really have to call it too much. We can look at the comment section right now of some of the people that have left their comments. So either Facebook or YouTube. I think YouTube has a lot of people coming in right now, and a lot of people are supporting for either the Indonesians, of course, because there are plenty. Rama as well up in front. He's pretty good. Indo Pride, hashtag Indo Pride has to support. Though it's unfortunate that for Mike Denaldi, he was involved in the earlier skirmishes where he got punted off at the hangar straight. Luckily kept it on the wall, but that has... We mentioned earlier, there's a couple of Bangladeshi drivers driving for the GSR team. They're going well right now. They're third in the Pro-Am category, being driven currently by Raul Chakraborty and Tasin Anaf Noor. They're riding high in P14 overall. Sim Racing Lanka 999, they had support as well. Well, unfortunately that support has to go away for a while, or rather they'll have to pray that they can go back up because they're out of the race right now. The 999 is out of the race, so that contenders in that one. And of course, the Ceylon Motorsport Club, CMSC, has a couple of sponsors. So let's give us a bit of love to Angelo Sanaratne. He win because he's only about a second, just under a second behind Aiden Tan in the DS Arena car.
Yeah, and you can definitely see Aiden is at certain points of the track charge forward and narrow that gap even further. It's only less than a second, so at any point of the track, something can definitely happen here, and you can see really how
there's a to have company from Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie in Malaysia, Brandon Ho.
Yeah, and you have to also acknowledge the fact that they're not in the same class, so this battle is going to be I want to say relatively unnecessary, but this is jostling for position on the track as well, so you definitely want to be keeping an eye out for that, as Brandon Ho doing a pretty good job keeping it tight. He goes a bit wide through Brooklands there. So as I mentioned before, McLarens are going to be one of the toughest cars to keep under control in this course. Very good throughout the high-speed sessions, but can be kind of twitchy when it comes to the slower to mid-speed corners here. Coming to the start-finish straight, we've gone a few laps right now. We're just over the half an hour mark of the current race, and so far we've got all the spins out of the way. Hopefully, I don't want to curse it yet, but we haven't seen a big spin really. And car 159 here has actually gone into the pits here.
Right. In fact,
oh, he's been DQ'd.
Yes, it's the Thai Sunchild car. So he went through for a drive-through. Unfortunately, has been disqualified. And speaking of, well, when it rains, it pours for Alistair Young. Not only did he have to serve a drive-through, but he's also gotten a stop-and-go 30-second penalty as well. Oh, pain. For what was fighting on the podium at one point to now going completely tumbling through the order. In fact, the Sunchild car has left the race completely. So 2 retirements now to 999. Most notably, the championship leader in AM has left the race. So that's the end of that particular fight for the 999 SRL car. But for the number 159 has become 160 because Tan Teng Bong has come back into the race. He is not going to be able to finish this one because he's not riding the same numbers. So if he does a pit stop, that will be the end of his race.
Yeah, stop and go penalty is going to be pretty damning for them right now, as the cars are, you can see the car of Sanchar Racing Team is back on the grid, but whether or not they'll be able to move out is going to be a different question entirely. Here with Duran Abes Sekera, CMSC Team Black, which is really weird because the car's green.
I mean, just the differentiate between the different colors because they have red, blue. In 21, he's all the way in 88, but whatever it is, Duran Abisakera is going up Podium in the AM category, so let's see how he's gonna get on trying to overtake. We're not gonna really focus on it too much right now because it's just slightly
culminating in contention, because driver swaps, you have to do it fast, of course, but you have to also make sure that the swap does happen. As that is number 160 in the grid, I think. Let's not look at it for the time being. Of course, this battle between 4 and P3 in the AM category. Right now, still battling, half a second between. Here. But we have to go onto the hood cam right now just to see how close he can really get.
left field. Wilson's going falling there. But for both of them, it looks as though a little bit in favor. Yeah. And no, in fact, it's
different class.
Yeah. Look at the McLaren, that was
Yeah.
the in one, but I saw it was a white McLaren, so
Yeah.
that was Angelo, but
Wilson.
racing was still nonetheless an overall fight here, with Azza about 4 seconds ahead of this particular battle, so Raja has his work cut out.
Yeah, he's doing a relatively good job of keeping it ahead, but Imar Ryan is of course one very young driver that we know, but is also very, very fast indeed. Raja Amir Shakat will have his work cut out for him in order to maintain this lead. I want to point your attention, of course, to the top 5 right now, because it looks like Mohammad Hasbi has actually made it past both Demario Haslam and Nakib Aslan at some point during the race.
Yes, indeed. In fact, he's now about... Oh, look at that. You can see Hasnam and Nakib Aslan coming up to Stowe, but it looks as though that Hasnam couldn't get away that time around. He's just waiting and biding his time. Maybe he'll try to do a switchback like what Taspi did on Fali Rahman. As you can see, he looks a bit of a dink. He tries a dink there to come through, but luckily he got it stopped because I thought he was going to lose control as well. It could be a dink, or he could just try to shimmy the car coming through. But whatever it is, that was a close call from Demario Hasnam.
Yep.
He's now right out to the back. And in fact, because of these guys battling, they've actually lost sight just slightly of Marino Pratama, Alan Drake Cruz, and Andika Rama Malana.
Yeah, and Fali Rahman is so close to them now. When we saw the gap about 10 minutes ago, it was much wider than it is now. It was over a second, maybe 2 seconds in fact. The fact that Fali Rahman was able to close the gap to this extent and put himself in contention for this P5, not even a podium spot, this is for P5. It really makes it, you can definitely feel the pressure, and this is where the mental battles start happening as well. The Mario Azam was looking out the inside, again, not close enough coming into Brooklands to make the move onto Naki Azlan, but Naki Azlan, he has been fending off the Mario Haslam for so long. I really wonder exactly how much pressure he's dealing with right now.
Well, as you said, the mental game very high right now, and I think he'll be sweating a bit because, look, he's actually defending, but that Ford is quite fast, and that's why he's got it on the left. Oh, they touch! That's a touch from Demario Haslam to the back of Nakib Aslan. Mercifully, though, Nakib manages to hang on to that one, and for Demario's sake as well, he didn't actually lose too much time. They're back at each other, but Fali Rahman has the best scene in the house. You can see the both of them battling so hard right here. It's almost like you're watching through your fingers right now, whether something terrible is going to happen.
Yeah, good discipline for Naki Azlan to keep it under control. A little bit of a tap, but it was a relatively high-speed session, so he manages to power out of it with the power and the downforce of the BMW right now. But Demario Haslam kind of sending a message to Naki Azlan saying, okay, if you're going to drive this slow, I'm going to make it past you, and you're not going to be able to do anything to stop me. So better speed up. And because Fadi Rahman is also behind, you have Jean-Pierre Sonicus behind them as well. 4-car battle for P5. Despite what it looked like at first, right now this battle is going to be heating up as the gaps narrow ever so slightly. And you can see just how big this contention is, because these cars, they are at least 3 seconds behind Muhammad Tasbih. And we saw earlier that these two drivers were actually less than a hair's breadth away from Pratama, and all of a sudden the gap extended to 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds as a matter of fact. So definitely curious to see what had happened there. Maybe it's something that they will have to figure out later on once the stint is over, as we're just about to hit a 45-minute mark in a couple of moments.
Yeah, but let's see how this battle transpires on this one. Meanwhile, we want to go back as well to that battle between Rajamrit Shaka, Imarayan and Ricky Satria, because that's actually close between them. And of course, Tassin Noor is involved in that one. So the two Bangladeshis in their first race here in in Endurance Edition is doing quite well. But we'll get back to that as soon as we can, as we come back to the scene of the incident previously between Hasnam and Aslan. They're coming up to cops now. Okay, clear for now, but Hasnam is definitely the faster of the two drivers. He's thinking what to think. Coming up to Mackett and Beckett. Will he try the inside? Yes, he does. They touch again. Oh, no. There goes Nakeem. He cuts across the track. And luckily, though, gets it back together as well as the Mario. But to their detriment, they've lost again a bit of time here as...
Here comes Fadli.
Here comes Fadli, come behind. Here's on the hanger straight. Damon.
Coming into the hanger straight right now, into the next latter half of the course. And Fadi Rahman is really looking onto the outside there, not close enough to make that happen, but he's got the tighter line on the exit there. Looks to see if he can make it past Demario Hasnam. They're pulling alongside side by side. He's got the outside coming in. Demario Hasnam has to see position, but Fadi Rahman goes a bit wide. Tightens it up just in time for the next right-hander, and he takes that position away. But here comes Jean-Pierre Sonicus, also trying to make a move as well. He was close enough, but backed off at the last moment to avoid any unnecessary risk. Ooh, and the battle heats up as Demario Hassan takes that position back, but they're coming into the next left-hander here. Ooh, very wide for Demario Hassan. Fadi Rahman going quite tight, almost exceeding track limits there to get this position back away from Demario Hassan.
Oh!
Ooh, contact there. Coming into the next right-hander, Jean-Pierre Sonicus sees his opportunity, tries to make a move, but again backs off a little bit too early in order to make something happen. They're coming into the Wellington straight right now, but Fadi Rahman has pulled away a little bit from Demario Hassan, so he won't be able to catch up before they enter Brooklands.
Oh, Sonicus was having a full grandstand view of that one. And for Demario, that has really deteriorated quite badly. He's lost 2 positions, in essence, in a row. Now it's going to make it 3 because Sonicus is just watching brief here, driving really conservatively to not get involved in any of the battles or the skirmishes that has entailed. But for Demario, that car as well is really slightly battered now.
Yeah, and really going to be a bit of a pickle for Demario Hassan. He was doing really well all the way from the start of the race up until now. You can see there's already been some damage to the front of his car. So now instead of Nakib Azad to fend off, he has an Aston Martin or Fali Rahman to fend. So switching out green for orange here. But he definitely has to keep a cooler head here.
Yeah.
He definitely was under a high pressure situation, and I don't want to say that he buckled under it, but definitely it sort of became a bit charged at the end. Ooh, that's Wilson Wood. He's gone off.
Yeah, Wilson's the next one to come across, and he was battling with Duran at the Sakera. And I hope that wasn't Duran doing it, because that will be really unfortunate for the CMSC drop. It looks as though it's highly likely, and they got a back marker. That's Alistair Young, incidentally. So Alistair's still in the car coming here, and Duran comes through. Yep. Most likely it was Duran that hit him, yep.
Yeah, definitely. That was definitely a bit of a push instead of just a shunt. And puts Wilson Wood into the wall there, suffering a bit of front-end damage. And Duran making it pass. Not cleanly, of course, and then the rejoin afterwards. Yeah, you have to be really careful on the rejoin, because when you're on the grass, you don't have a lot of grip. So if you try to power out of it, you will just end up spinning the wrong way around again.
Absolutely, and that was unfortunate. That might be a penalty that will be coming Duran's way. And because if you know LOR, they're a very slick and professional organization. They will be on the button immediately to raise control and say, we might want to request if that was happening. As Someone in the comments said Funky Bass UK says 2021 vibes, and he's not wrong. It's almost like what happened at the start.
Oh, 721 just went off.
Oh, that might have been Ashes Shakur. He's right in the path of the drivers.
Don't move. Don't move.
Don't move yet. Now he does, but that was so close to becoming an absolute disaster. That was on the knife edge once again, and yes, it was like the start of the 2021 British Grand Prix where everybody was just going hammer and tongs, don't care about it, at least until Verstappen had a big one. But Shakur looks as though he lost it himself, and presumably he's going to be out of the race anyway because he's in the wrong number. He's supposed to be 720.
Yeah.
So once if he does a pit stop, he's going to be out of it. As Brendan Ho gets a penalty, 10 seconds as well. Rifki Arianda, 10 seconds. It's all kicking off here right now, isn't it, David?
Yeah, 45 minutes into the race, and immediately we can see the action starting to really tense up as well, because we are rapidly approaching the moment where the drivers have to go in for their driver swaps. Still about 40 minutes left before that really happens, before they end up really stretching the driver times. But on the flip side right now, Raja Amir Shaukat still fending off Iman Raya, and they've been locked into this battle for the past 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, the young Brunayan, only 14 if I recall correctly. Coming out to the back of the 19-year-old, who's also a youngster in Toyota Rookie program. Ties around the outside.
Oh!
Does he make his stick around Stowe? That's a very, very brave move from Iman Ryan. He's going to have to go off. Raja loses it. Raja just snaps control, obviously, and luckily manages to keep it going. And Ricky Satria, all the while then, is also doing what Jean-Pierre Sonicus is doing, having the best box scene in the house.
Yeah, Raja Amir Shaukat was doing a little bit of defensive driving, but overcooked it on the steering just a little bit. Kind of lost control of the car, but they weren't really side by side, so it was still kind of safe. And Iman Raya did have the spatial awareness to just end up slowing down and making sure they don't both get taken out. But now this battle starting way back at point 0, back to where they started. But here comes Iman Raya, and he's looking for another move here. Coming out to the outside into the next hairpin. Won't be able to make it stick, of course. Raja Amir Shaukat has the tighter line there, but you can see just how much time he's gained as they enter the Wellington Straight. The exit is about the same for both drivers. Raja Amir Shaukat may have a little bit more speed coming out of it, but they're entering Brooklyn's right now. Imarayan is swerving, looking for an entrance, kind of late on the apex there, but still holding on to that bumper view.
For the time being. I think he's struggling for grip.
Yeah, definitely.
He's tapping on the brakes. You can see the brake lights come on, so he's not getting the rotation he wanted. It's understeering, so front tires are going away on that Bentley. Of course, it is front engine, rear-wheel drive, but because all the lump is at the front, you're going to have to suffer that one. So he may have to go a bit rearwards on the brake bias to allow that to happen. But all the while then, Iman Ryan has been invited into this particular party, and Ricky Satcher as well. Tassino is not that far away either. He's only about a second and a half behind, so the Bangladeshi driver is still watching brief on this one. There he is. You can just about see him on the top in between the Endurance Edition sign. There he is coming through. So, wow. It was the end of the hour, and it's all just brewing ever so nicely. Everybody's still within earshot of each other.
Yeah, battle between the Brits and the Italians are heating up here. Car of the Bentley still trying to fend off the Ferrari of Iman Ryan. Doing a decent job so far, but you can definitely see how hard Raja Amir Shaukat is trying to keep the car steady, because it's hard to believe, but the Bentley is going to be a hard... What's the word I'm looking for? Because it's front engine as opposed to Ferrari's main engine, they have a lot more rotation, especially in the low to mid speed corners, which gives Iman Raya the advantage in those points there. But with the weight transfer working out in Raja Amir Shaukat's favor as going into the straights, it goes quite wide there. Iman Raya might look to see if he can make another thing happen as they're coming into the Wellington Straight yet again. Might see a move in exactly the same spot we were talking about last lap. Then again, Raja Amir Shaukat does have the nicer exit as he did last lap as well. So they're coming into Brooklyn's right now. Really, really difficult position for them.
Indeed, and all the while then, again, Ricky is just waiting and waiting for something to happen between the both of them to have an opportunity to strike. As Nakib is in first. He's the first to blink. Guess he just wants to get away from that manic scrap that he had up to that point and just get rid of the tires, fix a bit of damage, and just go. That was a hefty impact at the rear and on the side, so maybe a couple of seconds of damage as well for good measure. But he's the first of the front runners to come into the pits. Now, we wait and see whether or not the other drivers might just take the bait. Oh, that's very close. That's Tasby, wasn't it? Tasby coming out to the back of... No, in fact, that was Campbell. Again, there you go. You talked about this. You talked about earlier about same liveries, and well, that's the first time we've gotten completed that way.
Well, sort of, kind of. Okay, let's say the Team Uncle Racing, the red is a little bit more striking, a little bit more dark, but of course it's very hard to tell from a distance here. The darker maroon car of Muhammad Tasbih, but we are going to talk about the cars in front. Of course, we saw before, Alan Drake Cruz and Andika have been locked into this battle since lap 1. It has been 26 laps. These guys have been locked in there. Oh, the car 721 has just gone off there. You can see the yellow flags have come off. That's Ashishako one more time. I think this was just an unforced error at this point.
Well, hopefully it's not.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not.
Alistair's involved in that one.
Oh,
so
no.
Well, they're actually involved in a little bit of a scrap behind the sun. So this wasn't a blue flag situation. This was a battle legitimately for position. But Alistair has really been in the wars and then some. Well, it might just be a penalty coming the way as the sister car to that to number 721 car is in the pits is Aziz Shami Mokhtar. He's in the pits here, but awfully long time. In fact, look at the scuff marks on that thing. That might just be a lot of damage.
It's a lot of that, yeah, indeed. And I have to double check, did Nakib end up doing the driver swap? Didn't look like it. Where did he go? There we go. He didn't do the driver swap, but he's back out on the track right now. Car number 23 is also entered the pits earlier on. That is the car of let me see here. The driver is can't really see, but regardless, we do have to keep an eye out on that later on. But because of this relatively long pit stop, Nakib Aslan is now way down in the pack. So he sort of has this early undercut advantage where he can overcut everyone else by going into the pits early and then catching these positions as soon as the other drivers go back out to the pits. But he has to be able to maintain the pace in order to make something like that happen. And you can see 27 laps in, these cars are still kind of spaced out very closely to one another within the same lap. I would have expected a couple of lappings to have already occurred by now, but because of the length of the track, I guess that's really not what happened here.
Well, it has happened actually. You can see there the JPRT car in the back. Yeah,
that's one, right?
The back, there's quite a few back markers that have been taken in. You can see there's the Windows XP themed JPRT car, and right now trying to fend off from one of the techno cars. Oh, very, very big dive there from Muhammad Irfan. And yes, he does want to miss the beat because he's still involved in that particular battle for the overall positions in the top 10 for the pro category. But regardless of that, we're waiting to see whether or not the front runners have responded to that undercut from the Stratos boys. And it looks as though nobody has done it just yet. In fact, they're happy and contented to continue. But stint-wise, they're all still within the time limit, 55 minutes at this point. We're looking at our counter. And the stint limit is about 70 minutes, so they still have roughly 15 minutes left to go here in their stint.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a lot of time. 20 minutes driving time is going to be a lot in order to really maximize the driver's available stint time. And we are going to have to see later on whether who decides to pit first between this battle, because at this point it kind of feels like at a certain point in time, Muhammad Tasbih is really closing in there here.
Randa
Hafaz there.
Yeah, the spin. So, well, that's what triggered the yellow flags earlier. But as you were saying,
so I was going back to trying to figure out when exactly these drivers will pit, because it looks like they kind of have their tires and fuel well under control. So I'm kind of wondering what the strategy is going to be for when they actually have to do the driver changes. Will Andika go into the pits and
well, okay, the timing screen right now. So for Naki, when he entered the pits, it total pit time of 58 seconds.
That's a long time.
But that's fine. But look at the total time that he stopped. 32 seconds, so he had to fix that damage. That was at the back of his mind. It wasn't as much as we anticipated, but 32 seconds in the box means that he lost 2 seconds on the road. If all the other drivers are doing the exact same 30-second stop marks as, look at it now, Alan Drake Cruz is hard on the heels of Adi Karama. He probably didn't expect that a kid would be giving him that much grief here, but that's how much that the kids nowadays are involved. They really get into sim racing quickly, and they're fast out of the box.
Yeah, definitely. You know, start them off young. That's even Formula One drivers. They had their starts in go-karts from a very, very young age, and to be able to nurture this kind of skill and potential from the beginning is going to be a massive boon for these new generation of drivers. Going back to what I was talking about regarding the pit strategy is the fact that we have to figure out whether or not Alan Drake Cruz is going to try and cut Anika Rama when they go into the pits, or whether or not they will both end up in the pits at the same time if they completely maximize their driving time.
Yeah, they might mirror each other and in that regard. So let's see how the two strategies between Allen Racing and LOR Racing are going to do. As apologies for the earlier broken mics, we were having a bit of technical issues behind the scenes, but hopefully that has been sussed out and everything's going swimmingly for all of us. As is that Tasby behind?
Yes, it is.
Wow! So Tasby made up more than 2 seconds here. As, there's an accident further behind, number 23. It's the Pepega car of Raul Dev, and well, he has had quite a baptism of fire. Let's see what happened here. Did he lose it by himself? Yes,
yeah, that's it. That's just an unforced error there. Trying to catch the car back on the exit, especially on a car that is relatively short in terms of wheelbase like the Ferrari here, is going to be pretty difficult to keep under control if you end up entering the corner wrong. But regardless, as you mentioned before, the battle is suddenly joined by a third party here. Mohamed Tasbih already keeping up with the front two runners here, and the two drivers at the front were driving relatively conservatively in order to maintain all their resources at a comfortable level. But Mohamed Hasbi is sending it, and now he's pulling up to the rear bumper of Alan Drake Cruz, and suddenly it's not safe for these two drivers anymore.
Well, not safe completely, but they still have that buffer because, of course, again, GT3 cars, not easy to overtake, so they can actually take that into heart. Plus, the Ferrari has been somewhat heavily BOP'd for this one, so the corner advantage is there, but straight line advantage, we saw just now the battle between Rajamiro Shaukat and Iman Ryan. He couldn't catch him on the straight, so that is the saving grace for those guys who are not in mid-engine cars. As you can see, Tasbih talking to Alif, notably all the way from Muncie, Indiana. And I think the look on his face right now is one of quiet confidence, I would say.
Confidence and concentration is kind of the two things you need to really be fast in a high pressure situation, and he is definitely showing it right now because Alan Drake Cruz is still about 8/10 away from Andika here, but Tasbih less than half a second close. You can just see how confident he is in taking the lines, how committed he is to taking these tighter lines in order to extract as much speed out of the Ferrari, which, as you mentioned, is being BOP'd here for this race to keep it to keep the rest of the cars competitive. But Tasbih is making it seem like the BOP didn't exist at all.
Yeah, if anything, he's maximizing the advantage for the corners to get up to the back here of the two leaders, the runaway leaders that have been together since the very beginning. But he is coming alive here in the closing stages. We're about the hour mark now, and pit stops are about to come soon. But as you can see, Imarayan's been to the pits, Vladi Malik as well, and Ian Wong. So we're in the thick of it right now, but the guys up in front don't seem to be breaking a sweat.
Yeah, it looks like they're very comfortable. Like you can see on camera, right? You can see Tasbih right now. We can see him on the driver cams. Right now is, he's kind of chill, not even breaking a sweat, just making sure that he stays in his rhythm, and he is definitely in his rhythm right now because this suddenly I want to kind of see what Alan Drake Cruz is thinking about going in his chair right now. Be able to see him on the driver cam, just whether or not he's able to what's the word I'm looking for? Trying to shake off this pressure that he's definitely feeling from the back end.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, there's an accident in front, and that is Elliot Stanwin. In fact, it's Ethan Lowe. No, in fact, I can't see which car is that because it looks like a number 11 car. But whatever it is, the leaders are coming up to it now, overtaking it. I thought, oh yeah, there we go. It's Alistair. And Alistair's involved in the wars that he did not want, and he's coming to well, less we say the better. Let's put it at that. But that was a yellow flag being caused unnecessarily by that one. As now we're gonna go into a short break. We're coming up to the top of the hour. The Mario Haslam's into the pits, so that's a good time as well for us to come back after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back then to the action here for ERGP Endurance Edition 2024. Round 4 for the Silverstone 4 hours. There's so many 4s in that one sentence. It's unbelievable, but here we are. As we're looking at Savirathnayake, this is for the Sri Lankans who will be bitterly disappointed to know that the main charge here... oh, Andika comes to the pits! Right behind, bang on cue. Andika nearly whacking to the back of Savi there. He wanted to come in quickly to the pit stop, but Savirathnayake, one of the bright hopes for the Sri Lankan contingent after what happened to the 999 SRL car, is having a stop and go penalty, and there you go, he stopped in his box. We will not see him at least for another lap. Now, crucially, leader of the race comes into the pits. Andika Ramamalana is stopping, while Alan Drake Cruz is back out on track here. Still staying out. He lost position. He lost it to Tusby as he comes to the pits. Alif has taken over the car, but Alan's now going to use this out lap, or rather, sorry, in lap rather, to gain a bit of time on the leaders. Damon, well, we went away after the short commercial break, but it looks as though nothing too dramatic has happened.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. Alan Drake Cruz, we were talking about the pit strategy earlier on, but it seems like Andika ended up taking it, and Alan Drake Cruz is on the outside this time around. Being able to hold onto the lead, gain as much time as he can before he has to do his driver swap. So, big time gain here for Alan Drake Cruz. Fali Rahmat not far behind him as well, about 5 seconds, but there's a couple of cars in the way. For the time being, it does seem like it's going to be pretty comfortable for him in the lead, as car 23 just went off there on the track.
That's
Yeah.
Dev again, isn't it?
Yeah.
So let's see what happened to him.
Okay, let's go back to replay there. Seemed like an unforced error. Yeah, it was. It was definitely unforced. He put his wheels on the grass, and those were the drive wheels, so
Yep.
you're definitely going to lose a lot of grip there. He might just straighten it out, but of course have to wait for the rejoin in order to keep it nice and safe as well.
360 no scope though. That was a good recovery for all intents and purposes. But this is the championship competing number 23, as might we add, in the AM category. So with the 999 out of the picture, this is a golden opportunity for them to gain some points on the rest of them. But unfortunately now, this might give the opportunity for their other championship contenders to score points here. So really not a good day in the office for the Papega Racing boys.
Yeah, and you can already see like there's a lot of cars up in front of him in the AM class. Of course, we have Farhan, we have Ilan Sheran. Of course, the other cars are Brandon Ho, and Rehan, Harif. There's a lot of cars in front of him for the AM class, and the battle here that we're looking at is, of course, Aiden Tan still holding on to that lead, first in class in the amateur group.
Yeah, initially he was fighting with Angelo Senaratne, and after that it was Savirathnayake. But because their car got the penalty, is stop and go, they've almost lost a lap here. So Aiden has gotten a clean run, but for how long? Because we know that Iman Ryan is not that far away. He was battling up with the big boys here just now, but the car has been taken over by his teammate Henry Crooks, the British driver. who's I think based in Brunei as well, alongside Umair Wafri. So 3 drivers in that particular unit in the Apex Racing Brunei Junior A car. No, in fact, this is a Pro-Am category. The other close challenger is, in fact, number 69, which is Reynaldi Wijaja, but way further behind. So, for the time being now, Aiden Tan in the DS Arena car is looking pretty good here to score that first win. The DS Arena Infinity Racing, so we might add that little IRT at the back is Infinity Racing, so it is being run by the same organization that has competed since round 1. So,
Yeah, in a time pretty comfortable ahead. We can move on to some other cars on the track. But it seems like the gap between these cars are pretty wide enough that we won't really see any battles going on. The only thing we see is Savata Rehan in just behind his competitor. This is going to be a jostle for position here.
well, this is lapping, yeah. He's going to lap one of the JP.
He's going to lap one of the JP cars, but he is still quite close to his closest competitor.
Oh! There's a moment there. Farhan, once again, the 404 Food Panda car that we say is
Oh no, not the rejoin as well.
we had to say that delivery looks good, but not at this point because it's covered in the dirt. Let's see what happened to Muhammad Farhan. He has been in the war since the very beginning, and unfortunately, his race was scuffed by the number 8 Java Sim car. Oh, there was another off there. That was actually the Pepega car. Let's see what happened here. He was trying to overtake the MPR GP.
Oh!
No! Once again, it's an Indonesian car that's knocked off the 404 Food Panda WTT car. Really unfortunate here. Not the best of races. And again, these guys are also competing for the top 5 in the championship in the AM category. So another one of those competitors having a really absolute mare right now.
Yeah, and we're about an hour in, so this is round about the times where you start to really stretch out driver since Fali Rama is now in the pits, getting ready for his driver change. So is Alan Drake Cruz, as a matter of fact. Switching over to Alexis Clapano now, his driving teammate. And as they're coming out of the pits, time stop kind of pretty short, all things considered. So this driver swap has been very good to them. So they're coming back out, still holding on, but here comes Andika Ramawalana.
And clear away. So
Yep.
the undercut, despite the pit times, you can see the total pit time favoring Andika by just a second. It was, well, you guys hope we can see it, but from our timing screens, 1 second was enough to gain that much time on the track. And for Alan Drake Cruz, he's still in 3rd place, even on the road, and lost a few positions too because Nakib's now jumped up to 3rd here in front of the kid in question, Alan Drake Cruz. So he's dropped 2 positions in one fell swoop. So Alif now in the car. This is going to be really spicy.
Yeah.
Both of these guys are known quantities. They're dead ringers for absolutely drivers. They can do the job in any game whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen them do commit miracles at some point in some of the older endurance edition races that we've had. But yeah, these drivers definitely very, very good as well. Holding on to that P2 spot in front of Andika Ramawalana, who is doing a 2nd stint this time around.
Yep. No difference in the driving crews for 2 cars at least. Rama is still in the car, Nakib's still in the car, but different drivers for those in between. Alif has taken over from his brother Tasbi, and Alexis Clapano has taken over from Alan Drake Cruz. So Alan might be feeling a little bit tired after that stint, but because it was so intense, he pushed all the way. He was within half a second of Andika every single step of the way until the closing stages where Tasbi just got the better of him and overtook him as, there's a bit of a spin for Sabata Rehan. Oh, well, actually, he's taken the opportunity to go into the escape route. Let's see what happened to him there. Is either driving error or he was actually punted out of the way.
We'll have to see, because at some point when these cars are really close together, a driving incident can definitely happen. So coming into the straight right now, that is the BMW coming in really fast and then just pushing him out again.
It's Alistair again, unfortunately. Oh, he's having an absolute mare of a race. He really should just retire the car at this point because it's so many incidents. You feel for him. He had such a good start. He was in that top 10 on the podium spot in the Pro-Am category, and then this happens multiple times. So his race really has been scuppered by an unfortunate sequence of events, shall we say.
Yeah, definitely. And car in front there is Moreno Pratama. He's gone into the pits, gone out of the pits actually.
2 minute.
Why was he stalled for so long?
That might be because of damage to the car, but whatever it is, the one-time race leader in Pro-Am has also gone out of the way. So, who's leading in Pro-Am right now? It is an absolute crazy race. It's the triple trade Apex Racing Brunei car. Would you believe it?
Absolutely amazing, the Pro Am class. Of course, these guys are currently the leaders in class in terms of tournament standings. So this position, an absolute boon for them. Being able to maintain it all the way to the end would be an absolute reward for them coming into the next round later on. But yeah, holding on to this position, very good. The next driver closest to them is going to be Raja Amir Shaukat. Quite far behind, as a matter of fact, but if we know him, he definitely will be able to close the gap at some point in time. Has he gone into the pits? Yes, he has. So he's got a fresh set of tires there. So I think he's going to be a bit more confident in his pace going forward.
And speaking of confident, look at who's in P3 right now. Is the Bangladeshi drivers that we were talking about earlier, Tassin Anafnor and Rahul Chakraborty, who are in P3 in their first ever race in Endurance Edition. Would you believe that? And their president, who is Funky Base UK that we were mentioning earlier, will be so proud right now. The president of the Bangladesh Racing Association, you can see AAB, Automobile Association of Bangladesh, will be proud of this one, and it'll be a real boon if he could actually get up to second. But we'll wait and see how that progresses, because Rahul has not gotten into the car just yet. Tassino has done second consecutive stint, but regardless, he is in good nick here to try and get a really stunning podium on their first race.
Yeah, and it'll be kind of interesting to note as well the differences between drivers who swap chairs and drivers who go for 2 consecutive stints. Because obviously, if you're going for 2 consecutive stints without any rest periods, you will end up slightly more physically drained than if you were to swap chairs. But Raja Amir Shaukat and some of these drivers as well, Andika Rama Maulana, seem to have their stamina under control. Andika in particular kind of looked like he really didn't struggle at all throughout the entire stint, and then going out for the second stint, he looks as energetic as ever. So man is boundlessly full of energy, so he's been able to hold on for another stint. We'll have to see how it develops later on. As Savata Rehan, I think he just went off again.
We'll just see what happened here this time. We'll have a show replay of this. It is, well, drive error.
Yeah,
it's drive error. Yep.
Same situation as to what happened to Justin Rahul Dev earlier, trying to catch the car coming out the exit, but then just overcooked the steering a little bit and then forced the car to turn the other way. But yeah, coming into the live feed yet again, it is fastest lap being held by, again, the Ford Mustang GT3, still holding it since the start. Ooh, coming into, I think this might be a back marker.
Yep, Chandramauli Anandan.
Yep.
He's also one of the drivers who competed in TGR GT Cup Malaysia. Made it to the top 20 last year. This year he was unfortunate to get knocked out of the quarters. But his first race in ACC in Endurance Edition, and he is becoming a bit of a fodder to the driver that we were talking about earlier, Tassin Anamnor. And hopefully he can get by without too much trouble. There we go, Tassin gets by. Chandramauli stays in his line, albeit losing him almost a second to Raja Mirashaka. So Raja then can breathe a sigh of relief. For how long though? He's trying to maneuver himself on one of the JPRT cars, and Sachinta, is it? Yeah, Satya Panduvikasono gives obliges.
Yeah, actually I just noticed Raja Amir Shaugat's team name is GR.
And you can look at the front of the bonnet, it says Bentley Gazoo Racing.
Just noticed that.
There you can see it. Bentley Gazoo Racing.
That's hilarious.
Cheeky touch.
Yeah,
So,
very cheeky.
This was the Lexus that they were talking about, wasn't it?
I guess you're right. I mean, of course the car body does not look like a Lexus, but you know,
Yeah, either way.
it's going to be kind of fun to watch around. I can't believe it took me an hour and 15 minutes only to notice right now. But another MPRGP car of Aryadi Vishnu. This is again also in pro class. So the MPRGP cars were doing quite alright in terms of race pace, but the current MPRGP car that's being driven by Sujoto, in P7 right now, quite far behind Taufik Muin. Ooh.
That's a bad marker. Let's hope that he gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very close. And in fact, that is another one of those Gran Turismo drivers that we were talking about earlier. Chandramauli was one of them. This one's a whole team, EVA Racing Team. It's currently being driven by Cham Long Le. So Yong Le has actually gotten into the car once again. Surprised that he has not actually given way to his teammates just yet after what was a bit of a slightly chaotic stint. Regardless though, they're still running, and maybe that's the goal at the end of the day, to just finish the race and build on that moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. If we were to go back to the front pack right now, the gap suddenly is quite wide between all of these drivers. But as we've seen before, no matter how wide the gap is, it can always be narrow, especially when it's only single digits in terms of seconds. So Muhammad Alif there, about 2.7 seconds behind Andika. Naki Aslan another 3 seconds behind them as well. Alexis Lapano in P4, trying to get as good a run as he can before he hands the reins back to Alan Drake Cruz here. Fali Rahman, Taufik Moyin, P6. Kind of the usual suspects in terms of these drivers, especially when we're talking about the ones in front. But regardless, for the time being, we can see exactly how many cars are dawning on the track. So there's really not much clean air to run around in.
Yeah, and then back markers will come into play afterwards, as we saw just now, that really close moment, a couple of moments here, for the Papega and eRacing cars that they became a cropper, but luckily their drivers actually were as predictable as they could be, especially in a high intensity situation where some of these drivers are fighting for podiums. As meanwhile, we're looking at a very close battle here between Jaden Liao and Brian Pereira. That's one of the other Sri Lankan contingent drivers, the CMSC Team Black car, who was in the podium at one point, but then the stop and go penalty really has hurt their chances. Well, at one point it was second, only just a couple of tenths behind Aiden Tan in the DS Arena IRT car, to now being in P5, battling for just the fringes of the podium.
Yeah, and Jaden Leo here actually has a 5-second penalty, so Pereira could end up getting another position off of the back of this right now because he's really close by, and finding an opportunity to have to use up that penalty will probably give Brian this position. He'll be P4 in class here once this move is complete.
Of course, that will also come with the fact that when he does the next pit stop, then he will get a position. But Brian as well has to avoid getting that same penalty. I think he might have actually triggered the pit lane penalty slightly late. That's why he got a stop and go. It could be up to 5, 10 or 30 seconds, so he got the worst of the lot. That means he entered the pit lane way too hard. And for Pereira and his teammate Savi Ratnayake and Durana Besekera, that will be just them trying to chase shadows again afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. But we all do have to just pay attention to what's going on in front of us for the time being, and it looks like for the time they are doing pretty well for themselves. As Fali Rahmat in an island of his own for the time being, trying to catch up to the top 4 cars of the grid. He was really in contention for that podium spot earlier on in the race before the stint. Battle happening there. Which cars were they? They were the cars of 511 there.
Yep, and Sukampinho.
Yeah.
Nice first name, though. Literally means sport in Malay and some other languages. Fighting with Savi Ratnayake that we were talking about earlier. And behind him is Randa Hafaz. So, how fast can Randa get by these two? Because he is in a faster class, though. Pro-Am category versus the... no, in fact, he is in the Pro category for the Java same car against the 2 Ams right in front. You can see how Savi was trying to get by, but Sukan was really being a little bit close to being unsportsmanlike with the overtake. Oh, there goes 2 for 1. Randa Hafaz with a brave move, and here comes Savi as well, trying to make it 2 for 1. Oh, collision! And behind them is the 711 for GSR. Taufik Moyin trying to come by as well, and amazingly, Savi gets by.
Flashing the lights, making sure that they know he's there, trying to make it pass. Of course, don't try and really spoil the race for the cars in a different class right now. Randa Hafaz very brave there, trying to make a move on the exit. If he just held on until the straights, I think the cars would just let him by without any issue, but he decides to showboat a little, make that 2-for-1 move, seals the deal. Savi Ratnayake ended up also seizing advantage and taking that position away.
Yeah,
so now,
let's see a replay of how that happened.
Yeah. So as they're coming into the next right-hander here, you can see Randa Hafaz, they're braking a bit early on to get past this little short double S curve here. Coming into the next chicane. Here comes Randa Hafaz on the dive. Ooh, you can see the car that was like trying to take the line. All of a sudden, he just saw a bullet Porsche coming into the inside there. And then a bit of collision on the exit gives Savi Ratnayake the position away.
Indeed. And Savi as well, to his advantage, takes it over from Sukampinho. And Pino just got literally done 2-for-1, 3-for-1 in fact, not including the front-running 711 car of Taufik Moyin in the GSR colors. He literally just came through and said, okay, thank you very much for that one. But amazingly, in live pictures right now, Savi has actually gotten up to the back of Randa Hafaz. So Randa then still will have company in the form of a green and white McLaren.
Yeah, of course it's kind of a moot point because they're not jostling for class position, but they're jostling for position on the grid right now, and they're pretty close to one another. So regardless, it's going to be pretty strong affair. Taufik Mohin also coming through. He is going to be lapping Randa Hafaz if he makes it past. But in this current juncture right now, Taufik Mohin, he's going to be in a position where he has to try to close the gap as much as possible, but as long as he's stuck behind his back markers, it's definitely going to be an issue for him, regardless, because he's 6.5 seconds behind Fadi Rahman for the time being, and that gap is only going to extend the longer he spends behind these two cars.
Yeah, and in fact, he has already lost sight of Fadli because Fadli is already coming onto the Wellington straight. There, past the third second timing beam. He's 7 seconds behind, so he's just spending more time behind Savi here, which he really doesn't want. And he's trying to look at things on the inside. Savi sees him because Savi himself is also battling with Randa Hafaz right in front, so he may be obliged to give way, but at the same time, he wants to fight, and he nearly gave a good fight there to Taufik. Still hangs out on the outside. He doesn't want to lose time. That's the idea, but at the expense of the fact that Taufik might be a little bit miffed by that.
Yeah, definitely not a great spot for him. He was stuck behind for so long, almost an entire lap. So, you can see the gap was 6 seconds earlier on when we were just talking about as they entered the Wellington Straight. Now it's 7.7 seconds. It's a massive time loss there. And he has even more back markers he has to make it through. So this is definitely going to be a pretty bad spot for him. Oh, Fadi Rahman here. Oh, yellow flag, car 110 just went off.
And that is GSR Esports Beta, who have not had the best of runs anyway. They were actually the ones starting in the pit lane because of the fact they missed the start. They are at Vale, but I think they're on the outside of it, coming into the Hamilton Straight. Gets the car going again, and well, in fact, he was inside the Grand Prix pit lane area, so whatever happened there might just be because of a hardware issue, because he looked like he went straight off by himself. Whatever it is, he's right in front of Naki.
Ooh, careful.
That was very
rejoin.
close. Oh, that was very close, and I think Naki would have had the scare of his life seeing an Aston Martin coming out of nowhere, nearly clattering into the front of him. Luckily, though, he didn't miss a beat. And there's further behind, an accident here for Earl over Kahilik in the SimRacing Philippines car. Let's see what happened here for him. Of how that went. Oh, in fact, Randa Hafaz is involved in that one.
Oh.
It was a back marker trying to get out of the way, but the two Porsches inevitably collided, and for Kahilik, luckily he didn't get clouted by anybody else.
Yeah.
Certainly a
Very
wild,
there.
Very close and a wild moment.
Yeah, and this is sort of the part where we just goes really wide there. This is sort of the part of the race, because of course 4 hours, usually the most intense bits are going to be in the beginning as well as the end, but sometimes the middle also ends up having its own set of issues when it comes to just navigating your way through the track. Back markers everywhere on the track. As I mentioned before, despite how long the track is, almost 6 kilometers long, it is still very densely populated. You pretty much don't find clean air anywhere here.
Yep, and with 47 cars that started, we have 44 now. Unfortunately, 3 have dropped out.
Yeah.
But you can still see that battles are happening even between the classes. This is between Pro-Am and Am. Ethan Lowe, yes, despite him being a kid in the seat right there, he is the breakout star from this year's TGR GT Cup Malaysia and Asia. As Jaden tries to go through. In fact, Ethan plays the smart game by going out of the way. Jaden, on the other hand, is getting stuck behind Joshua Ivan Molyono. So the bigger Y-Lab car versus the LOR car, they're gonna come through. This is for position, and it's not in class, it's between them. But for Ethan, it might just be an opportunity for him to get 2 for 1 here, because there comes, well, that's Ali coming through.
Yep.
Ethan's behind. He played the smart game by getting out of the way quickly. Now he's gonna have the opportunity to overtake Jaden.
Yeah, being held up by this car is going to be a bit of a problem as well, because Jaden does have a 5-second penalty as well. So he hasn't taken it yet, or maybe he has and he just got a new penalty. So there's going to be a point of contention here for Ethan Lau. You can see he's still trying to keep the McLaren under control as they're entering into the Wellington Straight in just a moment here. Really, at this point in time, it is a physical game. To keep the car under control takes a lot of power, takes a lot of strength, and a lot of endurance as well. That's why it's called Endurance Edition, right? Yeah. But yeah, at this juncture right now, positions are kind of set in stone, at least in terms of class positions, because I can see on the leaderboards right now there really is no close battles happening between drivers in class.
Yep, except for Aiden's son, who's actually close up to the back of Olga Balagulan, but that's also a different class. It's an AM versus a pro, but we'll keep an eye out for that after this because they're about 6/10 of a second. But this battle between 3 different drivers and in completely different classes are going through. As Leaf, well, he's been held up quite a lot, isn't he? Because he's just gotten past Duran Abisakera's car coming through. It's it's Brian Pereira, so really tight positions to come through, but he still has Adikarama in his sights. Now then, this battle we were looking at just now between Joshua Moyono, Jaden Liao, and Ethan Lowe coming up to Stowe. Jaden's coming onto the inside. Does he make it stick? He tried it last time out, but it didn't work. And now Ethan is going to be looking in earnest whether or not he could try to make it here.
He's pretty close. Coming into the next left-hander here. Ooh, big dive here from Molyono. Having to slow down the car so much, but Ethan Lau also ended up slowing down a considerable amount to avoid getting tagged by anything. And that is the Stratus Motorsports car. Naki Azlan making it through. Ethan Lau has to give him some space. And it looks like he's just secured himself a drive-through penalty.
Oh, that's also unfortunate. In fact, we had to look at what caused that drive-through. It might have been an incident earlier, looking through the steward's log, and it has been a lot, actually. A lot of activity in the steward's room just over the past hour and a half. And let's see then, what actually gave that penalty for Ethan Lowe? So far none, or in fact maybe out of our sights here. We'll look into that after this. But whatever it is, for Ethan, that is going to be an even worse moment for him because drive-through, he cannot take a pit stop, whereas Jaden, he has a pit stop but an extra 5 seconds. So that will be the curtains for this particular battle for Ethan.
Yeah. Current track conditions, forecast is going to be clear for the rest of the race, which is great because if it starts raining, it's going to send up even more factors coming in, and we're seeing a lot of red on the screen right now. 4 cars have unresolved penalties for the time being as the replay there. Cars, not sure which car this is.
Over Kahilik.
Yeah, over Kahilik. And we start the replay with him already off the course, so I wonder if it was just an unforced error or anything like that. You can see his car is pretty heavily bruised here.
Oh, might be terminal damage. You can see why
Yeah.
he's off the road here, so he's trying to get out of the way. Luckily for him, his saving grace is that pit lane is not that far away, so for the Sim Racing Philippines number 4 in Pro-Am, he will be coming into the pit lane very soon to just get out of harm's way if he can make it around just in time not to cause any damage.
It's really it's bad for suspension damage is looking like, and really he's not even being able to make it past right now.
I think he could have made the corner without being caught by the other drivers. Sure,
Yeah.
he would have been nip and tuck, but I think he was just playing it safe and guess what? He's made it to the pits, so at least he's out of harm's way. Now we go back to that battle for we were looking at earlier, and it has happened. Aiden Tan has actually overtaken Aldo Balagulan for position on the road, so Aldo's been done by an AM driver right there. So Aiden Tan then, we saw that that's why he finished top 3 in the previous global edition in the copper category. There's Aldo on screen right now, sporting his signature grey singlet to just, prove the point that it is hard work that he's doing. It's almost like gym, isn't it? That's why he's doing the gym movements.
I mean, there's also that, and also the point that entire APAC region has been suffering through pretty hot weather over the last couple of months, so that could play a part as well. Definitely want to try and keep the heat off. We're definitely feeling the heat too, although this time we're in an AC room, so really can't complain. Oh, it does look like the sky is getting cloudy outside.
It almost mirrors how in real life that the weather where we're at is almost the same as what's happening in Silverstone. So it's a pretty typical dreary looking day. I would say it's a nice day because I love the overcast weather. It just makes it feel less stuffy, compared to having humid weather that we have here all the time. Now, that's that particular battle done. Meanwhile, William Sunjoto is actually now up to the back of Taufik Moyen. So Taufik has not been able to negotiate the traffic as fast as he would have liked. Now he has an MPRGP Ford right behind him.
Yeah, again, we have to talk about just how fast this Ford is as well on the grid. Absolute weapon in the hands of MPRGP right now. Very, very fast in the straights and also can handle its own corner. You can see clocking in the speed trap. Highest speed out of all the cars, 261 kilometers an hour. That is, of course, maybe some of it is assisted by the draft, but regardless, it is faster than pretty much any other car on the grid right now.
And we have a car off right in front. That's the number 99 Psychopath blue car of Manda Andika. Well, it was a slight off. Luckily, though, he came out just in front, well ahead of the other drivers as up there on Ethan Lowe. He has actually gotten his drive-through, so he's back out, but we lost the position to Amirul Afiq. Now, looking at this, where is Manda Andika going to give way? Because Taufik has already had his fair share of back markers, really causing him grief. And there it is again. That was so close. And to his detriment, he's gotten William Sunjoto really right out his chuff.
Yeah, this is going to happen a lot for the viewers at home. Just trying to navigate through the back markers, especially in a race long as this. Again, track very densely populated. You can just see it on the screen right now, the map, just how many dots are lining up on the track. And so far, the drivers in front have done a very good job of actually navigating it through. Nakib Aslan, as a matter of fact, has gained 4 positions since the start of his stint. 40 minutes in for the time being, which means he has about half an hour left on his stint. So as long as he can keep making up time, he's going to be in a very comfortable position to switch drivers afterwards.
Yep, 5 seconds behind Abif at this point. These two have gone way back. They've had their own fair share of hammer and tong battles in Global Edition and in E1 Championship. But for the time being, at least they're in a comfortable position, so no need to really overdo it at this point. Just save the tires and probably go full pelt towards the end. Now, speaking of some of the drivers trying to go full pelt, this is William Sunjoto coming up to the back of Taufik Moyen, and Taufik really has to pick up the biggest, because otherwise that fast moving Ford, who we know on the straights, especially given the fact that in draft he can clock the fastest time on the speed traps, might be giving Taufik a bit of grief. Now, he's in the slipstream within that 0.2 of a second window, that magic window that allows him to get up to the back here. Ooh, tell you what, he nearly got up there. He looked for a dink, but for the time being, Taufik was well alert to that one. He's got years of racing experience under his belt. He knows full well that, well, you're going to have to do better than that to psych me out.
Yeah, and you can just see how the Ford was pulling on the Ferrari on the hangar straight there. It just really goes to show how absolutely blistering this car is, which you really wouldn't expect from an American pony car. But of course, the Americans have made absolute leaps and bounds in advancement of technology, especially when it comes to their sports cars. Ford Mustang here, absolutely no exception, and William Sunjoto is gracefully handling this weapon to its fullest extent. If you were to give an analogy, I think maybe the Ferrari would probably be like a scalpel of some kind.
Yeah.
Maybe a scalpel, and then the Ford is just a big hammer and chisel. But for some reason, the hammer and chisel has been refined to the point where it can do the job almost as effectively as a scalpel.
Well, to be fair, I think the hammer and chisel should be the Ferrari because it goes scarf. Oh, that's a big thing! Oh, who is that? That is Chong Jin Bin. So that was a massive moment. He tried to get out of the way. He was on the marbles, went offline, and the car just literally skated on coming to Brooklyn. But luckily, though, for Williams and Johto, the gap was there and he came through, albeit losing a bit of time to Taufik Moyen that time round.
Track is in optimal conditions right now. In fact, the temperature has actually gone down on the track. It was 21°C when we first started. The track has actually cooled down a bit, so that can affect grip as well.
And his lap time, yeah.
Yeah, and his lap time. So you can see right now, so far MPRGP has held the fastest lap since the absolute beginning. No other car has been able to really get close to the current lap time, 159.3, and this is 157.8. This is close to race pace. This is also consistently race pace. Yeah. They are definitely slowing down a little bit, however. The tire wear and the marbling of the track does come into play at this point in time. So any battles that happens have to be in a position where it's kind of safe to like take multiple lines, so you don't end up in a situation where you get forced off. Sabato Rehan there trying to give way, forced to go wide on that corner to let the two cars through. And Taufik Moyen already under probably experiencing a little bit of frustration having to navigate all that traffic earlier on, and also realizing that he's kind of losing time to Sunjoto here. The gap between them still about 4/10, which isn't too bad, but you already saw how much the Mustang is pulling, and especially when it comes to these corner exits, look at how quickly the Mustang can just get it back up to speed.
Oh, that's a bit.
Oh,
Sabato Rehan again.
It's gone off again. That looks like an unforced error, but let's see if we can get a replay on that.
I think he might have gone up by himself. Let's see then.
Oh, he's actually got punted off. That's Chong Jin Bin's car, I think.
Yes, it is. And the GSR Beta car, once again, not having the best of races. And for Harishami, Chong Jinbin, and I think the last driver is Calvin Powell. So really not the best of days for those three, and especially that they missed the start. It has really rained. When it rains, it pours. But in this case, it's a complete deluge for them.
Yeah, and ironic because the track is completely sunny. British weather, of course. You would expect British weather to start raining at any moment, but let's just say it's like summer. It's not summer. It's 15 degrees. There's no way it's summer.
We're in autumn.
Yeah, it's autumn. But yeah, British weather. And coming back onto the track is Sujoto. You can see the gap between these two drivers have not closed or widened ever since they were coming up against each other here. So it really ends up just being which one of these drivers is going to make a mistake first, and usually it's the car that's leading.
Yep, especially if he buckles under pressure. But we saw just now William Sujoto's teammate Mario Hasnam was not under pressure, but he was pressuring the driver in front so hard to the point that the car literally buckled under pressure. We saw a couple of instances where he hit the back of Naqib Aslan. Naqib got away with that one and is still in podium contention, whereas Sujoto and Hasnam's car have fallen through the order. In fact, the damage to their car was probably much more severe. That's why they lost more than 10 seconds in time. If you look at our timing screen in terms of pit stops, it was about on average 6 seconds more. So 6 seconds in the pit lane is a lot, especially when you get the distance you cover on track when you're not in the pit lane.
Yeah, and man, kind of hard to tell because right now the pro classes more or less set in stone, at least until Sujoto decides to make a move. The positions right now. For Pro Am, Raja Amir Shaukat behind Muhammad Azhar, 15-second gap, which is a considerable amount for him to make up. Looks like he hasn't been able to make it up since then, so probably gonna have to wait for a second stint to pop out and then see if he can make it happen. But he will end up having to do a driver swap because he went out for 2 consecutive stints.
Yeah, and of course they have a driver stint limit, so they wouldn't want to exceed that one. Otherwise, that would be a complete under 80-second penalty. So they lose 3 minutes on that one. Something they don't want is because that's more than about 1.5 laps around the circuit, so you lose a lap also from exceeding the pit time. Now, battle back up to the front. This is the main story here. 1.1 seconds. So Alif, as you said, he's a miracle worker, and he has weaved his magic here to just chip away at the gap from what was about 2.5 seconds to less than 1.5 seconds, almost a second now between himself and Andika Ramamalana. So a heavyweight battle up in front. Game on.
Yeah, and if we look at how long these drivers have already been out, I think they've been out for close to about 50 minutes right now for both of these drivers. I think because they pitted around the same time, except Dasby ended up doing the driver swap. So when they go back into the pits, it will be a matter of who gets out of the pits faster if the positions don't swap after they go in. But Alif here doing a very good job of just catching up to the rear of Andika. Andika gonna be under some serious pressure, which is nothing new to him. He has actually just been contesting with Alan Drake Cruz for the first hour of the race. So at this point in time, it looks like he's doing okay for himself in terms of physical endurance, but it is almost down to with the almost halfway point of the race right now. I want to know whether or not he's actually doing okay for himself physically.
We'll wait and see if that was to be the case. But again, some of these guys, they can do 8-hour days in terms of practice.
That's
so
true.
It's really no problem anyway. But whether or not he can actually take it to the max when it really matters, like really pushing it, it will be a different thing. But last time out, the gap was increasing ever so slightly by just a tenth. The lap times 57.9, 57.9, but crucially 925, 997. So 700ths of a second that favors Andika. As there's a back marker in front that looks like one of the Apex boys, number 363, and Henry Crooks. So Crooks actually has come a cropper there, so that's why it triggered the yellow flag. But he's running well, P16 right now in the overall standings, but P4 in class. So that'll be a good way for them to start opening their account for the season. But meanwhile, it's now 9/10 of a second. There's Henry Crooks, and that was a kid, wasn't it? That was actually a very youthful face in Brunei.
Yeah, so gap now less than a second, and there is a back marker that they're going to have to make it past. So this could be an even bigger time loss for Andika right now, depending on how well he navigates through this traffic. There are a total of probably 5 to 6 cars in front of him. So at this point, he's gonna making it past the Techno racing car.
No, that's the.
Oh no, that's not.
the
Oh
over me.
yeah. Sorry, the over me car. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, making it through clean. So does Alif. So 5 more cars to make it through. But up until this point, it is going to be a very big point of contention because as we saw earlier with Taufik Moin, navigating through the traffic is part of the battle here when it comes to position.
Yeah, but as opposed to just battling for classes, among the classes or for position, they have to battle with drivers who are like a lap or two behind. So that becomes a battle in itself. You're right to point that out, Damon. It really becomes quite nerve-wracking that you're battling every single corner that for space if it gets really nip and tuck. So for Alif, he does have to worry about that one because, okay, he will worry when he gets the back markers, but it will be a bigger worry for Anika because he's the first to meet the traffic.
Definitely.
And then it will be a matter of whether or not he can clear that traffic fast enough to keep the advantage. And then for the time being, it's still close in the between both.
Yeah, and off screen, of course, Sunjoto has actually made it past Taufik Moin there. In fact, they're currently still locked in the battle for P6. You can see, I'm not sure when he actually made the pass happen, but right now he is sitting in front of Taufik Moin. Taufik Moin is going to be kicking himself a little bit for letting him through. But they're coming out to some more back markers, and you can see William Sunjoto flashing his lights, telling the drivers, hey, mind getting out of the way for me, please? Thank you very much. But yeah, 3 cars in front. Taufik Moin going to try and seize this opportunity to close the gap a bit more so he can try to make a move.
And that's his fellow countryman Putra Drama in the techno car. And that is Chiam Yong-le. So Yong-le is on the picture once again, trying to be as predictable as he could, but he's actually stalled Sunjoto ever so slightly. Now they're not hanging straight. Let's see what's gonna be. It looks as though Sunjoto has actually gone into the inside initially, but now it becomes the outside coming out to Stowe. Will he try it? And he does.
Yeah.
And will Yong-le
Light!
Oh, that was the collision that we thought it was going to avoid, and that has sent Sunjoto spinning out. So, William Sunjoto then, what looked like a comfortable maneuver, Yong-le has actually misjudged that completely. Now the position's back to Taufik Moin, but the number 2 MPR GP car has been involved with yet more collision, and this time it's not of their own doing, but Chiam Yong-le might be kicking himself with that one. He has really turned the head with that particular battle, and he's still fighting with Taufik Moin, and this is between 2 drivers who have been in Gran Turismo for a long time.
Yeah, they're on opposite ends of the current grid position though, so this battle is completely irrelevant, but Yong-le putting paid to Sunjoto's race stint and putting a pretty grim footnote on the end of this particular stint as well. So when he comes back, I mean, realistically, he still made it past. He's still in P7. He's still in a very comfortable spot, but now he has to make up all this time again. You can see Yong-le actually I think Sunjoto thought he was going to take a tighter line through that corner, ended up going quite wide and then just tapping the back of his car as he was making it through. This really unfortunate. So Sunjoto's going to have to try and get back 8 seconds that he lost just from being part of that incident.
Yeah, absolutely. Good recovery though, not going to lie. He could have lost more time if he got it wrong while he was on the grass, but certainly Yong-le will be finding out that, well, when you try to be a back marker, you have to be as predictable as possible. And unfortunately that time, he was being predictable with his giving way, but he still fought for the track position, and that really has hurt him and Sunjoto's chances of getting higher up, as especially for Sunjoto. Meanwhile, Taufik Moin is still behind. What looks as though that's Putra Dharma. Yep, Putra Dharma for the ERS Team Techno car. And it's in the same situation, isn't it? Same situation like what happened.
He's got the inside this time.
Yeah, he's got the inside, so he doesn't have to worry.
Yeah, so making it past, you can see Putra Dharma being very, very aware that there's a faster car coming through, so he gives so much space. And we also talk about the track itself. While it kind of looks decently wide for a GP track, once everyone starts settling into the line, you will start seeing marbling on the on edges of the circuit, which narrows down the usable amount of track quite a lot. So in some instances, when you're trying to make it past back markers, you suddenly end up with a lot less space than you're comfortable with.
Indeed, and the fact that the marbles really hurt your tires, so when you want to overtake, if you're forced off into the most marble areas, you might want to try to brake as hard as you could early, or if you try to brake late, pray to high heaven that your car doesn't go and slip off, as you can see the number 512 there on the marbles as we were talking about it just now. But that's going to be hurting his tire grip completely because it will have a lot of built up.
Yeah.
And it really will hurt him in the long run afterwards. So good driving there from Paul Ryan Lopez, but for his tires, they will be crying out by the end of the stint as Fali Rahman now pressuring Alexis Capano for P4 overall and in class for this particular battle. But for the time being, no way through just yet. He is still holding on the back, but up at the front. 0.4 of a second between Andika and Alif. So we'll get back into that after this. We're looking at the battle between Fadli and Alexis. As yellow flag there, another one, and that is Chong Jin Bin off into the final corner at Lufio. But we're not going to pay attention to that one. We're going to have to pay attention to this particular battle up in front.
Yeah, coming into Stowe right now, Fali Rama is pretty close to the back of Alexis Clapano. Alexis Clapano, of course, is the co-driver for Alan Drake Cruz of Alan Racing. Trying to hold on to this position so that Alan Drake Cruz has very much a lot of space to work with once he gets back into that driver's chair. But yeah, coming up to this point right now, Fadi Rahman doing a pretty good job and still holding on to the rear end of Alexis Clapano. Hasn't really been able to extend this gap. Is Alexis here. And Fadi Rahman kind of putting a lot of pressure on. We saw him from the beginning of the race. Regardless of who he was fighting in front of him, he's always been pretty good at just slowly applying this pressure and coercing his the leader into making mistakes.
Yep, all the while then, when he gets closer, he also eases out the gap a bit because again, slight dirty air. These cars, yes, despite it being GT cars as opposed to being single seaters, still have a bit of dirty air that affects the driving. As Alif watching the back of Andika nearly losing the rear for a second. Now this is that blockbuster fight that we were G'ing up earlier. It is happening now, Damon.
Yeah, we're rapidly approaching the halfway point of the race, which is the point in time where these drivers are going to start thinking about when they want to end their stints and put their co-drivers in the racing in the seat right now. But if Alif can make it past Andika here before they end up into the pits, this could really be a boon for Tasbih here.
Yep, especially if he were to reclaim the car after this, or if Alif's going to go for a double stint so that he can go to bed over in Vienna. Because again, he is actually awake right now as we are, but his time is much later. He's racing on campus.
Early morning,
Early morning, racing on campus. So it depends on where his location is in the US. This is the Midwest, so he might be up to 12 or 13 hours behind. Regardless of that, he's doing an absolutely stellar job in pressuring Andika. And if he could get a win out of this one, it will definitely put the LOR car under severe pressure. And these are, of course, the defending champions from last season, the surprise champions in the pro category. They missed one run, but they managed to be so consistent that they ended up sneaking the title away from the nose of the other competitors. So they may not be able to do that this time around, maybe, mathematically. But whatever it is, Andika will now feel the pressure ramping up behind here. Oh no, that's a car going off. That is the number 721, Chandra Mauli then, coming into a big factor here. And Andika jumped on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. But Alif now much closer than he was before.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second. That's a small gap, all things considered. Extending it back up to half a second there as they're entering the Wellington Straight. And again, we have to emphasize the importance of making it through back markers safely. And the back markers is unpredictable. Car goes off there. That is the car of Jonathan Takumi of Team Uncle Racing, making it way off there. And now the going to be extremely confused as to which car we're going to be talking about. Of course, the Team Uncle car has black wheels. The Amigos Racing Team car has white wheels. So it will be easier to figure it out, all things considered. But Alif doing a pretty good job at avoiding incident. Jonathan Takumi did the rejoin pretty okay, safely, all things considered. But he's going to end up losing a bit more time here to Andika Ramamalana. You can see the lap difference here. 1:59.4 for Andika, 1:59.9, almost 2 minutes for Alif there. So he definitely lost a lot of time there.
5 tenths of a second, but look at that this time around.
Oh no.
Alif has gotten an opportunity here because Andika has also gotten covered by traffic, this time by Ethan Lowe. So Ethan this time, normally he would be very, very patient with traffic and get out of the way, has actually gotten the blocker on, accidentally, in front of Andika. Would you believe that? Andika now is the one feeling under the cosh.
I mean, Andika did make it past Ethan pretty easily, which means he's going to make it past this car of can't see the number here. I think that was the car number
147.
yeah 147 yeah. And so Satria here also going to give room to Alif. He already knows that they are tightly locked in this battle all the way until the next driver change. 7/10. You can see as they're coming up to the big Wellington Street as well. The gap is quite extensive there, but you know how well the Ferraris actually navigate through these corners. Mercedes under a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to these twisty sections, especially in the mid section of the track. But Anika is doing a pretty good job heading in the control. You can see the lap pace definitely slowed down a little bit due to the fact that these tires are of course going to go bad soon. Lights are already on, so track is looking kind of dark and grimy.
Yep, and in-game time 3:52 p.m. So we're coming up to the evening now. The sun is beginning to set ever so slightly on the horizon. But the thing is, it has been cloudy all day, so makes no difference. It will look pretty dark regardless of that.
British weather, am I right?
Yeah, very typical. Anyhow, as the lead battle has relaxed a bit, shall we say?
Yep.
We're now gonna go further behind. This is the battle for P4 overall and in class in pro, with Alexis Klapano still under immense pressure from Fali Rahmat, the Filipino versus the Indonesian for P4 and 5 here. As you can see, the JMX hat on the side on Fali Rahmat. He's racing from the center. That has been funded and proudly one of Indonesia's best teams, the pride of Indonesia, of course. And Presley Martono will be looking on in earnest as well, whether or not Fali can make up for what was a slightly offbeat start with the car fading towards the end, but now he's come alive here.
Yeah, definitely. He's so close to the rear end of Alexis Klapano here, and he doesn't have to worry about any competition coming up behind him, of course, because Taufik Moyen is close to 20 seconds behind, and then Sunjoto is another 12 seconds behind that as well. So he's in a pretty comfortable space for him. All he has to do is be able to make sure this move happens, and Alexis Klapano going to be facing a pretty big amount of pressure there from the back end of Fali Rahmat. So they're coming into the boot here. The club, sorry, not the boot. Boot is a different track.
Ah, yes.
But yeah, regardless, I think still doing a pretty good job of holding on. So Alexis Klapano, I have to see what the stint timers are for these drivers at the time for the time being. 44 minutes, so they still have about 25 minutes left of driving time, which means once this is over, they could probably still try and catch up to the rest of the pack as well. Maybe they should be working together as instead of competing against each other to make it close enough to Nakib Aslan here.
Yep. But the more they fight, the more that Nakib will get away. It's
Yeah.
Still about 5.4 seconds, yes, but they wouldn't want to engage in a very heavy battle. Otherwise, that's any chance of getting out to the podium incidentally gone. And Nakib's cleared this particular gaggle of cars coming out to Luffield. So, doesn't have to worry about that. For Fadli and Alexis, there is... Oh, there's a collision!
Oh no!
There's a collision right there!
Careful! Oh!
And it's a... Look at that! Alan Drake Cruz is involved in that!
Oh no!
And it was Alexis Klapano. Klapano's been hit.
The rejoin was actually a very, very nightmare situation there. He got spun out, but Alexis couldn't stop in time to avoid any damage. So this is going to be a big hit as they're coming into Brooklands right now. You can see what happens in front. The car here.
Yep. That was
Oh.
Chandra sent.
Oh,
big
that's
hit.
big.
363. That is the Apex Brunei guys of Henry Crooks. So Crooks is on that. And you can see the bumper moving right now. Oh, dearie me. That is such a tough pill to swallow for Klapano and Alan Drake Cruz was such big competitors up in front at that point. And as he left the race now, in fact, that was the camera going Fritz for a second. But for Klapano, that means the pit stop will be much longer, and that will send him out of contention completely. You can see that the car is barely able to turn. Oh, your heart goes out to them, isn't it? That is a sickening feeling to be involved in that kind of
Yeah, it's so unfortunate as well because he wasn't expecting the rejoin because you couldn't see the 363 car. When he got spun out, was actually still relatively safe distance away, but when he decided to move forward to straighten up the car, that's a car of Henry Crooks, of course. When he decided to put the throttle on to try and put the car back onto the line, he just ended up on the racing line and then just completely took out two cars. Fali Rahmat actually made it okay. Car 147 there, you know, yellow flag, I think he just went off as well a little bit. Yeah, that is the car of Satria Pandu. And
yeah, coming up incidentally to Alexis Klapano.
oh, another car number 2 just went off.
Oh, no,
as
that's
well.
Sinjoto!
Oh
Sinjoto got off.
no!
What happened there? Well, we're going to have to see a replay. In fact, you can see there's the number 300 Pinta by Bigo car coming through. That might have been another collision.
Oh, he's gonna lose even more time here. Let's see what happens. Okay, he looks like he's been holding on to the space all on his own there. Car's not really turning as well as I would have thought he would have kept it under control. Coming into the next. What a dive! That is the car number 300 there of Ayananda.
Yeah.
Why did he dive that hard?
He tried to overtake Brian, who I think Brian is the one that's actually in the car right now. Seriously, this race has gone completely pear-shaped and then some for the number 2 MPLGP guys. They're still in the top 10, would you believe it, despite all their woes.
Oh, but now he's have to deal with the Ferrari at the back here.
And Azza. So there is Shaquille coming through now. That is for position as well, because the number 77 is in Pro apparently. We're not sure if it's Pro or Pro-Am, but whatever it is, he's lost time! He's gonna go around the outside and switches back on the inside, but the number 7 car comes through, and that is Marina Pratama, who's supposed to be in this particular battle for position, but unfortunately because of that scuffed pit stop, he has now dropped all the way to P44 overall.
Oh, so Johto's not having a really good stint, is he? He's been involved in 2 separate incidents and none of them were his own fault there. So he's going to lose so much more time to Taufik Moin, who was 12 seconds earlier on. He was doing a good job at maintaining the pace. Now he lost an extra 12 seconds from that, which is going to be super unfortunate for him because he is now stuck fighting for P7 with Shaquille here. So not a great spot for him, and I'm hoping that when Mario Hassan gets back into the driver's seat after all, they end up having a better time then.
Yeah, as Azza now, he's on board with really one of the breakout stars from last year, has proven this year to be the driver taking the mantle for the Apex Racing Brunei team. And behind him, I would hazard to guess is Ben C, because that is the founder of Apex Racing Brunei. If he's hear us, hopefully he can, whoever's back there can give us a wave. If it's Ben, hello Ben. Hopefully you're sitting pretty happily right now because it's going really well for the Apex Brunei guys, because not only that they're leading the race in Pro-Am, but they're also going to be extending the championship gap up in front, because their nearest competitor, the number 59 Jabasin car, is nowhere to be seen. So really it will be a good day for them, as up into the pits comes Naki Azlan, and presumably he's going to definitely give it to Nabil Azlan after this.
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of surprised he went into the pits quite early there, because I think he still had about 10 minutes left on his stint.
Well, he was one of the early pitters.
That is true. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so maybe he does 55 minutes on the stint. Yeah, does have a bit of time, but yeah.
Yep. Oh, in fact, as the pit stop start, we're going to go into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. when allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back to the action here for eRGP Endurance Edition 2024, round 4 for the 4 hours of Silverstone, and once again, so many fours in one go, but it has been a great action out on track for everybody involved, some more than others, but up in front here for car number 44, AR Muhammad Ali was up close to the back of Andika Ramamalana while you were away during the commercial break. He had a look on the inside, coming up to the loop on the way to A3, but Andika chopped the door in front of Alif, and that was the closest that Alif had in his chance to overtake the Indonesian up in front. But once again, racing masterclass being exhibited by the both of them, especially the defense from Andika, where he just kept it up in front. But now as Alan Drake Cruz gets the car back for the number 31 Allen Racing car. Unfortunately, a 30-second stop and go penalty. So for the car that was involved in that massive collision between the back markers and himself, well, at the time it was Alexis Capano driving. Safe to say, this particular run for this crew has come to a screeching halt, and it will send them tumbling out of the top 10 in not only the actual race in overall, but also in the pro standings. So really then, what started out so promising for Alan Drake Cruz, where he was only half a second behind Andika Ramamalana, has now turned into what will really be a one-lap gap between himself and the leaders. So a disaster there for the Filipino. Meanwhile, back up to the front here. It's a close battle. He was nearly overtaking the Andika, Ali on Andika. David, while you were away for the break just now, Ali nearly got a move coming up to the loop onto A3, but Andika was well alert to that.
That's quite an unfortunate situation for him, but Andika is still holding on to the lead. They're still stretching out their stints to the very end, but Alif has been on his stint a bit longer, so at this point he's probably going to end up having to pit earlier than Andika does, which probably puts him in a pretty advantageous position, as Fadi Rahmat is coming in quite close to them actually. About 16 seconds is the gap between these two drivers.
Yeah, between the three of them. You can almost count Andika and Alif as one car because they're just within a second of each other.
Yeah.
But for Fadi, he's 60 seconds behind. So pace-wise, despite getting the better of Alexis Colpano in that crazy battle between the both of them, net is still writing P4 because it depends on where Nabil now is going to come into play once the pit stop cycles shake themselves up.
And I also noticed that Alan Drake Cruz does have a stop and go penalty here.
Yep. In fact, he is coming to the box now, and he will. In fact, he has left his box. He will be well and truly behind. It's gut-wrenching for him, especially he put in such a stellar performance up in front. The pressure Andika all the way, only for when his teammate took over, Alexis Clapano took over, it just went pear-shaped because, again, luck was not on their side throughout the entire stint.
Yeah, and because of that, the Mario Hasnam now back in the MPRGP Ford Mustang is back up a position into ahead of Alan Drake Cruz and Fahad Malik as well. Fadi Malik there, just behind Aldo Balagulan, so he has to make up a lot of time here in order to make it past, because he was battling with Taufik Moyin quite a lot up until that incident. In fact, he was involved in 2 incidents there. So I'm not really sure how long his car ended up staying in the pits for. Probably didn't end up being too long, I hope. Okay, so we can see from the starting time, they were stopped for quite a while trying to repair all the damage. But it doesn't seem as long as I would have expected, considering the relatively heavy hits that they ended up experiencing. But yeah, he is in a good position right now. He's going to try and make up a lot of time. The car of 711 here, being driven by John Pierre Sonicus back on the driver's seat, is quite far ahead of him. 2 spaces, in fact. 2 positions in class as well. So got a lot of time to make up. 10 seconds, maybe 15, another 20. Doesn't seem like it. But here comes Alif. He's back to the pits. He's going to hand the reins back over to Muhammad Tasbih. And Andika has a lot of time, can still stay out for a few more minutes before he has to make it into the pits.
Yep, but again, When these two were on the track, it was only about under a second. Now, it's the in-lap time for Andika. Will his in-lap be fast enough to prevent Alif or Tasbi getting back out to the front? It's so tantalizingly close, isn't it?
Yep.
It's going to be interesting of how that will play out. Because right now, Andika on track has a back marker, and that is, I think, Savi Ratnayake, number 21. It is, no, in fact, it is Sanaratne. So Sanaratne has taken over. Angelo Sanaratne in the number 21 CMSE car, and he's still in front. Would you believe it? Andika, this is not what he wanted. The in-lap that he needs to stay ahead of the number 44 Amigos car, and you can see, well, if you can read his lips, he did say something. I hope that was not profanity, but not happy at all, the Indonesian.
Yeah, of course, it is thankful that the driver cams are muted. You can definitely see what the drivers are
Well, he said
emoting, yes.
Bodoh.
But don't say it on stream. He's already said it quietly. You don't have to say it out loud.
Well, we can almost say that the Pintar car did the same thing. That was not a smart move, though, to whack out...
The opposite of his name, right?
Yeah, well, it's to whack out the MPR GP car just now when we saw it club.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, well, it's clear to see that Andika wants to be on the pace coming into the pit lane, but he has not been able to do so. Now, where is Alif in relation? A minute behind.
Is this enough time for, depending on how long he stopped for, he might just make it barely 58, if he can hold on for about 58 seconds and make the driver swap really fast, he could theoretically still hold on to the lead, but he will, his co-driver Dylan Tan will have to be contending with Mohammad Hasbi here. And is Alif still in the driver's seat, or is he swapped drivers?
He's still in the driver's
He's still in the driver's seat, so Tasbi is going to take out the last stint, which is going to be amazing because Tasbi blisteringly quick. And ooh,
Shakil, Shakil goes off a bit wide there. Here comes Azar on the inside, and this is Pro M versus M. He goes a bit wide there, does Shakil. Here comes Nakim as well. Now, Nabil is one for good measure being involved in this particular battle. It's a two-way fight. This is for position, of course. They don't really have to be too courteous about this. It's all gloves off now, Damon.
Yeah, Azza is not in the same class, but he is still contesting for this position on the grid right now. Nabil Azlan gonna have to try and make it through in order to make it past Shakil here. Goes on the inside of Brooklyn's. Oh, attack onto Shakil.
And it sends Shakil nearly off. Nabil takes the position, but no doubt that might be a steward's inquiry.
Yeah, that's a kind of a big cut as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up getting a little bit of an automatic penalty there for cutting the track and putting Shakil in a compromised position there. But regardless, he did take that position away, all things considered.
And amazingly, somehow, the two of them, Azza and Shakil, did not swap positions despite that massive dive from Nabil Aslan.
Yeah, Azza ended up having to take a really wide line in order to let Nabil through. Shakil was already in the corner, but he got tapped out, so he managed to recover the Ferrari pretty well, all things considered, to get straighten the car back out into the next right-hander here. So, all things considered, the only driver swap, the only position swap was Nabil Azhar making it through these two drivers. So, he is now up in P3, still considerably far behind Alif here, about 8.8 seconds. And here comes Dylan Tan. He's now in the driver's seat, still holding on to the lead, but whether or not he'll be able to make it through, he is still in front of Alif, just barely, however. So he has, just enough time to stop and swap the drivers before Alif would take that position away from him.
The in-lap was important.
Very.
That's why Andika didn't want to hang about. He knows full well that if he kept a good enough delta between himself and the Amigos car, he has a chance. As yellow flags there, something happened to the 777 car. We're not going to focus on that. The number one tag got through. Oh, Alif on the inside. Alif dives on the inside of Dylan. Would you believe it? He tried to sneak it through, but Dylan, ever the most consummate professional, keeps enough of a space to come through, and he stays ahead, only for the time being.
Stalwart Paragon there is just holding it rock steady coming into the Wellington Straight. Holds it for the position, but Alif is not letting go of his claws just yet. He's still trying to make a move on the inside. Dylan really has to tighten up his corner exits in order to pull away there. As they're coming into the start-finish straight, as they enter Corps, we have to wait and see whether or not Alif will be close enough to try and make a move as they're coming into back into Maggot. But realistically, at this point in time, man, it's going to be so tough to call because we're past the halfway point of the race. We've got about an hour 47 minutes remaining in the race. So We've already seen how much can change in the span of a few minutes. This is an entire hour. Still got a whole race left in front of him.
Oh. Hang on to your seats, folks. This is still not over. Not by a long shot. It is by far the most entertaining battle, and it has to be the most important one because it's up to the front. We're looking at number 44, the Amigos Racing Team car, the defending champions of Endurance Edition from last year, up against the number 889 Legion Racers car, aiming to win that first title in Endurance Edition after what you can safely say was a trying year last season. They never really got off the ground running, but they did take a win towards the end. Now they're in championship contention. As you can see, the number 110 GSR car gets out of the way. This is nip and tuck stuff. Absolutely fantastic battle between these two heavyweights in the sim racing scene in Asia. Dylan Tan versus AR Muhammad Alif. It's gonna go either way here as he dives on the inside. He looks at the dink. He tries to go through. Oh, nearly a touch there. Alif backed out of it just in time, and Dylan with a very brave defensive move to prevent Ali from coming by. This is riveting stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how there wasn't any contact there at that moment. As they're coming into the Wellington Straight now, this is actually very hard to figure out what's going to happen next. There's going to be twists and turns all over, but ooh, Dylan goes a little bit wide on the entry to Brooklyn's there, keeping the line nice and tight, but no, it's not. It's very wide. In fact, Alif is close behind him, waiting to see whether or not he can make a move. If he had tightened up his line a little bit, I think he would have caught more exit speed and made this battle even closer than it is right now. As they're continuing to start finish straight, Cops cutting right turn, and Dylan pretty I want to say conservative with the lines that he's taking right now, but I don't think he can afford to.
No, I don't think so, because again, despite Andika's best efforts to get a good in lap, those back markers really have become quite pesky. It's not enough, but to be ahead by a more further advantage, but it's just ever so slightly enough to stay ahead. But for the time being, you can feel that Alif in that Ferrari has the bit between his teeth and the pace advantage to just get a better on Dylan. But Dylan and his defense, you know full well he's going to place the car at the right spots every single time to just frustrate his fellow Singaporean.
Yeah, he's got blood in his eyes right now. Is AR Muhammad Alif trying to see whether or not he can actually keep onto this position. They're coming up to another back marker here, so whether or not these cars will be able to navigate through it is going to be a good factor in whether or not this lead will extend or decrease. Meanwhile, the back here, of course, we have Nabil Azlan there, slowly inching the gap closer again. These two cars battling each other will end up slowing each other down to the point where they might end up facing another battle, three-way battle here for that top spot. Meanwhile, yeah, that might be it's going to be really tough to call. They're coming back into the Wellington Straight, but the gap really not decreasing at all.
Indeed, and there's that back marker, Muhammad Adib in the Food Panda Racing Team colors, the WT Motorsport car. Definitely our pick is to be one of the best looking cars out there because it really has a lot of authority to it. It looks like a Food Panda bag, and it really does become quite striking on the track. And good bit of driving from Adib, despite their race not being up to what they would have liked, have really exemplified good driving. I think that well,
camera shot.
apart from the camera shot, it looks as though they're trying to eat something off camera.
That might be the case actually. Maybe they did order Foodpanda.
Who knows?
But regardless, yeah, made it pass through pretty clean as well. So this battle is still locked. 6/10 of a second gap between these two drivers. So it did extend quite a bit while Alif was making it through the back marker as well. And they will just keep coming up onto back markers. So this is where half the battle is at this point in the race, because it's not just a matter of whether or not you'll be able to outdrive your opponent. It's a matter of not whether you'll be able to get through the rest of the cars at the first. 363 there, Umay Wifri just went off as well. We have to see a replay of that. Maybe it was a tap, maybe it was an unforced error. Oh no, there was a big...
he was trying to overtake Fikri Askar there, the number 320 Bigo Cup. Whoa! Good avoidance from four different cars in one go. Mercifully, he didn't get hit, then 5 for good measure because he was right in the middle of that racing line. But again, mercifully, no one got hit as Shakil comes out of 4th position, coming to the pits. It has been unrelenting action, isn't it? Non-stop.
Yeah, definitely. And if we go over, Fandi Rahman also went to the pits earlier to swap to Dafan Nabil here, who is also going to be stuck in the position. He was ahead, he was in P3 for a good portion of the time right now, but now stuck 18 seconds behind. We'll have to see how long the driving spot was. Yeah, he was stopped for quite a while there, so pretty slow driver change was definitely. I think he also had to do some repairs, but I wasn't sure whether or not he was actually involved into anything major.
Quite a few, but I think because he was involved there.
Oh yeah. Correct.
So
Yes.
luckily for him, the damage is not too extensive, but it has cost him so much time compared to where he would have wanted to be. So the number 29 car, being in the wars, left, right, and center, still there, but albeit would have loved to have been in the top 3.
Yeah. He definitely still has an avenue to make it happen. However, oh, Dylan made it past the back marker, but Alif has not yet.
The Pintar car.
Yeah, the Pintar car, and now he's making it through, flashing lights, making sure that he knows exactly where the car is going to be, so he can make it past. And now coming to Magazine Brackets, yeah, Dylan Tan still holding on to that lead, half a second gap between these two drivers, still very stalwart there. And Alif hasn't really made a big move ever since we saw that last dive in the end. He's been pretty conservative now, doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, the fact that the Pintar car this time lives up to his name by smartly moving out of the way, albeit maybe not as swiftly and abruptly as what he would have wanted.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Alif's now locked into the back of his fellow Singaporean, a much younger driver, probably just a few years younger. I think about close to 9 years, I think. Close to a decade younger, but regardless of that, the difference in generation doesn't really mean anything when the skill involved has been on the absolute high level that we come to expect from these guys. And good racecraft involved from both of them. We thought that a collision might happen, but maybe lesser drivers would have been involved in that, but not these two.
Yeah, definitely. Very good race discipline, very good racecraft, as you mentioned before. If we look at the Pro M class as well, we have Amirul Naim holding on to that lead from the front there, still doing a pretty good job. But of course, we have the second in class, Imran Zuhaili, taking over for Raja Amir Sarkar in the GR Bentley car. I'm never going to get used to saying that. I'm going to start saying it in real life now whenever it's you know.
Yeah, but also the fact that Imran actually was in the commentary booth.
Oh yeah, he was our producer.
Yeah, now he went all the way back to his house from Kelana all the way to Cyberjaya and just started the race. So really then, props to him, the dedication involved, but it really, you must question if he could feel a bit of tiredness from that.
Yeah.
And he nearly came a cropper there through Maggots and Beckett's. Really had to slide the car in to grab the apex.
I mean, and we've seen him drive before. He's definitely on the pace, especially when you see him come across some of the top drivers we have from our region as well. He definitely had the pace. We just have to see if he'll have the consistency. And we are on board with Angelo Senaratne now, just behind Evan Hazer right now. It's going to be really hard to really call out any fights that happen in the mid-pack. We can call out yellow flags when both cars go off, but in the mid-pack right now, it does seem a little bit consistent in terms of where these cars are going to be on the track, because the gaps between them are quite wide in terms, just in terms of where they are.
Yeah, in fact, we're just jumping through to see whether or not any moves are happening. Again, this is just to give an idea of where everybody are, where is everybody at any point of the track. That's the crucial point. But for the time being though, this is one of the other close battles out on the track. It's 4th position overall, but not for anything in class because Evan Heiser is in Pro and Senaratne is in AM.
Yep.
So difference in class, but nonetheless, still a good battle to watch out either way. Meanwhile, number 786, who was high up just now in the Pro-Am category, Rahul Chakraborty, who's taken over from his teammate, which was Tassin Anafnor, and now he's, I think some incident happened along the way.
Yep.
He's battling with Revian Gumalar for position between the two classes, but not where he would have wanted to be.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see already the front runners are just behind him. Of course, so there has to be some awareness for these 3 drivers, 5 drivers as a matter of fact, to make it through. Brandon Ho here, of course, still holding on to that P30 position. BHO Racing. Ooh, gonna be really careful. The Papiga Racing car is right next to him. Gonna have to be very careful where he parks it on the line there. This is a battle for position as a matter of fact. There's Azib Mokhtar there coming into the Wellington Straight. I think he has the jump on him and going to Brooklands.
Oh.
Yeah, he has.
Wow, what a dive though. Brilliant move from...
Oh no, he goes way too wide.
Yeah, brilliant dive, but unfortunately he could get his stop time because he went in way too hard. He had the line, but again, just overcooked it.
Yeah, and swap position there, the switchback goes around. Yeah, and that pretty much exemplifies the theory of slow in and fast out, because you kind of really have to. This exit speed, especially for these low to mid speed corners, is almost everything for these drivers. And here it goes. We have Nabil Azlan as well. The gap between him and the front two drivers is increasing. Actually, yeah, you're right. And the pace, I think he might be kind of caught in between some traffic as well, which is why he couldn't really advance on him. It looks like he's running into clean air now, but now the front runners. Look at them, 3 cars in front of them.
But you gotta remember the slipstream between the both of them.
That is true. Yeah.
So that's why he doesn't have the advantage that these two have. He does not keep. So Nabil really does hamper his charge and try to get up to these two. So we go to toe to toe as that's Dylan nearly coming a cropper there. Dylan came out to the back of Ravian Gumala. He goes on the inside. Oh, that is very, very desperate move. A very desperate move there from Dylan, trying to come by, but Ravian was not preparing to yield.
Yeah, he lost a little bit of the tail end there, coming out of that right-hander. Lost him a lot of speed, so he's now forcing the other back markers to let him through. Flashing the lights, of course, coming out of the Brooklyns. And we have to see if Alif can do the exact same thing. Coming to the right-hander, a very tight line there. Ooh, he has to keep it as tight as possible. And yeah, it's going to be pretty dangerous for these cars now. Okay, so they've cleared probably the densest traffic on the track for the time being, which means they'll have a bit of clean air to run around just before they end up with the next set of drivers they have to make it through. And you know what this reminds me? I don't know what you remember this. Yeah. This kind of reminds me of that little game mode in Forza Motorsport 4, the multi-class racing, where the other class is in a car that's a substantially higher class. So you end up having to deal with not only your drivers on track, your opponents, but also just having to deal with an obstacle course all around you.
I think I remember that, yeah. That was one of those crazy game modes that has sadly been lost in Forza nowadays. Because again, that's just the decline of some racing games in general, especially when they chase after trends rather than going for proper developments. Anyway, this is a little battle between Rahul Chakraborty and Adam Harif, aka Murdoch. The champion from the bronze class in Global Edition last time is under pressure here from Chakraborty, and Chakraborty has gotten through. So the Bangladeshi has gotten one over here on the Malaysian in a brand new car for him, because he has done, I think, endurance before, but now he's in the number 555 Borneo Ronin racing car. Easy as you like, but he just got compromised by virtue of the fact that Gumalar was battling so hard earlier with the leaders at one point. And speaking of the leaders, it looks as though Alif may have lost a bit of time here in the mid-pack, courtesy of the fact that there was a bit of an interference from the back markers.
Yeah, let's see here. The gap extended to about a second, which means that Alif will clear traffic about a second slower than Dylan Tan here will be doing. So that might end up being even more of a time loss as they're making it past Vicky Satria here in the number 3 car. But yeah, I don't know, really we've got about 90 minutes left in the race. And
we have a yellow flag
let's
for
see.
Over Kahili.
Yeah, there he goes again.
Yeah, would you hazard to guess that he spun it himself or he got
Let's
tapped?
see.
The slide on the outside is...
oh no, that is a bit of a shunt there.
And
that dive into the racing line was, I want to say a bit overzealous from the car of Wafri here.
No, sorry, from Cameron James.
Sorry.
Cameron James is the one that was involved in that particular skirmish. And MBR Racing is a brand new entry for this one, but the drivers are from Sarawak, of course, so a bit of representation from East Malaysia, alongside the Borneo Ronin Racing guys. Though for Cameron, that was the 15 seconds of fame that he did not want. The really fast rally driver. He is one of the best drivers in WRC in Malaysia, so he's finding that circuit racing may be a different prospect, but I think it's a learning experience for those involved going off-road back onto the black stuff.
Yeah, the gap is just slowly extending here, so once this stint ends, it will probably, if this gap maintains itself and in fact increases, then it will be completely up to Tasbih later on in order to just send it all the way to the very end. And of course, we've seen him done it before. Last year, I think, I don't remember which track it was, but definitely he pulled it off a last-ditch pass to gain P3 at the very tail end of the race. So if there was a miracle worker in his group, it'd definitely be Tasmi. But Alif just has to keep it in place for him to make work his magic.
Indeed. As now we are just gonna see an on-board lap around the Silverstone circuit. Who better to do it than be on board with our race leader, Dylan Tyne, who will no doubt be giving us a real good bird's-eye view of everything that's happening here. So, here he comes now. To the start-finish race. Free helmet movement here just to show how it's like to be behind the wheel. He comes up to turn number 1 now. This is Cops. As, well, definitely corner that you cannot take in flight in these cars, but in the Grand Prix car it is. And you can see on his little map there, throttle mapping is at 1, of course, because he wants to have the highest fuel mix possible. ABS low, but TC also.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. Of course, I'm not speaking for everyone because I'm not as good a driver for the as these guys, but
oh, that's very close. That is very close between himself and that looks like Alvin Chai this time. So Alvin is taking over from Yongler.
Yeah.
Coming up now to this, to Stowe, where Yongler caused that collision between himself and Tsuyoto. Luckily though, no incidents just yet.
yeah. So going back to my point, of course, TC being off is kind of a pretty scary thing to think about because, of course, these cars fully rear-wheel drive, 600 horsepower just going to the rear wheels. So if you're not careful or delicate enough with your throttle control, it will just come out from underneath you. And yeah. Really surprising that he went without traction control here. I guess he has the human traction control of himself then.
Not for sure. It's kind of like Senna, isn't it? Where he can just use his foot to just control it. As a bit of a spin there just now for Mohammed Irfan, who is up in that top 10. As you can see, his car is well and truly scuffed.
Yeah, and Alan Drake Cruz is slowly inching his way back into the top 10 right now. All he has to do is get past this 5-second gap of him and Mohammed Irfan.
Oh,
you can see
we're not gonna get that.
doesn't look like it.
But I think he might have spun up by himself and got clouded there. So the replay range kind of misses a bit.
Oh no, there it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, put his wheels on the grass there. That's really unfortunate. And then just the car ran away from underneath him, which tends to happen, especially for these Ferraris because short wheelbase are kind of twitchy compared to the rest of the grid.
Indeed. And well, he's under pressure here from Duran Abisekera. So Duran is not changing him for position, but he knows full well that that car's compromised and nearly loses it again, coming through Beckett onto Chapel. But that car is not feeling happy right now. Again, he did collide the rear, so that's why the rear aerodynamics is suffering a bit.
Yeah. Hanging straight here. Look at this car is so spread out. It's kind of really hard to tell what's going on. But Ricky Satria here, P13. This is P11 in class. No, sorry, P10 in class. Yeah, so he's okay in a decent spot, but he is just behind Roy Ricciardo here in another Ferrari, in the other Ferrari. So this is going to be a better position if Ricky Satria can just close the gap a little bit more.
Yeah, and apologies that our hot lap around Silverstone with Dylan was cut short a bit because we wanted to see what happened there to Muhammad Irfan, but we might just go again one time when we needed a bit of a long period because again, the action has been ramping up throughout the entire period and it has definitely been quite on edge for a lot of us, but we just need to take a little bit of a breather sometimes just so we don't really push ourselves too high, especially with the crescendo of the end coming pretty soon.
Yeah, 90 minutes left in the race. Crazy that we've already been here for about 2.5 hours. But yeah, it's 75 laps going on right now. The gap between Dylan Tan and Alif, Muhammad Alif, is still about a second, so hasn't really been any change there. The biggest change, I think, is the fact that Jean-Pierre Sonicus and Dafa Nabil are less than a second apart from one another, so we might end up seeing something happening there as well.
Yeah, you're right to point out because apart from Naqib and Nabil's car, the 111 Stratos car have gained 4 positions. Sonicus and Taufik have gained 4 positions themselves as well, so they really know how to rig a car around here. Vladi Malik, 6 positions. That's among the biggest gainers in the top 10. But apart from that, the biggest gainer outside of the top 10, 17 positions for around Rafi Prahasatya in the number 69 Bigo car, the number 320 Bigo car as well, Kita by Bigo. The number 511 over me car, that's Sukan Pino's car, that really has gained 17 positions, a lot there as well. That's why you can see him in 23rd position, just within the leaderboard. Randy Go from way out as well, 46 in fact for number 11, so they're up 70 positions. Biggest loser of the lot is unfortunately Raul Chakraborty in car number 76, the GSR car that was up at one point in the top 10 but then dropped out, so they're now the ones who lost those positions. Currently running at least. Enzo Isan and Marina Pratama, of course, the other ones who lost a big time 39 positions. They were up into the top 5 but then dropped to 43rd overall and well and truly out of the running here in their class.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them. Race it didn't turn out in their favor at all. But here comes Mario Hazam doing a pretty good job of just a recovery drive of sorts there, jumping back up to P6. So he's in a pretty decent spot, but yeah, we're still on board with Jean-Pierre Sonicus there. Catching up to Dafa Nabil, we're going to see something happen eventually because this is a battle for P4. The rest of the grid in front of him is just too far ahead for the timing. Here it comes into the club, and right now Jean-Pierre Sonicus really putting the pressure here on Dafa Nabil.
And in front of them, I think it's still Azib Shami Mokhtar. Yep, Azib Shami will be the back marker here that either has the heat out of the way quickly or he could try to just minimize the time lost by battling a bit, but it might be the former, isn't it? Because he doesn't want to compromise his standing.
Yeah, man, it's kind of really hard to really tell. Okay, they have a front marker in front of them. That is the car. I'm not sure which car that was. There's another Ferrari in front of them.
Azib Shami.
Yeah, so this battle could be coming to a head before they end up clearing the back marker, but we'll have to wait and see as the gap suddenly extends itself. Jean-Pierre Sonicus here, still trying to make a move into Brooklyn's, but as long as Dafa Nabil is being held up by him, the gates are open. Car number 23, letting them through finally, letting both cars through. So
good driving.
Yeah, good driving, good racecraft, keeping it nice and tidy for everyone else as well.
Indeed. And for Dafa Nabil, he lost a bit of time to Sonicus that time around as well, 59.2. Sonicus 59.1, so he was the first to beat the back marker. But I think throughout the entire lap, they were about even Stevens.
Yeah, definitely. Another thing we have to mention is, of course, the Allen Racing car of Alan Drake Cruz. 4 seconds behind Vladi Malik, so yeah, I'm kind of like a little bit worried for him because when he sends the reins back to his co-driver, it is going to be quite a bit of time loss, and Roy Ripperip not that far behind as well, so he could end up losing even more.
We'll wait and see how that entails because again, he had the pace, really great pace to match with Andika at the start, but then, as you said, when he handed the reins over to Alexis Papano, just not the best way to do it, wasn't it? Because for starters, luck was on their side. Every single collision that happened, it was very close. As up in the front, 2 seconds right now between Dylan and Alif. So we might have to wean off that particular battle for now because I think Alif's charge has faded slightly because he probably wants to conserve the tires and the car before he hands the reins over back to Tasby, and then Andika is going to get involved. So that's going to be a real humdinger of a battle towards the end.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not sure if Andika will be back in the driver's seat because he might end up just letting Dylan handle the race all the way to the end there. And Dylan's doing a very good job at extending the pace as well, so it's all a matter of whether or not he'll be able to hold on until the very end when Tasby gets back into the wheel. On the other side of the pack, the top 3 spots right now, Nabil Aslan still considerably far behind, but he is also in a relatively good spot considering how far ahead he is on Dafa Nabil. So, I mean, I don't want to say it's locked yet because it's still like at least 80 minutes left before the end of the race, but yeah, top spots, aside from this battle for P4, is all relatively comfortable.
Indeed, and well, top 3, shall we say.
Yeah.
4th and 5th is not as comfy for Nabil as what we would think. He is under severe pressure, and he had to do that before. Remember, between himself and Tasby in that cracking opening race in Barcelona for more than half a year ago now, really was one of the best races we've seen in the year. And you get the finish was just separated by under a second. Now Dafa is going to a similar situation, albeit in P4. not battling for the win, but still top 5 and crucial points as we tally up the top scores after this. Once we go into the final round of the season, as you can see, Sonicus is on the inside. He was in the middle of the road. He looked at it on the inside, but Sonicus. Oh, there was a car in front of him spinning. Would you believe it? That was Wei Shin Wong. Nak Wong was actually going into the wrong way. Let's see a replay of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just an unforced error. He jumped the curb actually, so very dangerous. So, Silverstone, there are certain parts of the track where the curb is high enough that it will end up unsettling the car. That was definitely one of them. So have to be very aware of that as well. And I definitely think this is the point in time where like you, even as a seasoned racing driver, that the time that you spend in driver's seat could end up like making your concentration waver ever so slightly.
Well, it's also a blessing, and it could be also a disadvantage for those who have sand in the car, because they know the pace of the race. They can actually go at it almost immediately. But the extra caveat is, yes, as you said, you might feel a bit tired behind the wheel if you've actually exerted yourself a bit too much, especially in some intense stints. Case in point, like what Dylan Tan is doing, or what Alan Craig Cruz is doing, trying to pressure Nico Rama for the lead. And that time around, he did get by, and ever since then, the race unfortunately has slipped away from his grasp. Though he will still be in the top 10 overall and in his class for points. But again, the case of one might have been if the luck, a bit of luck was on their side, especially what happened to Alexis when he was in the review.
Yeah, man, I don't know when this battle is going to tighten up. I guess not for a while as well. You have to make sure that they don't end up slowing each other down as well, because I think the Mario Haslam in the back there still trying to make a charge for it. 27 seconds gap, 28-second gap, so still out of it for the time being, but we'll have to see over the course of the next couple of laps whether or not this time actually goes down. If we look at the sector... Ooh, that move there. Yeah, if we look at the sector times, the Mario Haslam is actually making a bit of time onto the front of the pack, so the gap is narrowing, just not enough.
Yeah, but it's just, again, chipping bit by bit. If you have an hour and a half left to go, which is a bit of a Grand Prix distance, you might fancy your chances, but again, with the opportunity, the more the time goes on, the more that it shrinks. So for Hasnam, after the trials and tribulations of Williams and Johto's stint, it's just a matter of trying to actually get back onto the turn with the guys in front. And make no mistake, even when Haslam was in the wheel, it was on the knife's edge of disaster, shall we say, when he was battling with Nakim. He tapped the Stratos car twice, and twice in the situation where he could have ended up spinning, he managed to save it, but he lost time and the car was damaged. So that's why that last pit stop, especially when Sunjoto was taking over, the previous two pit stops when Sunjoto was taking over, he lost so much time, almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, and 10 seconds in an endurance race might not seem like a lot, but 10 seconds is a lot of time you have to make up when you only get 2 minutes per lap. So definitely have to watch out for that. Have to keep it neat and tidy as possible. And Jean-Pierre Sonicus here still looking for Dafa Nabil there. And I just wanted to take a quick look-see at how long they've been out on track so far. Yeah, about 37 minutes. Yeah, so they've still got about half an hour to 40 minutes left. But if Jean-Pierre Sonicus doesn't make this move fast enough, he will have to enter the pits a lot sooner than Dafa Nabil does.
We'll see. But again, it's all a matter of whether or not he can get the move done.
That's true.
At this point, the Ferrari does have good cornering ability, but the straights just favor the other cars. He really has to time his move correctly. Otherwise, he just burns out his tires and might not even save the car towards the end. That's another close one there from Sonicus, getting up to the back of Nabil. But Nabil didn't really have to defend much. He just placed his car in the right place.
Yeah, and you do have to tighten up your line if you want to go for that dive, but at the same time, the second you put your wheels on the grass, you just end up scrubbing a lot more speed than you would like, which is why we're seeing that Dafa Nabil just pull away from Sonicus there at the exit. But Sonicus not giving up, they're still trying to find this opportunity. 0.3 of a second. Ooh, a little bit shaky is Dafa Nabil coming into the one straight here. Let's see, if he gets the draft, he might be able to send it on the inside.
He is much closer this time. He is within that magical 2/10 window to try and make something out of it. But Sonicus once again digs on the inside, has a bit of a look, but Dafa is well and truly aware of that and picks out the best possible racing line. He didn't have to do much.
Yeah.
He just had to brake as late as he could there and hold the line onto the inside to prevent any way for Jean-Pierre Sonicus to go through.
Yeah, and when you're the car in a battle, it's always going to be at a disadvantage for you because you
Whoa.
have to. Ooh, Electric Cruise there.
Oh, what a sell! What a sell right
Oh,
there!
wait a minute.
Oh, that's a touch! But Alan Drake Cruz with a brilliant move there to just sell the dummy on Floody Malik, and Floody, unfortunately for him, took the bait and went completely wide. We had to take a replay of that one.
Oh man, that was incredible. Look at his bait move coming in there. He's going a bit tight there. Forcing Floody Malik to try and be a little more bit defensive coming into the left-hander here. Goes in for the switch. Yeah, breaks a little bit early and forces Floody Malik. Yeah, baited Floody Malik to braking super late for that. And then coming back in. What a great move. What a great move from this youngster.
Oh wow. You think that might have been a 20, 30 something driver with years of experience ahead of him to pull off something that audacious, but it is just a kid in his pre-teens doing some outrageous bit of driving and literally just sold one on a driver who was champion in Global Edition a few seasons back as well for good measure. So really then, Vladi, well, not to say he would be embarrassed by that, but he did get outfoxed completely by Alan, who really knew where to put the car in the right position and take advantage of it.
Yeah, definitely great move from Alan Drake Cruz and bumping him up back into the top 10 there, taking over the P9 spot. And meanwhile, we have Ricky Satria there, still chasing after Roy Ripperip. I think this battle also has been going on for quite a while now, but he hasn't really made any headway since. And Roy Ripperip, I don't want to say he's comfortable, he's definitely not because of how close the car is, but regardless, he's still keeping his lines neat and consistent as well.
Yep, for the Regatta guys who are always there or thereabouts, aren't they? Because
Yep.
they're either in that top 10 or close up to the front, but you never know what you're gonna get with them because, again, it could be full of excitement or it could be just absolute tragedy with a collision or two. But this time, however, they are just outside that top 10 and looking to score some good points. Of course, top 10 overall, but they're within that top 10 in the pro category. So regardless of that, points will still be on the cards for them.
Yep.
As Ricky then looks as though he's not as close as we were anticipating because we saw just now it was about 6/10 of a second, now it's grown to about a second. So this particular battle has cooled off a bit as opposed to something like this,
Yep.
with Jean-Pierre Sonicus still hot on the heels of Dafa Nabil.
Yeah, this has been going on for like, I believe about 4 to 5 laps right now, and Daphne still holding stalwart to that position, doesn't want to lose it for anything. You see the sparks coming out of the Aston Martin as they're going into here. But I'm kind of like running out of waiting period. In fact, I'm just watching this right now and I'm losing patience. If I was in Sonicus' shoe, I would just like, oh, I'll just send it.
Yeah, but again, it has to be very
That's true.
You have to be circumspect, like,
Yeah.
because the guy behind is okay, catching a little bit, but not so much as to cause a threat. But if you were to do a brash move, you might just not only jeopardize your own car, but the guy in front, and at the risk of getting a penalty. As you can see, Sonicus once again looking for a ding. Dafa goes for the middle of the road. This time, however, he's actually completely compromised because he's got to the inside line this time.
Oh, wait a minute.
Let's see then, on to the Wellington Straight out of Aintree. He is much, much closer this time, and the slipstream should be beneficial to Sonicus. As you can see there, Dafa pulls a block, but can he make it through? Onto the inside comes Sonicus, and nearly makes it just about. Hangs onto it, does. Dafa Nabil as Sucampino for the Overme car has actually gotten into a bit of a mare right in front of our battling 4th and 5th place drivers.
Yeah, so they're going to be catching up to him relatively soon here. And he was close, just barely, but not close enough. Both of them really pushing the edge of the breaking point there. As they're coming up into Cops again for another lap of this two-way battle for that P4 spot. It's going to be such a frantic position. And it's also like even more draining for you as the chaser because you have to dedicate all your concentration and your focus into making sure that you can stay in their view and stay within that draft and stay within that time that you can take for that dive to happen. And Jean-Pierre Sonicus, you can see he's starting to waver just a little bit, not by much however.
Indeed, and well, That was quite exciting stuff, isn't it? Really, really fast action all the way. And for some of the guys involved in that particular skirmish, can be quite nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Yeah.
And for those guys at the back, well, they're having their races as well, not gonna lie. We still see them every now and then when they are coming out to be lapped by the leaders. It's still nonetheless great fun to have, and it's great to see that it's a big field of cars that competed ever since the beginning. So well done to everybody taking part. Let's hope that everybody is here towards the finish.
Yeah, and we just saw an update here on the lap times, and Dylan Tan just took away the fastest lap away from MPRGP there, 157.6, absolutely blistering pace. Fastest lap all race, so he's definitely on the mark here.
But he's going to be off the mark now because look at this. The back markers are going to come into play, and it's number 88, Duran Abissakeras.
Oh,
Abissakeras
careful.
come and blocked him. Now, Alif's back to within almost a second of the race leader. So, this is the moment that he is waiting to strike at. Oh, there's an incident further behind.
R11.
Randy go. And, oh! My word! That was a big one, and unfortunately he came in at the wrong time. Who was that he hit?
Didn't see, but the car didn't go off track, so there was no yellow flag there. We'll have to see the retrade coming in there. As he's rejoining. He's waiting for rejoin. He thinks it's clear now, but then 114 just comes in.
Yeah.
Car 114 is Riskio here.
Ray Risky.
Very Riskio, yeah.
for
So
PLGP.
he got T-boned just a little bit, but he didn't get forced off, so I think he's okay for the time being.
Well, okay, maybe the least of his concerns. He wants to know if the car is fine.
Yeah, that's just car guys, isn't it? And get into a big accident. The car okay, don't even care about you.
Yeah. I mean, that's the first thing, isn't it? Oh, look at the poor baby, he had a dent. Oh, if it's a race car, that's gonna be more on your pocket.
Yeah, that's a lot of money there. But of course, this being the virtual world, all these repairs are technically free, so that's fine. So these drivers definitely will be taking bigger risks. And Ricky Satria has just gone off. He was in a battle with Roy Ripper earlier on, but that just put paid to his chances of getting that position back. We'll see what happens here.
And did he do the same thing like what happened
Let's
with my
see.
Irfan? Because Irfan tapped that curve and he spun backwards into the barriers.
This looks like a different story entirely.
No, I think it's the same.
Is it? Let's see.
It is the same. He touched the curve. Yep. Oh no, in
No,
fact,
no,
on
no.
the
Oh,
outside.
he just put wheels on the grass. Yeah.
On the outside. And wow, he misses the barriers completely. So I thought he actually had a hit there. Luckily though, out of harm's way, but albeit he actually lost a huge amount of time. Still
Yep.
in front of Muhammad Irfan, incidentally the guy that we were talking about just missing the barriers earlier.
Yeah, 20-second gap. He's pretty comfortable, but you definitely want to avoid making any more incidents like that. And okay, Jean-Pierre Sonicus and Dafanabil coming out to another back marker there, which means Jean-Pierre Sonicus is going to be able to try and see if he can put a move here coming into this next lap. We're 85 laps in now. Yeah. Ooh. Time is 5:47. I was assuming like it would have gone dark by now in the UK, especially at this time. But yeah, it looks like there's still a bit of sunlight left. Pressing over, almost reaching the 3-hour mark, and we'll have to see whether or not this battle will continue once the driver changes are underway.
We'll see then. And if let's just see if there's any driver change between these two crews as well. Because again, Dafa has Fali Rahman as his teammate for this one.
Yep.
Taufik Moyen for Sonicus. So we'll wait and see when these driver changes are going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. So Sonicus will be heading the reins back over to Taufik Moyen. Dafanabil will most likely stay on track for a second consecutive stint. So that's one thing, of course. We do have to pay attention to this battle as Yao Muhammad Ali suddenly less than a second, about a second behind Dylan Tan here. So this battle is technically in its cool-off period, but it could reignite immediately once the final hour dawns.
We'll wait and see. Because again, it depends on whether or not the drivers are going to make the move. Because Tazbi and Andika are roughly about the same pace, but it might favor just slightly to Andika. Yes, it's a bit of a mix up with words there, but again, Andika might just have the advantage there because compared to him and Alif, I think he has a bit of a leg up on Tazbi, but you never know. Tazbi might just turn up here because he is driving so well when he was in his stint.
Yeah. Let's see here. Coming up to even more back markers right now.
These back markers are rattling.
Yep. So let's see, that is car number 89.
That's one of the MPRTP cars.
Yeah. So they're locked into a
It's
battle.
Vladi Malik.
Yes, Vladi Malik here. Car 222. So this doesn't look like a battle for position. So I think he's clear for the time being. But here comes Dylan Tan making it through, keeping it nice and safe. If he can keep these back markers in between him and Muhammad Ali, this gap will extend even further. We'll see. We'll have to see them. They're definitely going to.
Oh!
A little bit of a love tap there on the rear end.
Slightly from Muhammad Azreen driving for the Podium Racing team, and that, as a result, has cost Alif almost 7/10 of a second. So he tried to be predictable, but it's just on the cusp of the racing line.
Yeah. Muhammad Alif. The gap extended even further now. It's 2 seconds split between Dylan Tan and Muhammad Alif. So right now, we're about to enter the final hour of the race. Is honestly, he keep up this pace, it's going to be a pretty good chance for Tasbih to really try and steal this victory underneath, when we all of course know that he is definitely on the pace. So is Dylan Tan. That is of course the reason why he won the last Endurance Edition race.
Yeah, absolutely. Showboating across the line, shall we say? But again, if you have the peak of the ability that Dylan has, you might just be a bit smug about it, you know, because you managed to outfox an entire field through thick and thin, and through whatever condition that has been thrown at him, he was really fast. Now then, slight change in the weather as well again, 15 degrees C, so you can see why
Very cold track.
The very cold track and very fast time, so that's why the drivers are actually really loving these. These are the sort of conditions you might want to wish you have all the time when you're racing, so you can just punch in those lap times. And a bit of a crosswind, you can see that the top end of the screen, where you're at right now is in relation to where you are on track with the indicator, and it is a crosswind, so slightly treacherous, because just now we had 0 km/h wind, but now it's about 2 km/h. It's just ever so slight, but if you were to get it wrong, you might just end up losing aerodynamic grip.
Yeah, it could slightly unbalance the car coming out of the turn exits, and of course, even with this amount of downforce, you still are at the mercy of the wind sometimes when it comes to slow to mid-speed corners like this, because those aerodynamics don't work as well at low speeds. But regardless, Dylan Tan still doing a pretty good job. The gap now 2.3 seconds, and behind him, Nabil Aslan, the gap between them is actually increasing as more than I thought it would. Because when I was expecting them to battle, I was expecting the gap to narrow, but because they're now running in clear air, relatively speaking, for both of them, not really competing against each other, they're just dedicating their time to putting in the fast lap times that they need to really bring it home.
Yep. Really, just now, we want to just get these guys to the start-finish straight and just cross the start-finish line with the checkered flag inside after this, isn't it?
Yep.
But you still have an hour left to go, and at this point, still nothing in it between the guys in front. 2 seconds, yes, it's not that much actually, not gonna lie. As behind here, these guys are still at it hammer and tongs, and for Jean-Pierre Sonicus, I think he might be really annoyed by now that this orange and black JMX Fantacosta in front, he tries to dive again. No way through just yet, and once again, Dafa places the car absolutely to a T, but this time, however, he's slow on the exit, and it's just that kind of faint hope, but he is much closer to overtaking to Dafa in front.
Yeah. Ooh, this gap is so close, and they're entering in the Wellington Straight right now. The draft is coming in. Look, will Jean-Pierre Sonicus send it? He looks like he does. Coming into Brooklyn's right now, that left-hander unsettling Dafa Nabil's car on the entry there, and then just blitzing out of the exit, taking that position away. Nice and easy for Jean-Pierre Sonicus, but now Dafa Nabil is going to see if he can get a return pass there. He's trying to extend the gap even further. There are 4 tenths now, splitting them.
Brilliant move there from Sonicus. In fact, we might just have enough of a replay here to find out what happened there. You can see he's on the slipstream. Alvin Chai in front in the EVA car is not going to be a factor anyway, but dived on the inside. Dafa didn't have time to just throw a block to really put Jean-Pierre off, but that was a brilliant move from the French Thai, and Sonicus now is up to a well-deserved 4th place.
Yeah, brilliant drive from Sonicus here. And when Fali Rahmat gets back into the drive, he's probably not going to be back into the driver's seat. I believe Dafa Nabil might go out for a second consecutive stint, but when Sonicus hands the reins back to Taufik Moyin, he's going to be in a pretty good spot.
Indeed. And for Taufik, he will be happy knowing the fact that all that hard work has really paid off. It paid dividends big time, that his co-driver really has put in the hard miles to get this move done. And he's done so in spades. Look at that. It's now up to 4 tenths. Let's see what the Ferrari can do when it's up in front in clear air.
Yeah, they've got so much room there as they're running right now. Very low chance of running into back markers so quickly on. Mike Denaldi here in P16 in the 777 car is contending with Wilson Wong here for that P15 on grid.
Aiden.
Oh, that's Aiden. Yeah,
Oh, sorry, yeah, this Wilson Wong is Aiden.
Yeah,
car.
so
Wei Shen Wong.
Wei Shen Wong, yes. Coming into this gap right now, he is not in the same class. He is, of course, in the Pro-Am class, P3 in the group right now. So now all he's jostling for is really a grid position, overall grid position. So yeah, he's going to have to try and make it through. See other drivers on the grid right now. Wei Shen Wong is behind Prahastia as well, making it through.
That's really close.
Yep.
And the fact that that's a change for the lead, because Rafael Prahastia has taken the lead for the Bigo number 69 car. So Aiden Tan and Wei Shen Wong, who were looking so comfortable at one point, as you can see, Duran Brian Pereira there with a dive behind to take over track position from the Omi car. But the number 6 car has lost the lead. They were in comfortable position at one point.
Yep.
Now they're the ones chasing the shadows.
To be fair, they're not that far behind as well, so at any point in time, this could definitely still swing back in their favor. As Mike Denaldi here is trying to make his way through, but just not giving him any room there because of the way that they're battling for this current position. And meanwhile, of course, you have to see the rest of the grid. Asuka and Wafri are also in contention, not in the same class, so that's fine. But yeah, grid's pretty evenly spaced out yet again.
Yep. I mean, we're going to that point where it's a bit of a lull period, and in fact, we're going to go into a short commercial break after this. But just like Mike Denaldi, and for those who are following him on social media, here he comes. There was support for Mike in the comment section from the Indonesians. And for Team Techno right now, they scored a coup here because this guy knows his track well. And there's a good recovery, because this was the car at this point of at the start of the race was facing backwards on the hanger straight after being knocked off.
Yeah.
Now he's actually up back into the top 15 here, almost, because he's going to try to overtake Nak Wong here. Nak pulls a bit of a block, but looks as though he will get an easy move on this one because he knows full well it's not his fight.
Yeah, Mike Naldi here, P3 in the Pro-Am group, making it past Wei Shen Wong now. He doesn't look like he'll be able to be contending for the 2 spots there because, of course, Amir Onaim and Imran Zohaili are way out in front in that Pro-Am class. But P3 is not bad, not a bad deal at all.
And yeah, really good return for the number 777 Team Techno guys, as they are right now in that podium spot. But you can see Alan Grey Cruz in the pit lane, first of the stoppers, and this is more scheduled this time as opposed to getting a big whack and having to be forced arbitrarily into pits. Now then, we'll be right back to go to a short commercial break. Until then, so don't go anywhere. This is the final hour of round 4 of ERGP Endurance Edition 2024.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back to the action then for eRGP Endurance Edition 2024. Round 4 here for the Silverstone 4 hours, and it has been amazing action from the start up until this point, and we're still not sure yet on who's gonna clinch the win here, because it's still neck and neck between those in first and in second place in the respective classes. At this point, Dylan Tan still leading the way for LOR number 889, with AR Muhammad Ali, who's giving him initial early pressure. Right now, 2.7 seconds behind, so the gap is ebbing and flowing between these two, but make no mistake, once their respective co-drivers are back in the car, we might see another explosive battle all the way to the end. Alexis Calpano has gotten a drive-through penalty here, and the pit stop cycle is now going to start again for the final run here, all the way to the line. So, we're still waiting for any changes in the top positions right now, still waiting for any action that can happen.
Yeah, definitely. The gap between the top two drivers is extended all the way back up to 2 seconds right now, and still very, very clear. But looks like Nabil Arslan actually went to the pits already to switch out to get ready for his next team, which gives opportunity for Jean-Pierre Sonicus and Dafa Nabil to take away the position from him. And Demario Haslam, great recovery drive, made it all the way back up to P5 here. So good on the MPRGP cars as well, but Dylan Tan here from LOR Racing is just absolutely decimating the competition for the time being.
Yeah, 2.4 seconds still is not that much, but it's enough of a comfortable gap here for him to work on, as more and more drivers are coming for the pit stops, including Imran Zahaili coming out from second place in the Pro-Am category, so he is gonna try and stroke it all the way home in the number 81 GR Bentley, with Amirul Naim now driving for 333 Apex Racing Brunei, holding the lead tenuously up in front.
Yeah, so right now we can see, of course, the pro class drivers and the Pro-Am class drivers have all been comfortably leading so far. Apex Racing Brunei, almost from start to finish, just holding on to that P1 in class position. Absolutely great drive, and same can be said for LOR Racing here. Both Andika Rama and Dylan Tan have been absolutely in the driver's seat. Both literally in their cars and of course figuratively for the entire race. The entire time we've been here, 3 hours and 7 minutes so far we've gone through, and they've pretty much held the lead for about 90% of it.
Indeed, they were pretty much unchallenged. In fact, I think so far at this point they've led most of the laps, but just a couple of instances where they were in the pit lane, a couple of other teams decided to take the lead. But then once the second and third stints came in, those guys up in front came to their own, and for Dylan especially, having soaked up all the pressure along with Andika as well in his stint, made the race for them right now, but the job is not over just yet.
Yeah, all he has to do is bring it home. He's still holding the fastest lap right now, 158.345. In fact, it was an improvement over the last fastest lap I did was, which was a 1:58.6, 3.6 actually. So a little bit minor improvement, so he's definitely still upping the pace. Looks like he might still have even more to give, but probably saving that final burst of energy for the final sprint towards the end here. But yeah, aside from that, Tasbi is now back in the driver's seat of the Amigos Racing Team Ferrari, so he's going to start making a charge as well.
Let's see then, 11 seconds right now, the separation between car 29 and 44. But we're waiting for the update on the gap on this one because that's still quite far for the number 44 cars. Oh, there's a car off track.
Oh.
There is a car off track. Number 18, Jaden Liao. Where's he going to come back on? He's on the racing line, would you believe it? That is so close to coming over. And that's the sister car, by the way. This is the LOR Ascent and LOR Racing car. Yep, Jaden probably had a word from HQ there. Don't take out the race winning, our race winning car.
Yeah, definitely. Probably won't get a replay for that when he got off track because he managed to rejoin pretty safely as well. Just coming in front of his the teammate's car of Dylan Tan here. So 52 seconds is the gap between him and Dafanabil. Another 11 seconds, so that's about a minute. Minute and 3 seconds gap. So if he goes in now for his driver change, he will be decently comfortable, but the race for P1 will still be a very hotly contested one.
Indeed it will. But again, it's dependent on how fast is Dylan's in laps. Can he actually still maintain that pace up in front? He did have a 2-second pocket, so if his pit stop were to go right, he could at least just afford to lose a couple of seconds there.
Why'd you have to jinx him like that?
Just only stating how well it might play out. So again, it will not happen, I would guarantee you, because LOR don't make those kind of mistakes.
Yeah.
Those are rookie mistakes. So again, he just has a couple of seconds of playground to play with. Then he'll have to look behind afterwards.
Definitely. How much the gap will be once he makes the pit, still kind of up in the air, but optimal pit stops will probably mean he will still have at least
Here he comes.
4 seconds gap between them. Here he comes into the pits right now, as you said, coming to the driver's stop. Gonna have to wait and see whether or not they'll make it out of the pits right now. But while he's in the pits, let's take a look at the other drivers on the grid right now. Mohamed Tasbi is 10.8 seconds, 11, almost 11 seconds behind Dafanabil here, which means that if he will try, if he can, he will definitely try and close that gap substantially. And you can see Tasbi's pace is blisteringly quick. You can see just how much he's pushing the car, even from this particular camera angle.
Indeed, and he's just fresh out of the pits, so let's see then. What's he gonna do right now? We're not gonna focus on the pit stop for Dylan Tan because of course we won't get to see much. We only get to know if a driver change happened, whether or not Andika's gonna come back into the car or Dylan's gonna continue all the way to the end. Our guess is that it's probably gonna be a driver spot, but you'll never know what's it gonna be like, because again, the two drivers have actually shared driving duties a lot for today. And there goes Dylan off the jacks. Now, where is Tasbi gonna come in relation to the both of them as he comes by a back marker? It's gonna be very close. There he is on the pit lane, and Dylan does stay in the car. But how close will Tasbi be coming across Stowe here, coming across Cops here? It looks as though the gap is still 2.9 seconds.
Ah, that's a massive gap here. That's still a pretty massive gap that Dylan Tan has managed to eke out from this driver swap. But if we know any better, we know that Tasbi is actually a miracle worker. So I have absolute faith in him that he will be able to almost push it to the absolute limit, close this gap even further. And as a matter of fact, Dafanabil hasn't gone into the pits yet for his driver swap. So for this particular contention, he's probably not too much of a factor. So we're definitely only going to be really looking forward to the top 2 drivers right now.
Yep, and the net race lead still being held by Dylan Tan because again, we look at the stint timer. He is just on the cusp, 8 minutes left to go on his stint before he has to come to the pits and relinquish the lead back to Dylan Tan and Andika Ramamalana, with Tasbi 2.5 seconds behind, and his brother Alif will no doubt be hitting the hay now because it is quite late over there. Ricky Sacha gets a stop and go 30-second penalty, and no doubt that is definitely for pit lane infringement. Oh, that's a real shame though, because they were right up in that top 10. Now they're gonna fall out of it.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, of course, for them. But right now, all eyes are on this car right here, the AMG GT3 car, LOR Racing, Dylan Tan. 2.4 seconds. The gap is actually decreasing. You can see they're just right within view of each other right now. And this is going to be one heck of a race, one heck of a sprint all the way to the end here. Camera fritzing out just a little bit, but getting a nice view of Dylan Tan as he crosses off out of Brooklands and into the start-finish straight here. Still doing a pretty good job. 2.3.
Whoa, that's
oh, careful there when you're rejoining the track. Got to be extra careful. But yeah, I can definitely see it. Tasby, I think he made up about 2/10 out of that one lap.
Yeah, and that was Brian Ho, brother of Brandon. That's why they call BHO Racing, because it's literally their initials put together. Escaping the wrath of being hit by somebody else there, but regardless of that, no histrionics, at least they rejoin safely.
Yeah, good call. Meanwhile, Nabil Aslan,
Oh!
that's dangerous. Took my eyes off the camera for just 1 second and immediately something else happens. Yeah, looking through the leaderboards, Nabil Aslan still pretty good. I think once Dafa Nabil goes into the pits, Nabil will probably end up taking that spot over as well. So, provisionally, we have P1 Diletan, P2 Tasbe, and P3 the Nabil Aslan for the time being. But anything can change again. 45 minutes to the end. This is where if you really have to enact an attack strategy, you will want to do it right now.
2.1, so the gap is closing.
Oh my god.
Looking at the previous time, look at that, Tasby, a 58.000. But we can't get Dylan's time right now because again, he only just started his first proper lap out of the pits. So we'll wait and see then what's the gap gonna be like next time by.
If we're looking at sector times, we'll have to see what Dylan Tan's lap looks like in the end. But I can't imagine just knowing that you have someone in your ear telling you, hey, by the way, P2 is coming out really closely to you. The gap is 2 seconds now from 2.4 earlier. So there definitely has to be some level of pressure that he's experiencing right now.
Well, that's the business of it, isn't it?
Yep.
Pressure is always part of the game, especially when you're on the knife's edge and right at the sharp end to try and win this, not only for yourself, but also for your team. So it's going to ramp up, especially in the closing stages here. About a quarter of an hour left to go here. 3/4 of an hour left to go. Coming out the start finish line now, and the gap has shrunk a bit, but still about 2 seconds. Lap time 57.6 for Dylan, 57.4 flat exactly for Tasby. So he gained about 0.2 of a second there, but over the net course of a lap, it has increased just slightly because that last sector was quite good for Dylan.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, looking at the sector times, I'm not sure whether or not they were clearing any back markers or anything. Doesn't seem like it, but absolutely blistering pace right with Tasby, just smashing the fastest lap record that was set by Dylan Tan earlier on. But man, what a race it has been here at Silverstone.
Yep, it has been a barnstormer and it's still not over just yet. We're still waiting for any last minute drama that will turn the race completely on its head. In terms of weather, we're not going to get that. Whether or not it's going to be cloudy, just overcast, rain has been staved off for the time being and the conditions are getting much colder because we're getting closer into the period where night time might fall pretty soon. It's 6:37 PM in game time. Let's see then as Mike Nolly comes to the pits from P3 in the program stake. We're not going to focus on that because again, it's just a scheduled pit stop, no histrionics there.
Yeah, and with how cold the track is right now, there's a lot of cold air running on the train. So cold air, very dense, feeds into the car's engine, gives it a bit more juice as well. So we might even see these lap times start going even faster than they were previously. Daphne Bill is still out on track, however. Not sure when he's coming in for the base. He's coming out to the start-finish straight right now. Looks like it is going into the base. Yep. So that's going to be his now driver change. So Dylan Tan takes the lead back over from Daphne Bill here. So the gap between him and Tasby consistently about 2 seconds, but now they're coming up to more back markers, so we'll have to see whether or not he'll be able to navigate through these safely.
And these are more unpredictable ones, as you can clearly see there. That is Alvin Chai running last of the runners overall in 40 seconds. And let's hope that he is going to be predictable, unlike what happened to his teammate Yongler. Oh, because he was up. And that was in fact that time Dylan wanted to get a bit of slipstream, so that was Alvin. And in fact, it's Chong Kai Chiang in the car this time. So Kai Chiang, runner-up in the TGR GT Cup Malaysia this year, is taking a bit of an experience to other sims. He did race through in an endurance race just a couple of months back, and now he's doing this time a complete sort of endurance race, much longer and much more intense, because it could literally just go either way if you get your car wrong. So Kai Chiang really put his car in the right position and let Dylan through, albeit Dylan just uses slipstream now. He's coming out to the back of number 140, that's Sebastian Gunawan, and Gunawan can be a little bit trickier when it comes to how he drives, but this time, however, it's predictable as you like, and Dylan has completely cleared the traffic. But Tazbay, though, has done the same thing too, and he's only about under 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to see how scuffed the Amigos racing car is, because I don't seem to remember them really being involved in any major incidents that would have caused any damage there. So kind of interested as to why the car is in the condition it's in. Performance-wise, doesn't seem to have affected them too much, so they're probably still in a really good spot. Yeah, maybe. And then you can see just the time difference here right now between the two cars. Dylan set a 157.6, which is on par with the previous fastest lap he's done, but you can see just Tazmi just demolishing his lap times. 157. Oh no, there he goes. Dylan time to set 157.4. So I take that back. He's definitely on fire right now.
Yep, he's got a big his teeth, and the gap is back up to 2.1 seconds. So I think again, back marker becomes an issue because he was trying to overtake somebody on the inside while he would have loved to have been on the racing line properly. As now Tazbay finds out the hard way of trying to overtake a back marker who's not yielding even on the straight here. So he's frantically flashing his lights, asking Sebastian Gunawan to go through, but Gunawan is not heating. Not heating at all.
There we go,
not
yeah,
exactly the corner. I think because he's trying to minimize the time loss.
Oh.
Anyway, oh, that's very close. Tazbay then, oh, he's not pleased by that. Not whatsoever, and you can, well, probably lip read what he said there. We cannot say on air.
Yeah, a little bit of a touch there from Sebastian Gunawan on the exit of that corner. Definitely wouldn't, not good for you, especially if you're racing to get to the front of the pack. The gap extending from 2.1 to 2.3 now. 40 minutes left, which means we have round about 20 laps-ish before the end. So definitely going to be looking out for that 6:45 p.m. It's going to get pretty dark soon, I reckon. We'll probably see it just the lights come on just as they're about to cross the finish line here.
Yep. As a couple of drivers also making their pit stops as well. Amir Naim, who's in P1 in the Pro-Am category. Let's see where he is going to come out in relation to Imran Zuhaili. If Imran could get a win on this one, that will definitely be right up his alley, because he did have one before us. Oh no!
Ooh.
Something happened to 7-Eleven, and that is the...
Taufik Muhyin.
It is. In fact, Taufik stopped in the middle of the road. Would you believe it? The car that was fighting so hard for
He's
P2, and he's out of it. So, what has happened to Taufik? The race has gone pear-shaped completely for the GSR squad, because even the number 786 of Chakraborty and Tassin have actually counted a pit stop problem. Now, Chakraborty has to continue all the way to the end, so they might get penalized, but they will be classified. But for Taufik Moyin, who was the leading light for that particular team, has gone out.
That is interesting. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was a hardware failure. Could have been, because he was just stuck there. It'd be nice if we could get a replay there, but I think it's a bit too far gone for this moment in time. But yeah, probably ended up just steering wheel may have died. Not entirely sure, because he did just get stuck there for a while. Regardless, however, that is Taufik Moyin and Jean-Pierre Senegal out of it this time around, which is so unfortunate because they lasted so long. And to have your race taken away at the very end is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Oh man. Really, really tough pill to swallow, isn't it? Because Sonicus drove an amazing race, especially how he out-dueled that final build to get that P4 at that one point. Now that the car, well, in Taufik's sense at least failed, that we probably could get zoom blink, but I don't think that we don't have any zoom photos of Taufik there. We knew what happened. This is Amir Naim right now, and he gives way to Tazbay. So Tazbay is well his way clear here, but we don't have anything on Taufik now, do we? I think no, we don't have.
Yeah.
So Taufik is out of it, and he is well and truly parked. You can feel, well, even from us here talking about it, we feel his pain because he drove He and his crew drove an amazing race, but yet the result was not what he wanted.
Yeah, unfortunate under that circumstance. But on the flip side, however, we do have the current position swap of the Pro-Am class. Imran Zuhaili is now in front of Amirul Naim by about 9 seconds. So GR Bentley, they're doing a really good job here in Pro-Am.
Yeah, in fact, that would be a win on their opening ever race. In fact, Imran and Raja have competed multiple times in global and in endurance division. Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
But in terms of an entry, this would be the first win for a brand new one as well, completely. So for GR Bentley, that is the sort of result they want, even if the color scheme is all wrong.
Yeah, that's yeah, I'm still not gonna get over the fact that I'm just gonna start calling GR Bentleys now. So Taufik Moin is in the pits. Really don't know what happened there. Could have been a connection issue. And you can see he is in his chair, lamenting.
Well, controls are locked, so he cannot go out.
Yeah,
just
but
yet.
he's just chilling in his chair like, what went wrong?
Oh man, you feel for them.
Yeah.
Because now this is Tasby trying to overtake Rafi Hasia for eRacing division, and Rafi hitting the curb there, and he's only about 6.5 seconds ahead of Savi Ratnayake. So the Sri Lankans can still have something to celebrate here if Savi can get up to the back of Rafif, as Rafif now stays predictable and gets out of the way of Tasby, who's overtaking, and Tasby now 3 seconds behind Dylan Tan. So Dylan has had to rob the green in terms of back markers, as meanwhile this is Rafif still being overtaken left, right and center by first Tasby and now by Amirul Naim, as Putra Dharma was the guy that Rafif was chasing here. Different class, still positions are going to change plenty, especially when they're fighting so hard against each other, as well. You can see Rafif flashing his lights and the driver behind him flashing his lights as well. I'm not sure which car is that. That's the 363, so that is the Imad Ryan Henry Coates car coming through. Well, so much happening in one go in that particular exchange.
Yeah, definitely. And out of all of this right now, a lot of chaos happening on the track in the final hour, final few minutes of it. And all of this is pretty much culminating in the fact that now Dylan Tan is 4 seconds clear of Mohammad Tasbih, an impressive 2-second lead on the gap that they have already created previously. And even then, they're trading fastest laps here. You can see Dylan Tan with 157.34, now overall fastest lap. So absolutely cracking performance from him so far.
600s faster than Tasbih's time, exactly up to a T. So really, he wants those extra 2 points to just assure his team of the crown for this year, and how they would love to put that as another feather in their cap.
Definitely. And Dylan is a pretty young driver, of course. Raja Andika is doing, probably thanking the Lucky Star. He's got such a great teammate to work around with him. Both on pace, both absolutely consistent driving here from everyone. I hope I didn't jinx them for race 5 by saying that, but regardless, cracking performance from them so far. We're here on Brian Pereira's car.
Battle for the podium.
Yeah, battle for the podium here, trying to make it past Wei Shen Wong.
Well, Wei Shen was further up in front, but he's trying to overtake Mulyono, but Mulyono is a completely different class, of course. So we thought that for a second he was close to Wei Shen Wong, but Nak is still holding on.
So
to
that's a
P3.
yellow portion or an orange one.
Oh yes. Well, we're not colorblind, don't worry about that. It's just that we were assuming the gap was close, but nope, no way through just yet.
Oh no, that is way too far. It's about 35 seconds separating these two cars right now. So it doesn't seem like Ryan. I mean, he will try. He will definitely try to make that position happen. But here's Rahif Prahastya, still in the Bigo Racing BMW, still about 3.4 seconds ahead of Sabi Rafnayake. So yeah, he's in a pretty good spot. He just has to make it past this LOR set car.
And that's actually for position overall, but among the classes as well, because again, that's Francis Angelo Gonzalez, the smiling assassin that we always like to call him. He may not be smiling knowing the fact that the BMW behind is 2 classes below, but way faster! Oh, they hit each other! Wow, that was a big collision, and there goes Francis into the barriers. That was Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton type of collision, and it was a Mercedes that came off worse.
Yeah, we got to see a replay for that from a different camera angle if possible, because I want to see what happened. That was a pretty big shunt, it looks like. Okay, here they come into the start-finish straight here. They're very close to one another here, Freddy. Let's see. Coming into cops, let's see how this transpired. There's a bit of a draft coming there for the BMW. Oh yeah, that is a massive shunt. Punted him right off the track.
And exactly left and Verstappen, but luckily he didn't clatter the barriers, otherwise there would have been curtains for their race. But for Francis Angelo Gonzalez, in fact, Francis just gotten going again, albeit way behind from where he would love to have been. But that was pretty naughty stuff there from the race leading number 69, would you believe it? That's the one that really we're interested right now. If he actually got penalized for it, then Sami Rathnayake... No, in fact, Sami's off! Sami is actually out of the race! Would you believe that? We were looking forward to at least having a battle. What has happened to the car?
Oh, please, let's get a replay for that. Let's see. Let's cut back to...
We can't find him.
Oh, no.
He is actually out of the race completely.
Ah, that's so unfortunate there. Another hardware issue, possibly? Because it just looked like he died in the middle of his car just died in the middle of the road there. It wasn't even
yeah, we can't even get him.
Yeah, punted off or anything. It was just really unfortunate for him. But that pretty much means even with the penalty, it looks like Rafif is almost going to secure that amateur win here for his team.
Yeah, that would be a nice thing to have for the Beagle guys, isn't it? That would be something, though, at the expense of Francis Angelo Gonzalez, who would be quite miffed by that. He didn't deserve to be punted off. He just was battling for position, but unfortunately a misjudgment by Rafif sent him almost into the shadow realm. But nonetheless, crazy drama. We thought we were going to get a great grandstand finish in one class. Then we're looking at the other, but unfortunately that was so anticlimactic.
Yeah, really unfortunate here for the side of Sami Rathnayake, but the race must go on. We're down to the last 30 minutes before the end. Dylan Tan here on your screen. Still 4.5 seconds clear of Muhammad Tasbih. Tasbih hasn't been able to make any headway in terms of the gap. So right now Dylan Tan just has to keep it consistent, keep it steady, make it cleanly past all of these back markers, and he will end up securing himself that race win for LOR.
Oh.
Dang.
Yep. There we go then. Some crazy battles on around the field. As somebody was asking a while ago back, some shots of the Food Panda car. Well, here it is. Hopefully you like it now, because that is by far, I think, one of our favorite liveries, because it's really on point. It really does show the brand off quite nicely. So hopefully you get that.
Yeah, fair, definitely. Got a good, nice shot for guys watching in the comments section right now. Thanks to all that are watching. We've got about let's see, that's 50 viewers on YouTube. Absolutely amazing, cracking from all of you. But going back into the race right now, looks like the positions kind of locked. A lot of gaps. But here is Chakraborty coming out to Brian Pereira right now, making it pass happen. Of course, not in the same class. Chakraborty is, of course, in the Pro-Am class, but making it through. Pereira understanding that so late on you really don't want to be in any compromising positions. And
apparently we finally got word of what happened to Taufik Moyin when he had that problem. It is a wheel disconnection, so that's why the car stopped on the side road. This is coming from Jean-Pierre Soneca himself, and he's really telling us the scoop on what happened here. Really unfortunate. Again, it happens to some wheel manufacturers where sometimes the wheel does come off. So Jean-Pierre Sonecas has told us that the wheel disconnection has really put paid to what was an amazing battle. So thanks for the update, Jean-Pierre. But again, commiserations. That was such a good battle, especially that move that you made on Dafa. That was commendable. It took so many laps, but when the moment arose, he really took it by both hands. So move of the race, I would say, because that was gutsy driving from the Thai Frenchman. Now then.
Yeah, so we have to talk about, of course, the other cars on the grid that were kind of left alone for a bit. Of course, the car of Alan Racing, Alan Drake Cruz, is now in the top 10, so doing a pretty good job. He's handed the reins back to Alexis Clapano here, so all he has to do is just bring it home in front of Aldo Balagulan here. So right now, it looks like they are P7, P8 in class. Yep. So not a bad finishing position, of course, considering the fact that they were in the lead for they were in contention for the podium for a large period of the race.
Yes.
Really kind of heartbreaking for them. But finishing off in the top 10 overall would still be a pretty good spot for them.
Indeed. As well, a couple of other updates throughout the entire field. We'll try to give as much airtime as possible to other drivers involved in this race, because again, it's not just about the leaders, it's about those who are also competing that give us all the action on the shots. And on him right now is Muhammad Azreen driving for Borneo Ronin Racing, chasing after Handy Goendi in the JPRT car. He's only about 0.5 of a second behind, 0.6 of a second behind as he came across line that time.
Yep.
Now, and Dylan Tan, actually, incidentally, that's bang on cue, isn't it? We were focusing on different drivers, but suddenly the leaders come into play. So, let's see how Azreen deals with this, while also trying to overtake a driver for position. And in fact, that will bring him up into P6 in the AMP category, but this is going to get quite hairy, isn't it?
Yeah, 27 minutes, around 27 minutes left. It's going to be a pretty treacherous position for some of these drivers here, especially when they're trying to clear the back markers. And he also goes into, ooh, bit of a slide there. That is the car of, let's see here.
Handy Goendi.
Yes.
And look at that, Dylan as well. It's been compromised by that because Azreen was paying attention to Goendi, but here comes Dylan on the inside and makes use of that particular scuffle. But now he only has one car to go here. And then Tasby has to deal with the rest of the field. Yes, we see that comment before from Borsch. Borschit. 404 chasing 88. Yep, he is, but still about 1.5 seconds behind. So we'll wait until that battle comes closer. As now, here comes Dylan overtaking Handy Goendi at last. So there we go. That's that particular battle adjourned. But
Tasby
still has to clear these guys. And Imran Zuhaili goes off as well for good measure, right in front of Tasby. Well, that's not the sort of reunion that he wanted to see from a driver that he was co-driver before in SRO. Now they're on the back straight. Will Imran give way? Well, I think he would, because yeah,
kind of have to, yeah.
Tasby flashing his lights, knowing that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Whoa, that was a big dive. Oh! Whoa, no way. That was Azreen with a massive boy dive, and he's taking out the race leader in Pro-Am. Would you believe it?
Oh, he's just in front of, no, he's still pretty far clear of Amir Naim, but oh my god, that was an absolute tragedy of what happened there into Brooklyn. So let's see what happened to him. First of all, this is the Wellington Straight as they're coming to Brooklyn. Let's see what happens. Azreen goes in. Looks like Tasby goes in as well. He goes for the dive. Oh, Azreen just sends it full speed there.
I think he was trying to avoid. If anything, I think he was trying to avoid Tasby, but ended up clattering into the side of Imran Zuhaili. So Imran then had the scare of his life, shall we say, but got away with that one.
Yeah, I mean, the Bentleys are built tough, that's for sure. Didn't look like there was any visible damage on Imran Zuhaili's car, but maybe we just haven't really seen the front end of it.
I think fine.
Yeah, it's actually fine. These Bentleys are built actually tough, man.
Yeah, but
ooh.
He has actually dropped to second place behind Amir Naim.
Oh, that accident probably would just have done it for him. I didn't see the car make it through, but it looks like he did. So Amir Naim for Apex Racing Brunei gonna end up taking home another race win and stay as leaders here, as long as he can keep it neat and tidy.
Yes, indeed. But how long can they try to keep it going here? Because you never know what's gonna happen from every single driver on this grid. Because no matter where you look, an accident is just around the corner.
Yeah. For Amir Naim's, to Amir Naim's benefit, he is running in relatively clean air, although he is approaching a few back markers right now. Of course, Tasby is actually one of the cars in that group for the time being. Tasby hasn't actually managed to clear them just yet. He probably will be able to do it once they come out into Brooklyn's, but because of that, the gap between him and Dylan Tan back up to 4 seconds. So again, this is really just a tug of war of just gaining and losing time.
Yeah, but this is at the expense of the fact that the traffic does come into play here. Meanwhile, Rahul Chakraborty for the GSI Esports X Automobile Association of Bangladesh trying to carve his way back up after a botched pit stop, which has sent him tumbling through the order, but still, it's within that top 5, so that's not a bad return regardless, though he might just exceed his driving time because we're looking at our stint counter. He is, might be on the cusp of it, but regardless of that, it's been a great drive and he is trying to pressure Joshua Ivan Mugliono for position.
Yeah, so let's see here. 4.1 seconds is the gap between him and Dylan Tan, Tasby and Dylan Tan. Nabil Azlan is about 47 seconds clear, so that's a different story. For Nabil, 11.8 seconds with William Sujoto, another 18 seconds. So top 5, very, very far apart from one another, but here is another battle here. Chakraborty and Mugliono in contention right now for position, mind you. This is for the podium spot. No, not the podium spot. This is for top five in Pro-Am class. So this is definitely going to be a bit of a heavy one here.
Indeed, and speaking of heavy, this is also position for Podium in the AM category. Would you believe it? So Porsche probably was taking his lucky stars for a second because he was wishing that 404, the Full Panda WET car is on screen. Well, there you have it, good sir. We are now watching what possibly could be a podium position for the number 404 against the number 88 of Brian Pereira in the CMSC Team Black car. And further in front is also a battle for the Pro-Am category in a different position between Moyono and Chakraborty. So that's the Pita by Bigo car versus the 786 GSR AAB car. That will definitely be quite something here. There is Farhan on our view. He's smiling right now. He's happy, probably knowing the fact that he is on camera right now. Hopefully he could try to maintain the composure because it is so close right now between 4 different cars here for separate positions. But anything can go awry if someone pulls the wrong move.
Yeah, definitely. We're on a tightrope here. 20 minutes left in the race. If anything goes wrong, it is their race completely done and dusted. Don't want to be in that position at all. And yeah, I think at this point, it's either you go big or you play it super safe. There's kind of a bit of an extreme here when it comes to like taking risks, especially in terms of car battling for positions.
Indeed, and so many different positions we can look at here. But right now, the battle for the lead has ebbed a bit, to be honest, because it's now 3.3 seconds between Dylan Tan and Tasmi. But we're looking at the battle here between Farhan and Pereira. Now that, where is Farhan going to place the car? He looks really comfy on camera right now to just pick out a position. Oh, he's actually going for a much deeper line here. That might actually ask Pereira to try and defend much tighter, but no, he actually picks a normal race line and both of them come out relatively about the same speed as up in front of them. You can see that Chakraborty is actually trying on the outside of Molyono. We might have to go into that particular battle because there is Molyono on the inside, Chakraborty on the outside, and Chakraborty this time just couldn't get around the Porsche of the McLarens just by as evenly matched as the Porsche in this particular instance. I think it's really on a nice edge here how much he can get away with it. But just like that as well, he nearly threw the race away completely if he actually dumped it into the gravel trap, as Farhan is actually much closer as well. He might try the move on the inside coming into turn number 1. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get through. In fact, we can see 2 battles for 1 here because we're in the box seat. We can see Farhan where he is and where is Chakraborty to Molyono. In fact, Chakraborty tried it there. Oh! Does he try around the outside? No.
No, he would. That's very different. He will go wide if he tries to flat out through there. But good awareness for him to hold off on the throttle, tighten up the line, but still keep himself in contention. They're drag racing on the hanger straight to the next corner here.
Does he make it? And we can actually just about see the battle behind him as well. Chakraborty tries around the outside, but Molyono goes and takes the position away. Meanwhile, Farhan as well, having to give way to the number 77 of Ilham Karim Shakil. And Shak is on the inside. That might compromise him. That will present an opportunity for Farhan.
Here he comes.
Goes on the inside. Yes, that's actually a good switchback. But Pereira hangs around the outside. They're going side by side.
No.
They've touched, but Pereira hangs on to it.
Yeah, Farhan definitely let off on the throttle there a little bit because he had to scrub some speed, trying to avoid any more major incidents here. But good attempt for him, definitely. He still has plenty of opportunities to do that in the next 20 minutes. Here comes Chakraborty. He's still trying to get past Molyono here, but he's on the outside of these corners almost all the time. Coming into the Wellington Straight right now, it's going to be another drag race all the way into Brooklyn. Let's see who gets a better exit. It looks like the Porsche does have the nicer speed. Better speed coming out onto the Wellington Straight. So Brooklyn's, here comes Rahul. Ooh, Molyono tightens it up on the inside to defend that position. And Rahul is forced to go a bit wide in order to maintain that speed and momentum through the line. But so far, this battle is still heating up unbelievably.
Quite nicely as well. And you can see there's Shaq as well right behind. Yes, not that Shaq, of course. Otherwise, the car will be much bigger than the rest. But Ilham Karim Shakil coming up to the back of them, and these guys, he's lapping, by the way. He is in P11 overall, P9 in class, but he cannot mind that too much. He wants to actually get by, just so he can actually at least have a chance of getting toe-to-toe with Aldo Balagulan. Balagulan only about 11 seconds. No, in fact, he's 43 seconds behind. That was 11. But either way, he's right behind Chakraborty here, coming up to the hangar straight. Now this might get interesting. Who's gonna yield first?
Oh, it's gonna be really close. Okay, here it comes into the hangar straight yet again. This time, he's not as close to Mulyono as he was last lap, so he can't make an opportunity happen here. But he can take this opportunity to tighten up the gap even further. Right now, the cars are still split. Shaquille still trying to make it through, not doing it just yet. Meanwhile, the gap in front actually, Dylan Tan and Mohamed Tasbih went down again. It's now below 3 seconds when it was 4 earlier on. This is just the price of having to navigate your way through these back markers. Farhan and Brian Pereira here also still in contention for that podium spot in the AM category. Absolutely absolute cinema here.
Yes, we're going Martin Scorsese for a second, but for Farhan, he wouldn't want to say that he wants to get a good director's cut on that one because he is still having to write a story. But look at that! Pereira goes deep, but manages to hang on to it. And up in front, there goes Shaq to get by all of them, and he gets away from that one. Now the guy's up free to battle again.
Yeah, I'm so dehydrated right now. I haven't had a glass of water in the past 2 hours just watching over this. Very exciting edge of the seat kind of racing here going on between two different groups of drivers. Oh, Shaquille just went off.
Shaquille, I think he went too deep that time and he comes back across in front of, you can see the advertising hoarding is actually being brought by Pereira. For a second, he had the advertising hoarding right in front of his car.
Yeah, of course it just disintegrates on itself after a while, so no worries there. No difference in loss in performance, but Shaquille suddenly being back in front of both Pereira and Farhan here probably puts them in a really tight spot.
Yeah, let's see what happened there just now. Oh yeah, he just operated himself.
Yeah, I think he ended up braking way too late there. But regardless, yeah, this presents another set of opportunities for Farhan in order to him to really force a move, because Pereira won't be able to defend as well if there's another car in front of him, as because he won't be able to carry the speed he needs because he will also be blocked.
Here comes Chakraborty on the back of Mulyono.
Here he comes again.
And here he goes around the outside this time. He gets a better drive. Chakraborty might be able to make it stick. Yes, he has the inside now. And he does it. Or does he? Can he actually hang on to it? Cuts across the nose of the Porsche and makes it through. Mulyono has no response to that, but they both outbraked each other. And mercifully though, they managed to just stay ahead of Ilham Karim Shakil. But Shaq has to go even wider as well. He doesn't want to get involved in any of this crazy shenanigans. Oh no, drive-through penalty for Muhammad Farhan.
Yeah.
You saw just now, he went wide, cut the track, and that's it. That's all she wrote for a chance of a podium in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, and Farhan's not smiling anymore. Unfortunately for him, that is going to be a bit issue for him. But if he can at least try to get his overtake, it will probably still be okay for him once he gets past. Oh, careful there. Pereira goes off right onto the track. He's on the grass. He's going to lose. Oh, big of a shot. And
that's not what goes off. Whoa, Pereira, big time there. That was so not on. And there's the rest of the field coming by. But he just cut across in front of Tasbih there. Would you believe it? That is a massive accident.
Oh man, it was like bumper cars, except these cars were definitely not built for it. Here's see what happens here. Okay, so Pereira gets forced off a little bit by Farhan here as they're entering the Brooklyn Straight, the Wellington Straight. So onto the grass.
Yeah.
As he tries to rejoin the track, he doesn't realize that Farhan is still right next to him, carrying the same amount of speed. So when a big shot happens, because he was the one who was the most straight off the direction, he immediately gets punted off. Physics, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, but also the fact that that might have been just the way for Farhan to take advantage of it. But regardless of that, the drive-through penalty will hurt him. And Pereira, through all of that, is still somehow in that top 5. We're waiting for the whole positions to update itself. But that was a massive hit.
Yeah, undoubtedly. He's going to be reeling from that as well, because we're down to the last 15 minutes of the race. And he is already... his car is in pretty bad shape, I would say. Yuda Prasanta here. Psychopath eRacing Academy.
He went up.
Yeah, he did go up. He's now in P3.
Yeah, he was the big beneficiary of both Pereira and Farhan clattering into each other big time.
Yeah, absolutely. And out of all of that situation, what happens is that both drivers end up losing. Farhan got the drive-through penalty, Pereira got punted off, so now both of them are out of contention for that podium Really unfortunate stuff for both of them.
Well, your heart goes out to the both of them, but I think, but it looks quite, from when we were watching, it looked as though that Farhan cut across to the front of Pereira. But then again, Pereira was the one off the track, so he might have been a bit too overzealous in his rejoin. I'm trying to be very impartial with these guys the way that happened, but it is up to the stewards to decide that one. It is absolutely knife-edge stuff, but again, that might have been going to the stewards on how that particular battle transpired, because the collision looked almost circumstantial.
Yeah, and now we are in a very big pickle because we have 12 minutes left, and the gap between Dylan and Dasby still about 2 seconds, which means that despite all of that, really hasn't been too much of a change. In fact, as a matter of fact, Dylan is now running in clean air, relatively clean air, so he's going to be a bit more happy about this situation than Tasbih is, because that means he can really put the hammer down in terms of these lap times. Meanwhile, Imran Zohaili here in the car, the GR Bentley number 81, is 4.4 seconds behind Amirul Naim. And from what I'm seeing right now in terms of deltas, Naim is slowly pulling away in certain sectors of the track, so Imran's probably going to have to just keep it consistent and steady and bring it home at least to a P2 finish.
But he would want to settle for a second
That is
stint
true.
for another P2, because he has gotten P2 before. He was with the Stratos boys, 111 in Kota last time. Now he's in a completely different car and completely new team. But if he has a second again, he will not have to. He will definitely not settle for that. He wants to get a victory, and he's only about 4.1 seconds behind. That collision from Azrin really has put a damper on it for him. But it's not over yet. He still has 11 minutes to catch. Amir Naim now, championship leader in the Pro-Am category, will feel a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I'm gonna half of mine to go into the no, he's at home right now, he's not racing at the studio, so that's another thing. Just give him a call and tell him like, hey, speed up.
Yes, but
that's not how it works usually, but yeah.
well, that's sometimes how you want to do your mind to will drive around faster. As a couple of comments have come in since the accident. The new risers, that's what Wei Xiong, he says Imran got torpedoed by Azrin that time, and incidentally Azrin's the next guy to get a comment. Go 555 to make it to the top 20. Well, in that regard, they're in 29th.
Yeah.
Nothing they can do about that there. And the other one is from Funky Basic K, which is of course the president of the Automobile Association of Bangladesh. He said, we should defense from Mulyono, but it feels inevitable. Well, and in this case, it has become inevitable because Mulyono has been overtaken by Chakraborty. So the Bangladeshi driver managed to get by in a very good way. Swooped around the outside, coming out slow, and makes the move stick.
Yeah, and it's also crazy that after he made that pass, Chakraborty just immediately eked out a 3.8 second gap between him, 4 second gap is between him and Mulyono, so definitely good on the pace there.
And Taufik Moyin again has touched off the track. In fact, he was on the track just now, stopped somewhere up at Stowe, and the wheel failure has struck him again. So, well,
really hasn't worked out for him this race.
Despite having the best of stints as well between himself and his teammate Jean-Pierre Sonicus, who really have put on quite a show for us in terms of overtakes and racecraft, but unfortunately equipment did not play ball. So unfortunately for him, that's the end of their run again, and probably out of the points. That you can see that he's sitting by, not looking very pleased with his equipment. But meanwhile, this is becoming much closer. Less than 2 seconds now, the separation between Dylan Tan and Mohammad Tasbih.
Yeah, the charge is still ongoing for Tasbih, but you can already see, like, even it's still in terms of lap time, Dylan is faster out of the gate. But you can see Tasbih has him in his sights on the camera, and I'm sure Dylan also has Tasbih in his rearview mirror. So pressure definitely piling on, and more interestingly for Dylan here, disadvantage for him. He's going to run into even more traffic here.
Yep, and that's a big gaggle as well, starting with the, incidentally, same livery, 828 of Jonathan Takumi Lee. So your eyes noticing here, that is not a similar color, that's not a similar team car, that is a different car completely, albeit both are based in Singapore anyway. Well, one Team Uncle Singapore and the Amigos Racing Team based in Singapore, with one driver driving all the way out in Muncie, Indiana. So Jonathan Takumi Lee is quite a predictive driver, so I can be assured for him that he will at least trying to give a position at the most advantageous spot for Dylan and for Tasby. Both is also fellow Singaporeans, as Senjoto is in the pits.
Oh.
Oh, there
yeah.
we go. There's the move done now.
I see.
Takamili goes out of the way, and let's see where he is in relation to Tasby. Oh, that's going to be quite tight, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and especially in this particular sector. If they make it to the hangar straight, I think Takumi would definitely let him through. Yeah, in fact, he's letting him through just as they're entering the straight right now. So really not doing anything to prevent the charge, of course. But you can see Dylan Tan really feeling the pressure right now. 1.9 seconds. All of a sudden, the gap has narrowed considerably. Got about 7.5 minutes remaining, which leaves you about 3.5 laps. 4 laps as to round it up to bring it home. So 4 laps, you gotta hold this 2-second gap behind, in front of you, behind you, and for Tasbe, you have 4 laps to really put the hammer down and take away this position.
Indeed. And meanwhile, while all that's happening, this is the battle for the P1 in the Pro-Am category. Imran Zahaili just 3.2 seconds behind, and having survived that rather unorthodox dive from Hamad Azrin while he was trying to get out of the way of Tasbi, is now trying to recover up to the back of Amirul Naim. 3.2 seconds right now. Where is Amirul Naim in relation to this? There he is, coming up to Abbey into the new loop that was built all the way back in 2010 but used permanently since 2011. Let's see how is Amirul going to deal with the pressure on him. No, he can drive very conservatively, and he has stayed clear of trouble for the most part, but now he's going to have to look in his mirrors ever so slightly. In fact, you can see his eyes just shifting his way through, trying to see where is his rival in relation to him.
And you can see there is a car in between him and Imran Zohaili for the time being, but that car is going to be letting them through in short order, hopefully.
Yeah, it's Farhan.
Yeah, it is Farhan. As a matter of fact, after taking that drive to penalty, he's just pretty much out of contention, I should say. Still in that P5 spot, 5 seconds behind Brian Pereira. So this pretty much put paid to their battle that we were really invested in early on. And Mulyono, also another one that we were talking about just now, suffered a drive-through penalty. So yeah, not great spots for them. I feel like we shouldn't keep our eyes on any driver for too long lest we end up cursing them. But regardless, he has to make it past Farhan. But because of the way that this works, Farhan is actually slowing him down a little bit here, which means that the gap suddenly, actually, I take that back. It actually went down. It's now 3 seconds.
2.7 in fact. So
yeah,
we'll wait until the next timing beam comes by and see whether or not Naeem has been able to eke out a bit of a gap, with Imran being held a bit by Farhan, and good driving there from Farhan this time to let a much faster guy through. So
yeah,
the in-game engineer has started to leave it through. It's about
3 seconds, yeah.
3 seconds, yeah, coming by to that sector timing beam. So he lost about 2/10. Meanwhile, back up in front is 1.7 seconds between Dylan Tan and Muhammad Tasbi. So it is a nail biter between two classes. This is not gonna be over, not by a long shot.
Yeah, 3 laps remaining for these drivers, and Dylan is inside a bit of traffic as well. So is Tasbi. If he can make it through here, he's pretty much locked on making that assault happen. 1.1 seconds is the gap now. Dylan was definitely held up by those back markers, and you can see Tasbi just flashing his lights. And I'm so surprised that it's 7:57 p.m. and the track is still bright as heck.
Yeah, I think daylight savings time.
That's probably.
Well, we'll just pull that benefit of the doubt. But Dylan now, you can see his car, he's weaving there for a second, probably because he needs to get heated to the tires.
It's clear
and
now.
So he's clear, but he's got Tasbe and the bit between his teeth. Game on! Another titanic battle on the cards here.
Yeah, just about 3 laps will remain for these drivers here as they crested the start-finish line before the 4-minute mark, which means that they will have an extra lap to really do this battle out to the end, duke it out. And here is Dylan Tan. They're losing even more time. 1.3 seconds. He's coming up to a different car. I think this is Mulyono?
I think it's Mulyono because it's the yellow Porsche.
It's 320, no?
Yeah,
oh, 31 just went off as well.
Oh, that's Clapano again!
Oh no!
Clapano, he's off big time, and he's actually off coming out of aim.
Is Aldo Balaguna going to take that position away from him? We'll have to see.
Yes. Rejoin. Let's see what happened this time before we get back into the live action. Hardware failure. Oh no! In fact, he tried to avoid Vladi Malik, and did Vladi take him out like that as well? Nope. But did Rafif? Nope.
Nah. Yeah, he just.
Oh!
Oh yeah.
ping-pong his way out of the way into the barriers, no fault of his own. In fact, that 276, that was Amirah feet coming through. So, oh no, that is such a disaster. Again, it had to be Clapano when he's behind the wheel. Something terrible happens, and it's through no fault of his own.
That is so unfortunate. But on the plus side, he's still in the top 10 overall. Imran Shakil, Shakil is quite far back, so kind of safe in the top 10, but definitely not a good feeling to be in, especially so close to the end as well. But speaking of close to the end, Mohammad Asbi, 0.8 seconds. 0.9 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah, as you said, 2 laps to go. At this point, anything can happen. Dilettante just has to bring it home. But you can see the AMG is struggling for grip there, coming out of the corner. So this might be a problem for Dilettante here.
Yeah, and the fact that there's more gaggles of cars right in front, gaggles of cars in front there. This might just play into Tasbi's hands if he could play the traffic to his advantage. We're actually having our hands of course, a bit sweating right now because we're driving with them at this point. It is so close up in front. Even after almost 4 hours, you can still see the leaders in earshot of each other. This has happened before already this season alone, because we saw how Dafan Nabil had to hold up Tasbi that time. And this time, Tasbi is in the same situation where he has to be in hot pursuit to take the lead away from Dilettante. He couldn't take it away the first time against Dafan Nabil. He will be hoping that he could do the same thing with Dylan. There's the traffic that we mentioned earlier. First up, it's Wei Shin Wong, Nak Wong in the DS Arena IRT car in second place in the AM category, 18th overall. But that'll be the first target.
Oh, it's so close.
That's the first target that to go through. It's very close with Damon.
Here comes Dylan. Okay, he has to make it through the orange Porsche right now. Coming into the second half of the course, flashing the lights. Tasbi is so locked in right now, trying to make it past. Okay, make it out. Oh, that's a dive!
That's the opportunity! This is the opportunity that he's looking for right now! Tasbi on the inside, goes on the outside! He goes for the dive! Does he take it? Yes, he does!
Oh, he's got wide!
There's got wide! He's got wide as well! Can Dylan make it through? He had to go for it! And Dylan now on the switchback, going onto Aintree and onto the Wellington straight! Side by side they go! Oh, they touch each other! Would you believe it? The leaders have gone off!
Oh, they've gone wide onto the Wellington straight there, but Tasbi really couldn't lock that position down securely. Dilettante just really forcing both of them to outbrake themselves and then taking away that position back in the heat of the moment. You can see the hazard lights are on for the AMG right now. But yeah, we're back here yet again.
One more lap to go, would you believe it? It's not over yet, Damon. We still have one more lap of action here. After nearly 4 hours, this is it. We've got to a grandstand finish. It might not be for championship implications, but for Dilettante, this will be a victory that he will savor, and the LOR guys can breathe a sigh of relief knowing the fact that they have staved off their main championship rivals. But for this race, Tasbi still on his tail, and the Mercedes is sliding left and right. The Ferrari looking more on rails this time.
He is struggling for grip. Is this Mercedes? They're on the hanger straight right now. Tasbi is in range for that slipstream. Will he be able to get close enough? Doesn't seem like it. The timing blocks are out here, about 0.3 seconds behind, but he is so locked in. Look at how much grip that Ferrari has compared to the AMG coming into the club in just a moment. Ooh, coming into the right-hander, Tasbi is so close. He's literally breathing down the neck of Dilettante right now. As long as he can keep it nice and tight, he'll be able to. But the second the AMG loses a little bit of grip, it will be curtains for him after such a long and arduous race. 4 hours here on Silverstone GP is going to be a nail-biter all the way to the finish.
Nail-biter, Barnstormer.
Oh!
He goes off! Tasbi goes off! Oh my word! Just as we were trying to pick out the battle, that is it! Dylan has somehow clinched that victory and put it behind. We see Pereira go for a spin, and I haven't hesitated to guess it might have been another collision with Mohamed Farhan. But whatever it is, that is another battle, door to door, mirror to mirror, fender to fender action. And once again, Tasbi, in a close battle towards the end, has to settle for second best against a real good competitor. This time, it's Dilettante. in the Mercedes for LOR. Coming out of the final corner through left field. This will be his most gratifying win in the most dramatic way possible. Dylan Tan comes across the line and takes victory for LOR for the second straight race in a row. Tasby comes across second, 1.4 seconds behind. Take a bow. What a race. And that was an astonishing battle all the way to the end. Riveting, gripping, heart-stopping action all the way.
Absolutely, and the other battles are about to come to its actual conclusion as well. You can see Imran Zuhaili there is also trying to make it past.
But
no, it's too far away.
1.3 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Amir Naim takes another victory. 2 straight wins for the Apex Racing 333 as well, and extends their championship lead up in the front in Pro-Am. Meanwhile, here's the AM category, and it's still quite neck and neck battling all the way. There's Dafan Nabil, no doubt crossing the line in 4th place after this. But Rafi Prahasia for the Bigo Racing Division team will claim their first ever victory in ERGP, and what a way to do so. And I think the Indonesian boys will be celebrating as well. It's 2 straight wins for the Indonesians here. Rama has taken that one, and here comes Rafi to win in the AM class. Wow, 4 hours of unrelenting action, and it all came to that finish in the final lap.
Absolutely amazing. Unfortunate for Tasbi, he overcooked it coming into the 1 and 2 straight. Really unfortunate for him because he would have narrowed that gap down. Probably could have tried to send it through Brooklyn's, but that will be all she wrote, and him and both Andika Rama dominating the race from start to finish, staying in that lead consistently, putting in absolute work, staying out of trouble as well. Great drive.
Absolutely, and Reynaldo Wijaja has every right to say that. What a battle indeed in all the classes that we had. And for Dylan Tan, I have to say again, a very satisfying win for him. He had to fight not only the car, but also the driver behind, and we thought he might have lost it at one point. Tasbeat sent it on the inside, went wide, both of them were sliding, and that... Again, what a deserved win for Dylan, a deserved win for the LOR team with Andika, and then at Apex Racing Brunei 333 in Pro-Am with Azza and Amir Naim. They deserve their victory as well. And number 69, Rafi Prahastia and Reynaldo Wijaja with their first wins as well in the AM category, and first one for Bigo Racing. What a way to do so. Rafi, yes, and you can see Rafi the GOAT. That was a great battle as well. He might have some contention with the penalties along the way, but I think he wouldn't mind too much. As a few more comments have come in. Hello to Racing Dynasty from India. Yes, I think Silverstone will be everyone's favorite circuit today because the racing was amazing.
Yeah, what a way to cap it off as well on a historic racing track in a historic location. Great drive from everyone. Of course, we were talking about some of the other cars on the grid. Stratos Motorsports, Nabil Aslan, Nakib Aslan, keeping it so out of trouble. In fact, they were almost invisible holding on to that P3 spot there. So, again, congrats to all the drivers, all in the Pro-Am, and amateur classes. Brilliant drive. A lot of incidents happened over the course of the 4 hours. Something you kind of have to expect with a race this long. But yeah, absolutely riveting performance and really kept our hearts pounding all the way to the end.
And I think now after that amazing race, we may not have enough voices for the interview. I don't know if you're up for it, but I think you can take over the interview, Damon.
Who are we gonna talk to?
I don't know. I think a lot of them have turned their cams off, so
Yeah.
we can't get anyone on that. And Dylan is still rolling into Parc Ferme in his cool-off lap. I mean, he can take all the time he wants to because he needed that relaxing drive on this Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
With such an amazing battle towards the end, Taspi and him going side by side. Well, that is it from us. And first, we can thank our sponsors, Xbox, for giving us the facilities, Ross Lango to give the trophies, especially those who won the winner this one, especially for our race winners. They will be receiving trophy plaques, and for Axel Sports being the organizer for this league. But for now, I think it's a well-deserved goodbye. Damon, any last words?
Yeah, bear in mind, this is only round 4. We still have round 5 next month, December 7th. Spa, 6 hours. So if you thought this was exciting, I will absolutely say that Spa could be another one of these absolute barnstormers.
Indeed, and the race was a slobber knocker today. We can't wait for what the finale will entail because It is all on the line. Championships to be decided. But for now, from me, I'm Emma Ozil, Lasami, Damon, Sharks, Tom. It's goodbye, and we'll see you at Spa in a month's time.